Hello everyone, welcome back to Mr. Shivers Horror Stories. I know many of you enjoy these videos to help you fall asleep. So before you drift off, it would be amazing if you could leave a comment letting me know where you're tuning in from around the world. And if you're enjoying this content, don't forget to like and subscribe. Story 1. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the quaint little town of Maplewood. A place known for its vibrant autumn leaves and charming cottages. I had decided to escape the hustle and bustle of city life for a weekend retreat. And after a bit of searching, I had settled on a highly rated Airbnb hosted by a woman named Clara. Her profile picture revealed a warm smile, and her reviews were overwhelmingly positive, touting her hospitality and the cleanliness of her home. Upon arrival, I was greeted by the rich scent of cinnamon wafting through the air, and I was met at the door by Clara, her smile even more radiant in person. "Welcome. I hope you enjoy your stay," she said, her voice smooth like melted honey. The house was a charming Victorian, with its peeling paint and creaky wooden floors adding to its character. Clara showed me to my room. A cozy space adorned with vintage furniture and a large window that overlooked the picturesque garden. After unpacking, I set out to explore the town. I wandered through the farmer's market, sampled homemade pumpkin pie, and strolled along the riverbank, taking in the autumn foliage and the soft rustle of leaves, the crisp breeze. As the sun dipped below the horizon, I made my way back to the Airbnb, anticipation bubbling within me for a peaceful evening. However, as I entered the house, I sensed something was amiss. The atmosphere had changed. It felt heavier, almost suffocating. I shook off the feeling, attributing it to the long day. I hung my coat on a hook by the door and noticed the faint sound of Clara humming in the kitchen. I smiled to myself, reassured by the familiarity of her presence. After a quick dinner, I retreated to my room, feeling pleasantly tired. I took a moment to unwind, brushing my teeth and changing into my pajamas. As I climbed into bed, I felt a sense of comfort wash over me, lulled by the rhythmic creaks of the old house. The next day, I decided to venture further, heading to a nearby nature reserve for hiking. I left early, eager to spend the day exploring the trails, hoping to capture the beauty of the season with my camera. The hours flew by, and as I trekked through the golden and crimson leaves, I felt invigorated, free from the stresses of my everyday life. When I returned to the Airbnb that evening, however, an unsettling chill settled in the pit of my stomach. As I opened the door, an unwelcome sight met my eyes. My suitcase was unzipped, its contents spilling out onto the floor. My heart raced as I scanned the room, searching for any signs of a break-in or disturbance. Everything else appeared undisturbed. My laptop was still on the desk. My clothes strewn about remained untouched, except for my toiletries. But then I noticed my toothbrush. The bristles glistened, as if recently rinsed under water. A wave of nausea washed over me. I had been gone all day, and there was no way Clara, whose hospitality I had come to trust, would have been in my room without my knowledge. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself. Perhaps she had accidentally entered while cleaning or checking on the room. But why would she unzip my suitcase? Why would she touch my toothbrush? I shook off the feeling of unease and decided to confront Clara about it. As I walked down the hallway, I found her in the living room, her hands meticulously arranging flowers in a vase. "Clara," I called, my voice slightly quivering. She looked up, her expression shifting from serene to concerned. "Is everything all right?" she asked, wiping her hands on a towel. I hesitated, unsure of how to approach the topic without sounding accusatory. "I found my suitcase unzipped when I got back, and my toothbrush was wet." "Did you need to clean or something?" Her brow furrowed, and she stepped toward me, concern deepening in her eyes. "Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I must have accidentally moved your things while I was cleaning. I hope I didn't disturb anything important." I nodded, forcing a smile. "It's fine. I just didn't expect it. Just, please ask next time." "Of course, dear. I completely understand," she said, her voice soothing yet slightly too sweet. As the sun set, I made myself a simple dinner, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, as if unseen eyes were tracking my every move. I spent the evening in the shared living room conversing with Clara about her life and the history of the home. She spoke fondly of the previous guests, her stories laced with a hint of nostalgia. Yet, there was an undercurrent to her tales, a shadow that lingered in her eyes whenever she glossed over certain details. That night, sleep eluded me. I lay in bed, heart pounding, replaying Clara's face, the warmth of her smile now feeling disconcerted. Hours dragged on, and my mind began to conjure up dark thoughts, images of what might be lurking in the corners of the house, shadows dancing just beyond my sight. Around 3 a.m, I was jolted awake by a noise, a soft whisper, barely audible, trickling through the walls, like a chilling breeze. I sat up, straining to discern the sounds. The house was eerily quiet now, but the whispering persisted, a distant echo that made my skin crawl. I quietly slipped out of bed, my heart racing as I tiptoed towards the door. I crept down the hallway, the old floorboards creaking underfoot. The faint glow of a lamp in the living room illuminated the space, casting flickering shadows that danced ominously across the walls. I peered around the corner and froze. Clara stood in the living room, her back to me. She was holding something, a small, ornate box, and speaking, her voice just above a whisper. "They don't understand," she said, her tone laced with desperation. "They never understand. I have to keep them safe." I felt a chill crawl up my spine. Who was she talking to? My instinct screamed for me to turn back, to retreat to the safety of my room. But I was frozen in place, unable to tear my eyes away from the disturbing scene. Suddenly, Clara turned slightly, her gaze falling on me. In the dim light, her eyes glinted with an unsettling intensity, and a smile crept across her lips. One that felt far too wide, too predatory. "Ah, there you are. I was just talking about you." My blood ran cold. "Talking about me?" I stammered, trying to keep my voice steady. "Yes," she responded, her voice smooth and melodic, yet tinged with something darker. "I thought you might like to see this." She lifted the box, revealing it to be intricately carved, its surface etched with symbols I didn't recognize. "What is it?" I asked, trepidation crawling through me. "It's a family heirloom," she said, her tone dropping to a whisper. "It holds secrets, stories of those who have stayed here before you. They're all connected, you see. We're all part of the same tapestry, woven together through time." I took a step back, my gut screaming for me to flee. "Clara, I think I need to go." "Go?" she echoed, tilting her head slightly, her smile unwavering. "But dear, you haven't even begun to understand. You're part of this now. You belong here." Fear gripped me, and I turned on my heel, racing back down the hallway. I could hear her footsteps behind me, soft but deliberate. My heart thundered in my chest as I burst into my room, slamming the door shut and locking it. I leaned against the door, my breath coming in ragged gasps. Clara's voice filtered through the wood, calm and eerily soothing. "Please, don't be scared. I just want to keep you safe. You're home now, and I won't let anything take you away from me." The weight of her words pressed down on me, suffocating in the darkness. I knew then that I was trapped, ensnared in a web spun by a woman whose hospitality had turned sinister. The house creaked around me as if alive, and I could feel the very walls closing in. Panic surged within me as I glanced around the room, searching for an escape. The window! I rushed to it, flinging it open, the cool night air a stark contrast to the suffocating dread that filled the room. I climbed out, my heart pounding as I landed on the soft grass below. I didn't look back, running with all my might, the chilling echoes of Clara's voice trailing behind me. "You can't leave. You're mine." The panic lit a fire in my legs, and I sprinted through the darkness, the shadows of the trees stretching toward me like skeletal fingers. I could still feel her presence, lurking just beyond the edge of my vision, pulling me back to that damned house. As I made my way toward the main road, I could hear the faintest whisper on the wind, a promise that I would never truly escape. "You will return," it seemed to say. And somewhere deep within, I knew it was true. Clara had woven her spell, and it would haunt me long after I left. Story 50 Titan. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows through the dense canopy of the forest. It was a late afternoon in late September, and the vibrant hues of autumn were beginning to bleed into the landscape. Crimson leaves fluttered like lost souls, and the air was crisp with the scent of pine and earth. A perfect day for a hike, or so we thought. My best friend, Alex, and I had decided to explore the sprawling woods near Maplewood, an area we had heard was both beautiful and secluded. As we ventured deeper into the forest, laughter mingled with the rustle of leaves, and the world outside felt like a distant memory. We weren't just friends. We were comrades in our endless pursuit of adventure. We followed the winding trail that seemed to vanish into the trees, the path narrowing with every step. The chirping of birds echoed overhead, and the gentle breeze whispered through the branches. It was idyllic, a slice of paradise untouched by time. Yet, beneath the beauty, something primal stirred, a sensation I couldn't shake, a thrum of unease. "Check this out," Alex called, pointing excitedly at a cluster of bright red mushrooms peeking from beneath a fallen log. I turned to admire the unusual sight, my heart swelling with the joy of exploration. In that moment, I scarcely noticed when Alex stepped off the trail, drawn by some invisible force. "Just a second," they called, their voice fading as they wandered deeper into the underbrush. I shrugged, glancing around at the scenery. It was easy to lose track of time in the woods, to become enveloped by nature's embrace. I decided to sit on a nearby log, allowing the rustling leaves and gentle wind to lull me into a moment of peace. Minutes stretched, but I didn't think much of it at first. I pulled out my phone to check the time and saw that it had been 10 minutes since I last heard Alex. My brow furrowed with mild concern. I stood up and called out, "Alex, you okay?" The only response was the quiet rustle of leaves and the distant call of a crow. I stepped off the trail, my heart picking up its pace. I figured they had found something fascinating and had gotten caught up in it. I called their name again, louder this time. My voice was swallowed by the thick woods. I began to scan the area, searching for any trace of my friend. That's when I spotted it. Alex's backpack, partially obscured by ferns, its zipper slightly ajar as if they had carelessly tossed it aside. My stomach dropped. I rushed over, my pulse pounding in my ears. Their phone lay face down beside the pack. Screen cracked, but still illuminated. "Alex," I shouted, panic creeping into my voice. I bent down to pick up the phone, my hands trembling. The last message was from me, sent earlier that day. "Are you ready?" A chill washed over me. I couldn't shake the feeling that the forest had swallowed Alex whole. and dread settled in my gut like a heavy stone. I called out again, desperation lacing my voice. "Alex, where are you?" Silence hung thick in the air, heavy and suffocating. I glanced at the time again. Nearly 15 minutes had passed. I tried to quell my rising anxiety, but fear clawed at my mind. I needed to find Alex. I took a deep breath, my lungs filling with the earthy scent of damp soil, and began to retrace my steps along the trail. Maybe they had decided to circle back, thinking I was still sitting on the log. But as I walked, the woods swallowed me deeper, the trail narrowing until it felt like I was trekking through a maze formed by twisted roots and gnarled branches. Each step seemed to echo in the silence, and I was painfully aware of the shadows creeping in as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple. "Alex," I shouted once more, the sound ricocheting off the trees. The only reply was the whisper of the wind through the branches taunting me. I caught sight of a faint trail that branched off to the left. It didn't seem familiar, but I felt an instinctual pull, as if something were guiding me. I took a hesitant step off the main path, the foliage crunching beneath my feet. The shadows thickened, and the air grew colder, wrapping around me like cold fingers. "Alex!" I yelled again, but my voice felt weak, swallowed by the encroaching darkness. The trail wound deeper into the woods, and as I moved forward, an unsettling feeling settled in my chest. I glanced back, realizing that the path from where I came was nearly obscured by the thickening underbrush. With every step, I felt more isolated, like a tiny leaf, adrift on a vast ocean of shadow. After what felt like an eternity, I stumbled upon a clearing, moonlight spilling through the trees like liquid silver. My heart raced as I scanned the open space, searching for any signs of life. Then I noticed it, a strange, crude pile of stones arranged in a circular pattern. Adorned with what appeared to be torn pieces of fabric. I stepped closer, heart pounding, recognizing the fabric. Alex's favorite shirt. "Alex!" I screamed, panic surging through me. The clearing felt wrong, charged with an energy that made the hairs on my arms stand on end. I turned, desperate to flee, but a rustling came from the trees behind me. I felt my heart leap into my throat. As I spun around, my breath hitching, the darkness seemed to pulse, and for a fleeting moment, I caught a glimpse of movement within the shadows. Something tall and thin, lurking just beyond the edge of the clearing. "Alex?" I called again, but my voice trembled, barely audible. A chill ran down my spine as the figure stepped into the moonlight. It was tall, too tall, its limbs unnaturally long and bent. Its face was obscured by a mass of tangled hair, but I could feel its gaze boring into me, cold and predatory. Without thinking, I turned and bolted back into the woods, branches clawing at my skin as I sprinted through the darkness. My heart thundered in my chest, each footfall echoing my terror. I called for Alex again, but the words felt like an incantation that only summoned the shadows to close in around me. I stumbled back onto a familiar path, the way back to our original trail. I ran, adrenaline surging, not daring to look back. The forest felt alive, as if the trees themselves were conspiring against me. As I broke free from the thicket and emerged into the fading light, I could still feel the presence behind me, lurking just out of sight. I raced back to the trailhead, breathless and disoriented. The sun had disappeared, leaving only the dim remnants of twilight. I fumbled for my phone, my hands shaking as I dialed the emergency number. "Please help, my friend is missing." My voice cracked as I spoke to the dispatcher, feeling like I was drowning in a sea of fear. While I waited for help, I could only think of Alex, how I had laughed with them just hours before, how their absence felt like a gaping hole in my chest. And as the night deepened around me, I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever had taken Alex was still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the next unsuspecting soul. I didn't know if I would ever see my friend again, but I promised myself that I wouldn't stop until I found them, even if it meant confronting whatever darkness awaited me in those woods. The forest had claimed one, and it wouldn't take me two. Story 53. As night fell, the house creaked and groaned, its old bones shifting as if awakening from a long slumber. I had been looking for an escape from the bustle of city life, and I thought this would be my sanctuary. Little did I know that my dream of peaceful solitude would soon morph into a waking nightmare. While rummaging through the dark recesses of the kitchen cabinets, I found a set of keys affixed to the underside of the sink with a piece of tape. Beneath them lay a folded piece of paper. My heart raced as I peeled it off and read the note. For emergencies only. My fingers trembled, the ink smeared slightly as I held it under the flickering light. I hadn't written that note. I had never seen those keys before. An uneasy chill crawled up my spine, but I dismissed it as exhaustion. I had lived alone for years, and the isolation often played tricks on my mind. I placed the note back under the sink, closed the cabinet, and focused on my plans for the upcoming week. But as I lay in bed that night, sleep eluded me. The house whispered secrets through the thin walls, each crack and pop echoing like a distant voice. In the days that followed, I tried to put the keys and the note out of my mind. I busied myself with settling in, unpacking boxes, and arranging furniture. Yet my curiosity nagged at me like a persistent itch. Who had left the keys? Why were they here? I decided to investigate. I began my search in the attic, a place I had avoided at first glance. The heavy door creaked open, revealing a dusty space filled with forgotten relics. Old furniture covered in white sheets, boxes stacked high, and an ancient trunk that beckoned to me. I dragged it into the dim light, its rusty lock whispering tales of the past. Inside, I found an assortment of items, faded photographs, tattered letters, and a small diary. The diary belonged to a woman named Eleanor, who had lived in the house years ago. As I flipped through the yellowed pages, I uncovered snippets of her life, ordinary at first, but then the entries began to turn darker. She wrote of strange noises at night, of shadows flickering in the corners of her vision, and of feeling an oppressive weight in the air that suffocated her spirit. A chill swept through me as I read her final entry. I fear I'm not alone here anymore. The keys are not for me. I must leave. The hairs on my neck stood on end as I closed the diary, a sense of dread settling around me like a heavy fog. I couldn't shake the feeling that Eleanor had been warning me. I rushed down from the attic, desperate to push the haunting thoughts away. That night, sleep found me at last, but it was riddled with nightmares. I dreamt of dark corridors that twisted and turned, leading nowhere, and voices that echoed through the darkness calling my name. I woke with a start, drenched in sweat, my heart pounding like an ominous drum. As I lay there, I felt it, a presence lurking just beyond my reach, watching me from the shadows. The next evening, an unsettling noise woke me from fitful sleep. A soft rustling, like something moving through the house. I grabbed my phone, its screen illuminating the dark room. I stepped onto the cold wooden floor, each creak echoing like a scream in the silence. I tiptoed down the hallway, heart racing, the keys from under the sink burning a hole in my pocket. As I approached the kitchen, the noise grew louder, almost desperate. I found myself drawn to the cabinet where I had discovered the keys. With trembling hands, I opened the door. Nothing. Just the usual assortment of pots and pans. But as I turned to leave, a glint caught my eye. The keys lay on the counter, as if someone had placed them there. Suddenly, the air grew cold, the temperature dropping drastically. I felt a presence behind me, a shadow lurking just outside the light of the lamp. I spun around, heart racing, but found nothing. I was alone, or so I thought. The silence was thick, oppressive, and I could almost hear the heartbeat of the house, pulsing like a warning bell. I snatched the keys and bolted for the front door, but it wouldn't budge. Panic surged through me as I pushed against it with all my might. My breath quickened, and suddenly I was aware of the whispers, the soft, insistent voices that seemed to fill the air, mingling with the rustling sound. "Help us, help her." I froze, the keys clattering to the floor. The words echoed in my mind, and instinctively, I looked back at the kitchen. The shadows shifted, forming a figure that seemed to pulse with energy, a vortex of darkness that drew my gaze. It was a woman, her features obscured, but her eyes glowed like embers, burning with an urgency that struck me deep. "Eleanor?" I whispered, unsure if I was speaking to a memory or a spirit. "Help me," she breathed, her voice a mere whisper, yet it resonated through the walls of the house. In that moment, I understood. The keys were not meant for me. They were a means of unlocking something that had been imprisoned within these walls. Panic surged through me, but I felt a strange sense of responsibility. I couldn't leave her trapped in this limbo. I picked the keys up and moved toward the basement door, the one place I had yet to venture. The house seemed to pulse with energy, urging me forward. I fumbled with the lock, the cold metal feeling alive under my fingertips. The door creaked open, revealing a dark staircase that sank into the abyss below. With each step down, the air grew heavier, thick with the scent of damp earth and despair. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, guiding me into the darkness. As I reached the bottom, the dim light revealed a room lined with mirrors, each reflecting a different aspect of the same figure, Eleanor trapped, her expression a mix of fear and hope. I approached the center of the room, where an old iron chest lay, its lock rusted over with time. The keys in my hand felt warm, almost alive. I inserted one into the lock, and to my surprise, it turned with a soft click. The chest creaked open, and a wave of darkness poured out, swirling like smoke and coiling around my legs. Eleanor's figure shimmered before me, translucent yet desperate. "You must release me," she pleaded, her voice echoing through the chamber. I reached into the chest and pulled out a dark, tattered cloth. A shroud. A shroud? As I held it aloft, I felt the weight of countless souls trapped within. The whispers transformed into screams, filling my mind with their anguish. I had to make a choice. With trembling resolve, I draped the cloth over the mirrors. The room erupted in chaos, shadows writhing, angry and desperate. I could feel Eleanor's presence growing stronger, the air charged with a potent mix of fear and liberation. "Do it," she cried. "You must break the cycle." I closed my eyes and pulled the cloth tighter, feeling a sudden rush of energy explode outward. The mirrors shattered, light flooding the room, banishing the darkness. I gasped, falling to my knees as the shadows dissipated, leaving only silence behind. And then, it was over. The oppressive weight lifted, the air was lighter, and Eleanor's presence faded into a warm glow, leaving behind a sense of peace I had never known. I sat in the silence, exhausted but liberated. I had freed her. As I ascended the staircase, the house felt different. The The creaks and groans became a soft sigh, a breath of relief. I looked back one last time. The basement door closed, sealing away the darkness and the secrets that had haunted its walls. In the days that followed, the house became a home in every sense of the word. The keys remained on the counter, a reminder that I was not alone, that I had faced the darkness and emerged victorious. And for the first time, I felt a warmth in my heart, knowing that Eleanor's spirit was finally at rest. Story 54. It was one of those dreary, rain-soaked evenings in late October, when the world outside seemed to blur into a watercolor painting of gray. The leaves had fallen, leaving the trees skeletal and bare, and the air was thick with the scent of wet earth. I had decided to treat myself to dinner at a quaint little restaurant tucked away on a side street. An intimate place called La Lumière. The warm glow of its windows promised a refuge from the chill outside. And as I stepped inside, the sound of low conversations and soft jazz enveloped me like a welcoming shawl. I was used to dining alone. It had become a habit over the years. I often found solace in the clinking of glasses and the aroma of rich sauces bubbling away in the kitchen. That evening, I settled into a corner table, my back to the wall, where I could observe the rhythm of the room without feeling exposed. The server, a cheerful woman with a dimpled smile, greeted me and quickly took my order. A comforting bowl of mushroom risotto and a glass of deep red wine. As I waited, I allowed myself to indulge in the atmosphere, letting my mind wander. I watched couples whisper sweet nothings to each other, families share laughter, and friends enjoying the simple pleasure of companionship. But as I sipped my wine, I felt the prickle of someone's gaze upon me. I turned slightly and my heart sank. When I met the icy blue eyes of a man sitting alone. He was nondescript, with unkempt hair and a wrinkled shirt that looked as though it had seen better days. There was something unsettling about him. His stare was unwavering, almost predatory. I quickly diverted my gaze, focusing on the flickering candle at my table, willing myself to ignore the feeling of dread settling like a stone in my stomach. The minutes dragged on, each tick of the clock amplifying the tension between us. I tried to engage with my surroundings. A couple at the table next to me laughed heartily, and the server filled my glass once more. But my thoughts kept drifting back to the stranger. I could feel him. It was as if he was pulling the strings of my mind, forcing me to acknowledge him. When my risotto finally arrived, I dug in with enthusiasm, hoping the creamy dish would distract me. Each bite was a delightful burst of earthy flavors, but the sensation of being watched continued to gnaw at me. I glanced up again, and my breath caught in my throat. He was still staring, but now he wore a small, unsettling smile. By the time I finished eating, my unease had transformed into something more sinister. I summoned the courage to look away from him, pretending to check my phone for messages. My heart raced as I calculated my exit strategy. I needed to leave, to feel the safety of the street outside, but something held me in place. A morbid curiosity, perhaps. As the server returned to clear my plate, I asked for the check, trying to appear nonchalant, though the weight of the man's stare was suffocating. She smiled and disappeared into the back, and I seized the moment to glance at the stranger again. To my horror, he had moved. He was now standing, his chair pushed back as if he'd risen to leave. In a fleeting moment, his eyes locked onto mine, and I felt a shiver snake down my spine. He leaned slightly towards me, and without breaking eye contact, he took a step back, disappearing into the dim light of the restaurant. My pulse quickened, and I was torn between the desire to flee and the instinct to stay put. to defy whatever game we were playing. The server returned with my check, and I took it with trembling hands. As I turned it over to reach for my wallet, something caught my eye. There, scrawled hastily on the back in jagged handwriting, were the words, "Know where you live." My blood ran cold. Heart hammering in my chest, I scrambled to my feet, the chair clattering loudly to the floor. The world around me blurred as I bolted toward the exit, the note crumpling in my fist. The door swung open, and I was met with the cool, damp air. But the embrace of the night felt anything but safe. I didn't stop running until I reached my car, fumbling with my keys as the sense of being followed wrapped around me like a vice. My breaths came in ragged gasps, and I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting to see the man from the restaurant lurking in the shadows. Nothing. Just the quiet hum of the street, the rain tapping gently against the pavement. Once inside my car, I locked the doors, my skin prickling with anxiety. I turned the engine over and forced myself to breathe steadily. Thoughts swirled like a tempest in my mind. How could he know where I lived? Did he follow me? The rush of fear surged anew, and I powered out of the parking lot, my heart racing as I navigated the slick streets. The drive home felt interminable, every turn amplified by paranoia. I checked the rearview mirror obsessively, convinced that he might be tailing me, but the streets remained empty, the darkness swallowing everything whole. When I finally pulled into my driveway, I hesitated, my hands gripping the wheel tightly. I scanned the area. No movement, no shadowy figure waiting. With a shaky breath, I stepped out of the car, glancing over my shoulder as I hurried toward the front door, hastily unlocking it and stepping inside. The familiar scent of my home should have comforted me, but instead, it felt suffocating, the walls closing in. I locked the door behind me and leaned against it, fighting the urge to panic. I needed to think. The note, what did it mean? I pulled it from my pocket, its surface wrinkled and damp from my clammy hands. I stared at the words, as though willing them to reveal their secrets. Then I heard a sound, soft, barely audible at first, but unmistakably there. It was coming from outside. My heart raced as I moved to the window, peering through the blinds, praying I wouldn't see him standing there, waiting. But it was nothing. Just the rhythmic patter of rain against the pavement. I released a breath I didn't realize I was holding, yet the sense of dread lingered. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that the nightmare hadn't ended. That night, I tried to erase the evening from my mind, slipping into bed and pulling the covers up to my chin. I forced myself to sleep, but the shadows danced on the walls like dark phantoms, whispering secrets of fear. I dreamt of the stranger, his eyes boring into me, an endless void promising unspeakable horrors. When morning finally broke, I awoke with a renewed sense of anxiety. I resolved to report the incident to the police, but as I reached for my phone to call, I noticed something that sent chills down my spine. My front door, which I had locked securely the night before, was standing ajar. I jumped out of bed, adrenaline surging through my veins as I sprinted to the door, my breath hitching in my throat. I pushed it open cautiously, peering outside. The world was eerily quiet, but I could feel it, the weight of a presence lurking just beyond my view. I stepped outside, heart pounding in my chest, searching for any sign of the stranger. I called out, my voice trembling, but there was no answer. Leaves in the wind. As I scanned the area, I stumbled upon something that made my blood run cold. There, on the ground, was a small object glinting in the morning light. I knelt, and my fingers trembled as I picked it up. The key. Old and rusty. My mind raced. A key. What did it unlock? Why was it here? And then the realization hit me like a freight train. It was a key to my apartment. Who are you? I whispered into the empty air, clutching the key tightly. The sensation of not being alone washed over me. I was no longer safe. I had invited a monster into my life without knowing it. Suddenly, the air shifted, and I could feel it. The gaze of that man from the restaurant, watching me, waiting. As I stood frozen on my porch, the key heavy in my palm, I knew in that moment that the nightmare had just begun. Story 55. I had parked on the far end of the garage that night. An impulse born from my typical nature of avoiding the crowds. The solitary nature of the dimly lit space felt oddly comforting, wrapping around me like a familiar blanket. But that comfort was quickly replaced by a creeping unease as I approached my car, the blue sedan that had become a second skin over the years. Everything was relatively normal until I reached the row of parked cars beside mine. That's when I spotted them. A pair of scuffed, worn sneakers jutting out from beneath a silver sedan, just enough for me to notice, but not enough for me to see the owner. My heart began to race, and I felt a prickling sensation at the back of my neck. I paused, squinting in the dim light, trying to convince myself that the figure beneath the car was a trick of shadows. Just a figment of my imagination, I thought, but the shoes shifted slightly. My stomach dropped. I took an instinctive step back, my feet frozen in place. The sneakers moved again, shifting as if their owner was adjusting their position. A cold sweat broke out across my forehead. I glanced around as if hoping for an escape route, but the garage felt like a labyrinth, shrouded in darkness and isolation. "Hello?" I called out, my voice quivering slightly, a weak sound swallowed by the cavernous silence of the garage. There was no response, only the echo of my own voice bouncing off concrete walls. I pondered for a moment, thinking I should just ignore it and get to my car. But curiosity clawed at my insides, urging me to investigate. Cautiously, I took a step closer, my heart pounding in my chest like a drum. The sneakers remained still, and I could almost hear the muffled thud of my heartbeat in my ears. As I approached, I noticed the shoes were worn and frayed, the laces untied and dirty. The faint scent of decay wafted from beneath the car, causing my stomach to churn. I crouched low, peering under the vehicle. And there in the dim light, I saw a figure slumped awkwardly against the car frame. It was a man, his face obscured by shadows. His limbs were twisted, unnatural, and I instinctively recoiled, my breath hitching in my throat. Something was wrong. Very wrong. "Hey, are you all right?" I called, a bit louder this time. No response. I could see he was breathing, but it was shallow and erratic. The closer I got, the more I could make out the details. His clothes were torn, his face pale, and a glistening trail of something dark and viscous smeared across the concrete beneath him. I hesitated, battling with the urge to help and the instinct to flee. In the pit of my stomach, a voice whispered, "Run." Just then, the man's eyes fluttered open, revealing a glazed, unfocused stare. He blinked slowly, as if trying to comprehend my presence. "Help," he gasped, his voice barely a whisper as he struggled to lift his head. Heart pounding, I took a step back. "What happened to you?" I can't." He trailed off, his gaze shifting towards something behind me. A sudden chill slithered down my spine. Before I could react, the air around us shifted, thickening with an oppressive weight. I turned my head, scanning the shadows, but saw nothing. Just Rows of cars, cast in murky darkness. "Please, you need to get out of here," he rasped, his voice barely more than a whisper. "He's coming." Fear tore through me like a wild animal. But as I looked back to the man, he had sunk back into a near-fetal position, his breathing more frantic now. I noticed blood oozing from a gash on the side of his head, pooling on the ground beneath him. I glanced around again, instinct pulling me toward the garage exit. "I have to go," I stammered, already backing away. "I'm sorry." "No, don't leave me," he cried, his voice rising in desperation. But I couldn't stay. My heart raced as I turned on my heel, sprinting down the row of cars, every instinct screaming at me to escape. I could feel his gaze boring into my back, the weight of his fear pushing me forward. As I raced toward the exit, shadows seemed to shift in my peripheral vision, dark shapes flitting just beyond the edge of the light. I could hear a low whispering, a cacophony of voices blending into a chilling hum. With every step I took, the echo of my footfalls seemed to grow louder, reverberating through the desolate garage. I was almost there, almost free. Suddenly, a figure appeared ahead of me, blocking the exit. My heart stopped. Tall and shrouded in darkness, it stood still, watching me with an unsettling stillness. I skidded to a halt, panic coursing through my veins. In the dim light, I could make out the contours of its face, but not the details. Just a shadowed presence that seemed to pulse with an unnatural energy. "You shouldn't have come here," it spoke, its voice a ghastly whisper that seemed to echo from the depths of my worst nightmares. Terror gripped me. I felt like a small child lost in a darkened room, unable to wake from a nightmare. "Let me go," I shouted, my voice trembling. But the figure remained motionless, a predatory calm radiating from it. "Your curiosity has led you astray," it said, its smile barely visible in the shadows. "You chose poorly." Behind me, I heard a soft thud and the sound of shuffling feet approaching. I turned to see the man from earlier, bloodied and bruised, dragging himself toward me with desperate determination. "No, don't let him in," the figure commanded, its voice rising with a fury I had never known. I stood frozen, caught between horror and helplessness. My feet felt glued to the ground as I watched the man inch closer, his eyes wide with panic. "Help me," he begged, reaching out a trembling hand. But I didn't know what to do. I didn't know who to trust. The figure stepped forward, an unsettling grace in its movements, and my instincts screamed to run. I turned, sprinting toward the shadows where the exit loomed, desperation lending speed to my feet. And then I heard it, the sound of laughter, high-pitched and mocking, echoing through the garage. As I ran, I could hear the man's cries behind me, fading into the distance, blending with the laughter. I burst through the exit, breathless and wild-eyed, the chill night air rushing to greet me. I didn't stop until I was in my car, the engine roaring to life, tires screeching as I sped away from that accursed place. But even as I drove down the darkened streets, the image of the figure lingered in my mind, the low whispers echoing in my ears. "Your curiosity has led you astray," it had said, and deep down I knew I would never be able to shake the feeling that I had left something behind in that parking garage, something that would haunt me forever. Story 56. The Neighbor's Secret. In the quiet cul-de-sac of Maplewood Lane, where the air was thick with the scent of freshly cut grass and the chirping of crickets filled the evenings, I always considered myself a friendly neighbor. My routine was predictable, my life mundane. Wake up, go to work, return home, and settle in for the night. However, all of that changed the day I moved in next door to the Wilkins family. At first glance, the Wilkins seemed like your typical suburban family. Mr. Wilkins was a middle-aged man with a penchant for khaki shorts and Hawaiian shirts. while Mrs. Wilkins carried herself with a kind smile that lit up her eyes. They had 2 children, both teenagers, who were rarely seen, preferring the glow of their screens to the sunlight outside. Their home was well kept, with vibrant flowers lining the front porch and a swing set in the backyard that had long since gathered dust. But there was something off about them, something I couldn't quite place. Maybe it was the way they avoided eye contact, or how their smiles never quite reached their eyes, or perhaps it was the odd hours they kept. While the rest of the neighborhood bustled with life during the day, the Wilkins family seemed to come alive at night. It was on one particularly warm summer evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in shades of pink and orange, that I first noticed the peculiarities of their nightly routine. As I stepped outside to take my trash to the curb, I saw Mr. Wilkins dragging a large black garbage bag towards the alley behind their house. It was nearly midnight. Curiosity gnawed at me, and I decided to linger a little longer, watching from the shadows of my porch. The moon cast a silvery glow, illuminating the edges of his silhouette. I noticed how he glanced over his shoulder every few seconds, as if ensuring he wasn't being watched. As he reached the alley, he dropped the bag with a heavy thud before returning to the house, his footsteps echoing in the quiet night. Days turned into weeks, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. Every night, without fail, he would dispose of another bag, always at the same time. Always with that same furtive glance around him. I had a growing compulsion to know what lay hidden within those bags. Then one fateful evening, I accidentally knocked over the trash can in my own yard. The lid clattered to the ground, and as I bent down to pick it up, I noticed a stray bag had rolled away and come to a stop near the Wilkins. An inexplicable pull forced me to follow it, my heart racing in my chest. There, lying half open in the moonlight, was one of their black garbage bags. My breath caught in my throat as I peered into the contents. At first, I thought I was imagining things, but as I looked closer, clarity settled in with a sickening dread. Bloodied clothes were strewn haphazardly among scraps of paper and food waste. I could barely process what I was seeing when my gaze fell upon a small, glimmering object wedged between the fabric. I recoiled as I realized it was a human tooth, shiny and white against the dark mess. Panic surged through me. I stumbled back, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm as I scurried away from the grotesque discovery. I darted back to my house, locking the door behind me as if that would somehow shield me from the horror I'd encountered. The rest of the night was a blur of racing thoughts and paranoia, my mind spiraling into the abyss of unimaginable possibilities. The next day, I tried to act normal. I went to work, but every conversation felt hollow. Every word a reminder of the dreadful discovery. Every moment alone with my thoughts was a moment spent imagining the worst. What if Mr. Wilkins was a murderer? What if those clothes belonged to someone who had vanished without a trace? I needed to know more. I became a reluctant detective, watching their house from the safety of my own. I noted their comings and goings, their odd hours, and the way they would often gather in hushed tones before retreating inside. I even tried to engage them in casual conversation during the day. But they were always curt, their polite smiles not quite reaching their eyes. Frustrated and increasingly anxious, I enlisted the help of my friend Jess, a true crime enthusiast. I recounted the details of my observations and the horror I had discovered in the trash. She listened with wide eyes, her own interest piqued. "You have to tell someone," she exclaimed, but I hesitated. What if I was wrong? What if it was all just a misunderstanding? But as night fell, the weight of my inaction felt unbearable. I decided to confront my fears head-on. That night, armed with a flashlight and a pounding heart, I cried behind the Wilkins house. Shadows danced in the corners of my vision as the moon hung low in the sky, illuminating my path. My breath came in short gasps, and I felt the prickle of fear scuttling along my spine. I approached the spot where I'd found the bag, my heart hammering in my chest. As I bent down, my flashlight beams swept across the ground, illuminating the remnants of the previous night's disposal. My stomach churned as I dug through the refuse, convinced that I would uncover something that would either exonerate or condemn Mr. Wilkins. Then, as I rummaged through the debris, my hand brushed against something solid and cold. I pulled it out, my hands trembling. It was a small, battered notebook. Reef washed over me briefly, until I saw the bloodstains smeared across the cover. I flicked it open, the pages yellowed and crumpled. My heart sank as I read entries filled with erratic handwriting, disjointed thoughts about a project and references to making sacrifices. Each line dripped with an unsettling obsession, outlining despicable intentions. My hands shook violently as I turned the pages, each one revealing darker secrets and twisted plans. I fell back against the wall, my mind racing. I had to get out of there. I tucked the notebook into my pocket and stumbled back towards my house, my thoughts a chaotic storm. I could no longer deny the truth. The Wilkins were hiding something horrific, and I was in far too deep. As I reached my front porch, a sudden noise startled me. I turned to find Mr. Wilkins standing at the edge of his yard, the moonlight casting an eerie glow on his face. "What are you doing out so late?" he asked, his voice deceptively calm. I froze, the notebook heavy in my pocket. I just wanted some fresh air. I stammered, my heart racing. He took a step closer, his eyes narrowing. "You shouldn't be out here alone. It's not safe." I sensed the threat beneath his words, the palpable danger lurking in the air around us. I nodded, backing away slowly, desperate to escape the situation. "I'll head inside now," I said, forcing a smile that felt like a mask over my fear. As I retreated into the house, I locked the door behind me. My chest heaving. I could still feel his gaze on me, heavy and suffocating, as if he were peeling back the layers of my facade. I had to tell someone. I had to make this right. But as I reached for my phone to call the police, a sudden thought struck me. What if they were already aware? What if they had been watching me just as I had been watching them? The darkness of the night seemed to close in around me, and I knew I was no longer safe. The next day, the sun rose over Maplewood Lane, but the light brought no comfort. I watched the Wilkins house, waiting for a sign, a misstep. Instead, everything felt too quiet, too still. Then a car pulled into their driveway, a police cruiser. My heart leaped into my throat as the officer approached their door. Moments later, they emerged, looking confused and tense. Mr. Wilkins was speaking animatedly, his gestures wild, while the officer took notes, occasionally glancing back at me. I felt exposed, as if I were the one under scrutiny. The officer left, but I knew that something had changed. The air felt electric, charged with unspoken tension. Over the next few days, life continued on Maplewood Lane, but it was a different kind of normal. The Wilkins remained elusive, their behavior becoming more erratic. I could see them through my window, huddled in whispered conversations, darting glances in my direction. I felt like a mouse caught in a trap, and I had no way out. Then one evening, the unthinkable happened. The unthinkable happened. I was jolted awake by a loud crash outside my window. I sprang from bed, my heart racing, and peered through the blinds. The moon hung high, illuminating the chaos that unfolded before me. The Wilkins home was in disarray. Furniture was overturned, and the front door lay ajar. Without thinking, I grabbed my phone and dialed 911. As I whispered my address, I felt the air thicken with dread. Then, I saw movement in the shadows. Mr. Wilkins, bloodied and frantic, stumbling into the street. He glanced up at my window. Story 57. The evening had drawn itself over the city like a thick blanket of fog, wrapping the streets in shadows and whispers. The lamps haphazardly flickered to life, casting pools of warm light that barely penetrated the creeping darkness. It was an ordinary Wednesday, or so I thought, as I walked home from work. A well-trodden path through familiar alleyways and corners. The city felt alive, but somehow I felt strangely detached, like a ghost haunting my own life. As I passed by the quaint little shops on Pine Street, their windows glimmered like a myriad of tiny galaxies, beckoning me to peer inside. I usually found solace in the charming displays of trinkets and artworks, but tonight, I was consumed by a peculiar sense of urgency. My footsteps echoed against the cobblestones, emphasizing my isolation in the quiet evening air. That's when I caught sight of a reflection in the glass of a small boutique. At first, I thought it was nothing more than a trick of the fading light. My own silhouette blurred momentarily as I moved closer to the window. But just beyond my own reflection, I noticed a figure. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. The street behind me was empty, a chilling emptiness that seemed to stretch beyond the physical space, seeping into my very skin. I turned around quickly, expecting to see some passerby. Someone perhaps stepping into view just out of my line of sight. But the street was desolate, not even a hint of movement. I glanced back at the reflection, my heart racing. The figure was still there, standing just out of reach in the shimmering glass. Its features indistinct but undeniably present. I squinted, trying to discern it more clearly, but it remained a dark shadow against the brightness of the boutique's interior. A shiver skittered down my spine, and I took a step back, away from the glass. My instincts urged me to run, to flee this unsettling omen. But curiosity rooted me to the spot, weighing my feet down like lead. "What are you doing?" I whispered to myself, the sound of my own voice feeling foreign in the stillness. I shook my head, trying to shake off the unease that clung to me like a damp cloak. There was nothing there. It was just a figment of my imagination. I turned to leave, but the reflection held me captive, as if it were drawing me in, a siren song luring me closer. I took a deep breath and leaned in, pressing my palms against the cool glass. The figure mirrored my movements, its outline shifting fluidly as I moved. It was unsettling, almost mesmerizing. What was it? A cruel joke played by my weary mind? Suddenly, the shadow in the reflection stepped forward, its form becoming more defined. A tall figure, dressed in dark clothing, a wide-brimmed hat casting a veil over its face. I jerked backward, heart hammering in my chest. I could have sworn it had shifted closer to me, mimicking my startled reaction, yet I found nothing but vacant street behind me. Fighting the urge to scream, I turned on my heel and began to walk faster, my pulse racing as I quickened my pace. Each footfall felt heavier than the last, the cobblestones seeming to rise up against me, trying to hold me back. I glanced over my shoulder, expecting the figure to be there, a specter trailing me through the growing darkness. But I was alone. The street felt deserted. The distant hum of the city faded into a haunting silence. I tried to convince myself it was all in my head, the effects of a stressful week and a restless night's sleep. Yet, unease burrowed itself deeper into my chest. And I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. A gust of wind howled down the street, ruffling my hair and sending a chill through my bones. I pressed on, my instincts screaming at me to hurry home. I turned the corner and headed toward the old park, hoping the familiar surroundings would comfort me. The garden, once a vibrant hub of laughter and life, now lay shrouded in shadows, the moon barely peeking through the clouds above. As I navigated through the park, the trees creaked like ancient sentinels, their gnarled branches clawing at the night sky. I'd almost hear them whispering secrets I was never meant to know. The path twisted and turned, but I barely paid attention. My mind was occupied, replaying that reflection, that shadowy figure watching me with malicious intent. Then, from the corner of my eye, I noticed movement. I whipped my head around, my heart pounding wildly. There, in the distance, was a figure at the edge of the trees. It was the same dark silhouette, standing just beyond the reach of the lamplight, as if deliberately staying hidden in the shadows. Panic surged through me. I turned to run, but my feet felt like they were stuck in molasses. Every step was a battle against an invisible force. "Stop!" a voice rang out, echoing through the empty park. It was neither kind nor welcoming. It was authoritative, cold. Without thinking, I sprinted deeper into the park, dodging trees and benches, desperately searching for an escape. I could feel the figure trailing behind me, its presence like a dark cloud, heavy and foreboding. I glanced back, and there it was, closer now, the outline twisted and distorted, as if it were caught between two worlds. Rounding a corner, I stumbled into a clearing, panting heavily. The moonlight illuminated the area, revealing a weathered stone fountain at its center. Its water had long since run dry, but the cracked basin seemed to reflect a light of its own, an eerie glow that flickered at the edges of my vision. I could hear it now, a low hum resonating from the fountain, calling me in a language I didn't understand. I turned again, but the figure had vanished, swallowed by the shadows. My heart raced, caught in a whirlwind of fear and confusion. I was alone, yet the air was thick with anticipation, as if the world held its breath, waiting for something to unfold. Suddenly, the fountain erupted with a blinding light, and the shadows around me twisted and warped, the darkness shaping into the form of that figure. Its face, once hidden beneath the brim of the hat, was suddenly visible, a visage that mirrored my own, twisted into a grotesque parody. "You invited me," it whispered, the voice echoing eerily in my mind. "You wanted to see the truth." My heart stopped. The truth? What truth? I stumbled back, shaking my head furiously, denying the impossible reality before me. The reflection had been me, but not the way I knew. It was a darker version, a fragment of all the things I feared, the doubts that I buried deep within. "No," I gasped, feeling my back hit the cold stone of the fountain. "You're not real." "Oh, but I am," it sneered, stepping closer, the light from the fountain illuminating its features, unveiling a twisted, monstrous version of myself. And now, I am free. In that moment, I understood. The reflection I had seen in the boutique was not just a shadow. It was a part of me I had long ignored, a darkness that had festered and grown, yearning for acknowledgement. The ground seemed to shift beneath me, the fountain bubbling ominously. "You can't escape me," the reflection hissed, its voice intertwining with the hum of the fountain. "Leave me alone," I screamed, my voice breaking as I turned to run. But the darkness surged, wrapping around me like a vice. I could feel it pulling me into the depths of despair, a cold embrace that promised to consume me whole. As I struggled against the pull, I realized this figure was not my enemy. It was a part of my existence, a manifestation of my fears, my regrets, my anger. To fight it was futile. I had to confront it, to acknowledge its presence within me. "Stop," I shouted, forcing myself to face it. "I see you. I know you're there, but you don't control me." The figure faltered, its twisted grin wavering as I stood my ground. The light from the fountain pulsed, a heartbeat echoing in the silence. Then I felt the shadows recede, the darkness retreating from my grasp. With one final roar, the figure dissipated, swallowed by the light. I collapsed to the ground, panting, realizing the weight that had lifted from my chest. I was still trembling, but the night felt different now, less suffocating, more alive. As I sat on the cold fountain, the air shifted around me, and I finally allowed myself to breathe. I was no longer just a reflection. I was me, flawed, imperfect, yet wholly alive. And with that realization, the darkness that once loomed over me began to fade into the background, leaving behind only the soft glow of the moonlight and the promise of a new dawn. Story 58. It was on a crisp autumn evening when Jenna returned home from her long day at the office, the sun having dipped beneath the horizon, leaving the world suffused with deep indigo hues. She pulled into her driveway, the crunch of gravel beneath her tires echoing against the stillness of the suburban street. The leaves rustled in the brisk wind, a haunting sound that reverberated in her ears as she stepped out of her car, the chill biting at her skin. As Jenna reached for her keys, she took a moment to appreciate the warmth of her cozy little home. Just a one-story, two-bedroom affair with white clapboard siding and a bright red door. It was her sanctuary, a place where she had built a life filled with laughter, memories, and, above all, safety. Yet, that evening, an unsettling feeling slithered through her veins, a sense that something was off. She noticed the door was slightly ajar. Her heart sank as she approached, the familiar sense of security slipping through her fingers. Jenna stood still for a moment, her breath hitching in her throat. She had never shared the secret of her hidden spare key, tucked away beneath the welcome mat as a precaution against forgotten moments and misplaced keys. But now, the carelessness of that choice clawed at her mind. "Maybe I just forgot to close it," she whispered to herself, forcing a smile. Yet, she could feel the tingling of unease creeping up her spine, a whisper in the back of her mind urging her to turn back. But curiosity and a hint of stubbornness propelled her forward. Pushing the door open cautiously, she called out, "Hello? Is anyone there?" Her voice echoed in the stillness of the foyer, a sound swallowed by the shadows that loomed. With her heart racing, she stepped inside, the creaking floorboards beneath her feet breaking the eerie silence. The interior was as she had left it, her shoes neatly lined up by the door, the soft glow of the table lamp illuminating the living room. The faint smell of cinnamon from the candles she'd lit the night before wafted through the air, a comforting scent that momentarily calmed her nerves. But the warmth of familiarity was quickly overshadowed by a sense of dread. The hairs on the back of her neck prickled, and the pit of her stomach churned. Just the wind, she reassured herself, although the chill in the air felt too unnatural for the season. She walked further inside, her senses heightened, scanning the room for any sign of disturbance. Everything appeared untouched, but a nagging thought gnawed at her. Where was the spare key? Suddenly, a thump echoed from the bedroom down the hall, causing her to jump. Jenna's heart raced as adrenaline surged through her. She crept toward the sound, her breath shallow and rapid. With each step, her mind conjured horrifying scenarios. What if someone had broken in? What if they were still here, lurking in the shadows, waiting for her? As she reached the doorway to her bedroom, she paused, her heart pounding in her ears. Mustering all her courage, she pushed the door open just enough to peer inside. The darkness loomed thick, swallowing the faint light from the hallway. "Hello?" she called again, her voice trembling faintly. Silence. With a shaky hand, Jenna flicked on the light switch, and the room lit up, casting long shadows across the walls. Her bed was undisturbed. The curtains swayed gently in the breeze from the slightly open window. But her heart sank as she noticed the closet door ajar, a shadow dancing within. "Is someone there?" she called, her voice barely above a whisper. There was no reply. The air felt thick with tension, and every instinct screamed at her to run. To flee this place that suddenly felt foreign and dangerous. But curiosity kept her rooted in place. Gathering her wits, Jenna approached the closet, her steps cautious. She reached for the handle and with a swift motion, flung the door open. Empty. Just her clothes, hanging innocently, swaying slightly as if disturbed by an unseen presence. She released a breath she hadn't realized she was holding, her heartbeat still drumming in her chest. But then, she noticed something out of place. A jacket hanging at the back, one she didn't recognize. It was a dark, heavy fabric, with a hood that framed a face she could not see. Jenna's stomach twisted, a chill running down her spine. This was not her jacket. It felt foreign, ominous. Just as she turned to leave the room, she heard a soft creak behind her, the unmistakable sound of footsteps. Her breath hitched, and she spun around, her eyes darting around the room. "Who's there?" she shouted, her voice cracking with fear. The only answer was the thud of her own heartbeat echoing in her ears. Suddenly, the lights flickered, casting eerie shadows across the walls. In a panic, Jenna bolted for the door, tearing down the hallway toward the front door. But it was too late. The door slammed shut, a powerful force behind it, trapping her within. "Let me out," she screamed, pounding her fists against the wood. She stumbled back, her mind racing for escape routes. But the windows were locked tight, the darkness outside now, a swirling abyss of uncertainty. Jenna turned around, her breath quickening as she felt a presence looming behind her. From the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of movement. The jacket hanging in the closet, shifting slightly as if someone were inside it, watching her. The realization struck her like a bolt of lightning. She wasn't alone. "Who are you?" she gasped, her voice trembling. "What do you want?" But the figure remained shrouded in shadow, unmoving, silent. The tension in the room thickened, the air heavy with dread. Jenna's mind raced for a plan, but only desperation filled the void. Then, a whisper echoed through the room, soft and chilling. "You forgot me." The voice sent a shiver down her spine, and in that moment, Jenna remembered a fleeting memory of a night spent with friends, laughing and drinking, when she had carelessly mentioned her spare key. Had someone overheard? Had someone been watching her all along? "Please, just let me go," Jenna begged, her heart pounding painfully in her chest. "I don't want any trouble." But the figure stepped forward, the hood slipping back to reveal a face she didn't recognize. But one that felt disturbingly familiar. All the faces of those who had crossed her path. Those she had forgotten in her life's rush. The stranger's eyes glinted with a darkness that sent a wave of terror crashing over her. "No, you remember," the voice said again, eerily calm. "You invited me in." In terror, Jenna turned to flee, but the door remained firmly shut. Her only hope was to confront the encroaching shadows. "You don't have to do this," she cried, tears stinging her eyes. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to forget." The figure advanced, and with a flick of its wrist, the lights dimmed further, enveloping her in darkness. Jenna felt the weight of the past pressing down on her, the memories of those she had neglected rising up like phantoms, the key beneath the mat representing not just a means to enter, but a door to all her forgotten connections. What? In that moment, Surrounded by darkness and despair, she realized that the true horror was not just the figure before her, but the haunting truth of her own isolation. The key she had hidden so carelessly was more than just a spare. In the suffocating darkness, Jenna understood that the only way to escape was not to run, but to confront the shadows of her past. And as the figure drew closer, she whispered her apologies, hoping that maybe, just maybe, she could find redemption in the face of the forgotten. But whether she would ever step outside her door again into the light, only time would tell. Story 59. It was supposed to be a quick getaway, a chance to escape the clamor of the city and the weight of my responsibilities. I had booked a single room at the Oak Ridge Hotel, a quaint establishment nestled in the heart of the mountains. The towering pines whispered secrets, and the air was crisp and clean, a far cry from the smog and noise of my daily life. I had envisioned days filled with hiking, reading, and quiet reflection, but as I lay in the king-size bed, the soft sheets cradling me like a gentle embrace, I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling settling in my chest. The first night passed uneventfully. I listened to the gentle hum of the heater and the distant murmur of other guests, their laughter and footsteps echoing down the hall like a distant lullaby. But as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that danced on the walls of my room, the tranquility turned into something else entirely. I woke to the sound of a keycard being swiped against the door, the lingering beep echoing in the silence of the room. My heart raced as I blinked against the darkness, trying to comprehend the situation. I hadn't ordered any room service, nor had I invited anyone into my space. The thought of someone trying to unlock my door sent a chill creeping down my spine. I strained my ears, listening intently. The sound came again, persistent this time. A series of rapid beeps followed by the soft clicking of the lock. I could feel my breath quickening, the air thickening with unease. "Hello?" I called out cautiously, my voice shaky. "Is someone there?" Silence swallowed my words whole, wrapping the room in an unsettling quiet that felt almost alive. I sat up, the sheets sliding off my body, leaving me exposed and vulnerable. The dim light from the bedside lamp cast eerie shadows that danced across the walls, amplifying my fear. I reached for my phone on the nightstand, but the battery was dead, of course. I had forgotten to charge it before my retreat. The rattling at the door returned, more frantic now, as if the person on the other side was growing desperate. My mind raced, conjuring images of masked intruders or crazed fans pursuing a delusional obsession. I glanced at the clock, 3:07 a.m. The little voice in my head urged me to get up, to check the peephole, to see who or what was on the other side of that door. But the fear rooted me to the bed. What if it was someone dangerous? What if they saw me through the peephole and decided to break in? I gripped the blanket tightly, my knuckles turning white as I listened. The beeping stopped, replaced by a low, disembodied whisper that seemed to seep through the cracks of the door. It was unintelligible, a murmur that felt as if it were clawing at my sanity. "Please, let me in." The voice was soft, almost pleading, but there was something unnatural about it. The way it slithered into my ears, sending a shiver down my spine. I couldn't take it anymore. I pulled my legs beneath me and inched toward the door, feeling the weight of each step as if I were walking through molasses. I reached for the peephole, peering through the small lens, half expecting to see nothing but the hallway illuminated in dull yellow light. But my heart lurched as I caught sight of a figure standing just outside my door. A woman? Her long dark hair obscured her face, and she wore a faded blue nightgown that seemed to hang off her frail frame. She stood motionless, her head tilted slightly as if she were listening intently to the silence that enveloped her. I opened my mouth to call out again, but the words caught in my throat. Suddenly she turned her head, as if sensing my gaze, and our eyes met through the peephole. My breath caught in my throat as I stared into her hollow eyes, deep pools of darkness that seemed to absorb the light around them. A languid smile curled on her lips, a smile devoid of warmth, one that sent chills racing down my spine. "Let me in," she whispered again, her voice a haunting echo. "Please." I stumbled back, heart pounding in my chest, the very air around me feeling heavy and oppressive. My instincts screamed to flee, to escape this nightmare that had invaded my sanctuary. Instead, I pressed my back against the door, hoping to lock away the terror that lurked just beyond the wood. Seconds felt like hours as I dared to look again. The hallway was empty now, the woman gone as if she had melted into the shadows. I hesitated, unsure of what to believe. Had she been real? Had it all been a figment of my imagination? I grasped the cold brass handle of the door, half tempted to swing it open and confront whatever darkness had come to claim me. But then I heard it again. Sound of the keycard swiping. Soft beep through the wall. My breath hitched, and I pressed my ear against the door. I could hear footsteps approaching, a slow, deliberate pace that felt like a countdown to my own demise. Panic clawed at my insides, urging me to act. I sprinted to the window, pulling the curtains aside. The ground far below was a sheer drop, a dark abyss that offered no refuge. I turned back to the door just as the lock clicked, the handle twisting slowly as if someone were savoring the moment. I was trapped. With no other options, I dove beneath the bed, heart racing, praying that whatever was about to enter wouldn't notice me. I could feel the vibrations of footsteps as they crossed the threshold, the door creaking open to reveal an empty room. I held my breath, listening intently as the sound of shuffling filled the space. The intruder was inside. I could hear them moving, their weight shifting as they explored my sanctuary. I peered out from my hiding place, heart hammering in my chest, desperate to catch a glimpse of this phantom invader. The woman from before stepped into my line of sight, her gaze scanning the room, her smile wide and unsettling. She was different now. Her hair was matted, her clothes stained, and her eyes glimmered with a wild, unhinged light. "Where are you?" she called out, her voice dripping with a twisted glee. "I just want to play." I stifled a scream, realizing that I was no longer a mere guest in this hotel. I was prey, ensnared in a web of madness. The woman continued to search, her hands trailing across the furniture, leaving behind a ghostly chill. "Oh, I know you're here," she sang, her voice echoing with a sickly sweetness. "You can't hide from me. We're meant to be together. Forever." The room began to feel suffocating, the walls closing in as I weighed my options. I could feel the weight of despair crashing down upon me. If I didn't move soon, I'd be trapped in this nightmare. I had to get out. With a surge of adrenaline, I crawled out from beneath the bed and bolted toward the door. But as I reached for the handle, it swung open, revealing the woman standing there, blocking my only escape. "Did you think you could leave?" she cooed, her voice a sickening combination of warmth and malice. "You're mine now. You can't run from me." Terror surged through me as I stumbled back, my mind racing for a way out, but there was no escape from her grasp. The room swirled around us, the hotel's walls closing in as I realized I had stepped into a nightmare I couldn't wake from. In the depths of my panic, I felt something cold and sharp against my back, the edge of the window. With a deep breath, I swung my body around, shoving past her. I could hear her laughter, a chilling sound that echoed in my ears as I leaped through the open window, the world falling away beneath me. As I plummeted into the abyss, I thought about the Oak Ridge Hotel, the serene escape I had envisioned. But there was no serenity in the darkness. Only the haunting laughter of the woman who would chase me into eternity. And as the ground rushed to meet me, I closed my eyes, ready to embrace the night that awaited me. Story 60. The friend request. The evening air was thick with humidity as Emily sat cross-legged on her bedroom floor, laptop perched precariously on her knees. The soft glow of the screen illuminated her face, casting shadows that danced on the walls around her. It was a typical Thursday night. She had just finished a long day of classes and was finally indulging in her favorite pastime, scrolling through social media. As the minutes ticked by, she absent-mindedly clicked through her notifications, likes, comments, and a handful of messages from friends. But then, one request caught her eye. A friend request from someone named Anna Black. She frowned. The name didn't ring a bell. Curiosity piqued. She clicked on the profile. At first glance, it seemed like any other account. An attractive young woman with long dark hair and piercing blue eyes. But as Emily scrolled through the photos, her heart began to race. The profile was filled with pictures of her. Photos of Emily laughing on the street with friends, snapshots of her at the local coffee shop, even a candid shot of her sitting at the park with her dog Max. What the hell? Emily murmured under her breath, her brow furrowing in confusion. Each image looked intimate, almost as if Anna had been following her, documenting her life from the shadows. Her heart began to race, and an icy chill crept down her spine. "Where did you get these?" she whispered to herself, glancing nervously over her shoulder as if the walls themselves were listening. She clicked on a few more photos, the eerie feeling settling deeper into her bones. There she was, unwittingly captured in fleeting moments, smiling, lost in thought, her hair catching the sunlight. It was unsettling, the kind of feeling that made her skin crawl. Emily hesitated, her finger hovering over the accept button. Died. What was this? A prank? A random stalker? She glanced at the timestamp on the most recent photo, taken just 2 days ago. It felt like a knife scraping down her spine. She could feel paranoia tightening its grip around her. Taking a deep breath, she decided to investigate further. The section on Anna's profile was empty, which was unusual. In the age of social media, everyone left breadcrumbs of their identity, and the absence of any information made the profile all the more unsettling. Emily clicked on the Friends tab, and her heart sank further. There were only a handful of mutual friends, none of whom she recognized. Just ignore it, she told herself, but an insatiable curiosity gnawed at her. She clicked the message button instead, her fingers hovering above the keyboard, unsure of what to say. I received your friend request. Do we know each other? After hitting send, she leaned back against the wall, crossing her arms tightly across her chest. The weight of the night pressed down on her, and she felt small, almost vulnerable. Minutes passed, and just as she was about to close the laptop in frustration, the notification banner flashed again. A message from Anna. Hey, Emily, I have been wanting to connect with you. We have so much in common. I love your photos. The message felt like a punch to the gut. Emily reread it, her heart pounding against her ribcage. How do you know my name? And who are you? She typed back, her fingers shaking. The response came almost immediately, the urgency in Anna's words palpable. We can't talk here. Meet me at the coffee shop down the street. I'll explain everything. Emily's mind raced. It felt like a scene from a horror movie, but there was something inexplicably magnetic about the message that drew her in. After a moment's hesitation, she replied, Okay. I'll be there soon." She quickly changed into a comfortable outfit and grabbed her phone, the small device feeling impossibly heavy in her pocket. As she stepped outside, the humid night air enveloped her like a shroud, the streetlights casting eerie shadows that made her heart race even faster. The coffee shop was only a few blocks away. It was a familiar path she had walked countless times, but tonight it felt different. Haunted. The street was quiet, the occasional rustle of leaves breaking the oppressive silence. When she arrived, the bell tinkled above her as she pushed the door open. The warm aroma of coffee wafted through the air, but it did little to soothe her nerves. The shop was nearly empty, save for a few scattered patrons. Then there was Anna, seated at a corner table, her back to Emily. "Hey!" Emily called out, her voice shaky as she approached the table. Anna turned, her blue eyes locking onto Emily's, sending a shiver coursing through her. "I'm so glad you came," she said, the corners of her mouth curling into a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Why did you want to meet?" Emily asked, trying to sound casual, though her heart raced. "And how do you have all those photos of me?" Anna leaned closer, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "I've been watching you for a while, Emily. You have a beautiful life, filled with laughter and friends. But there's something else, something you don't see." "What do you mean?" Emily asked, alarm bells ringing in her head. "I can help you," Anna said, her tone suddenly serious. "No, don't. You're in danger." Before Emily could respond, Anna reached into her bag and pulled out her phone, tapping vigorously on the screen. "You need to see this." She slid the phone across the table, revealing a video, a grainy, shaky clip of Emily. It was taken from far away, but unmistakably, it was her, walking home just a week ago. The video zoomed in, and Emily felt her blood run cold as she saw a shadowy figure trailing behind her. Just out of frame, lurking like a predator. "Who is that?" Emily gasped, her heart pounding. "Why are they following me?" "I don't know, but I've seen them too," Anna admitted, her voice grave. "You're not safe. And what's worse, they know where you live." Emily felt the world spin around her. Panic surged through her as she thought of her cozy apartment, the sanctuary she had built for herself. "What do I do?" Anna's expression softened, almost sympathetic. "You have to trust me. We can go to the police, but you need to take this seriously. I can help you. Just come with me." In that moment, fear wrestled with an unsettling curiosity. Why did Anna care so much? Who was she really? As if sensing Emily's hesitation, Anna leaned in closer, her voice sharp and urgent. "You don't have time to think, Emily. We need to leave now." Emily's instinct screamed at her to run, but instead, she found herself nodding, propelled by fear and adrenaline. They both got up from the table, but as they turned to leave, the figure caught Emily's eye, standing just outside the coffee shop window. A tall man in a dark jacket, staring directly at her with an unsettling intensity. "Emily!" Anna hissed, pulling her toward the door. "We need to go." The man's expression twisted into a grin that sent a chill racing down Emily's spine. She didn't know what was happening, but the sense of urgency in Anna's voice compelled her to follow. They dashed through the door, and as they stepped out into the humid night, the man disappeared into the shadows, leaving only a lingering dread behind. Anna led her down a narrow street, and the panic surged anew. "Where are we going?" Emily demanded, trying to keep pace. "Somewhere safe," Anna replied, glancing back nervously. "But we have to hurry." They turned corners and ducked into alleys, Emily's heart pounding as she fought to keep up. But then, as they rounded a corner. Anna suddenly stopped, face pale as she turned back to look down the street they had just come from. "Emily? I think they're following us." The realization hit like a cold wave. Emily spun around, her breath hitching in her throat. Just a short distance behind them, the man stood again, his figure illuminated by the flickering streetlight. He was no longer smiling, but was instead watching them with a predatory intensity, the glint in his eyes betraying a sinister intent. "Run!" Anna screamed, and they both took off down the street, sprinting as fast as they could. Emily's lungs burned, but she pushed herself harder, adrenaline coursing through her veins. They darted into another alley, but the sound of footsteps echoed behind them, relentless and unforgiving. "Emily, keep going," Anna shouted. "We're almost there." Emily's mind raced as she fought off the panic. A part of her wanted to ask questions, to scream for help, but the only thing she felt was the urgency to escape. They reached a dead end. An old, abandoned warehouse loomed before them, dark and foreboding. "Inside," Anna urged, yanking the door open. They stumbled inside, the musty smell of decay and dust filling their lungs. The door creaked ominously as Anna shut it behind them, locking it with shaky hands. Breathless, they leaned against the door, hearts pounding. Story 61. The delivery gone wrong. It was just past midnight, and the world outside my window was painted in strokes of darkness. The streetlights cast eerie halos on the pavement, the shadows creeping in like thieves, stealing away any semblance of comfort. I had settled into my usual routine of late-night binge-watching, a steaming bowl of ramen cradled in my lap, but something tugged at the edges of my consciousness. A vague sense of unease that I couldn't quite place. The weather had turned ominous, the wind howling like a wounded animal, rattling the windows of my small apartment. It was one of those nights where the familiar creaks of an old building felt charged with something sinister. To quell my creeping anxiety, I decided to order food. A greasy pizza sounded like the perfect distraction, a warm embrace against the chill of night. As I scrolled through the app on my phone, I noticed the clock ticking toward 1 in the morning. I placed my order with a few taps, my heart racing with anticipation. I always felt a little thrill when the doorbell rang at odd hours. It was as if the world outside was daring me to embrace the unknown. The minutes dragged, and my eyes flicked nervously to the window. The street was deserted, the only company the occasional rustle of branches against the glass. When the doorbell finally chimed, it startled me. I cast a wary glance at the clock. 1:14 a.m. A little late, but not unexpected. I approached the door, my heart pounding as I glanced through the peephole. A figure stood on my porch, hunched slightly, obscured by the darkness that cloaked the night. I opened the door, the cool air rushing in like a phantom. "Delivery?" the driver said, his voice low and gravelly. He was a tall man, bundled in a faded jacket, with a baseball cap pulled low over his brow, casting his face in shadow. "Yeah, that's me," I replied, my voice feeling small and fragile in the silence. His eyes flicked from my face to the interior of my apartment, a shiver crawling down my spine. "You live alone?" The question caught me off guard. "Oh yeah." He nodded slowly, the movement deliberate, as if he were processing some unsettling information. "You shouldn't be here alone." A wave of confusion washed over me. "Excuse me?" The man shifted, his posture becoming more rigid. "It's not safe. You should lock your door." The tone of his voice sent a chill through me. "Is everything okay?" I asked, my instincts kicked into overdrive. He didn't answer. Instead, he took a step closer, and I instinctively moved back, the door half open between us. "Just lock the door," he insisted, his voice lowering even further, almost a whisper now. I hesitated, my mind racing. The pizza lay forgotten on the ground, the heat of the moment evaporating into a cold sweat. Why? What do you mean it's not safe? There's someone out here, he stated, his expression hardening, a glint of something deep in his eyes. I saw them in the alley. You need to lock your door now. The gravity of his words settled heavily in the air, the weight pressing down on my chest. I glanced over my shoulder into the dimly lit apartment, then back at him. Please, just take the pizza and go, I urged, fear bubbling beneath my calm facade. No, he said firmly, his voice steady. I can't leave until you're safe. Lock the door. I felt a mixture of fear and anger rise within me. Who was this man to dictate my actions? I opened my mouth to protest, but the look on his face silenced me. It was a mix of urgency and genuine concern, something that seemed out of place. A flicker of humanity in the midst of a nightmare. Against my will, I backed away from the door, my heart racing as I stepped inside and reached for the deadbolt. I locked it and turned back, but the man hadn't moved. He stood there, watching me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. Thank you, he said, his voice low. You won't regret it. And with that, he turned and sprinted down my porch, the sound of his footsteps fading into the night. I closed the door, leaning against it as a wave of exhaustion washed over me. I tried to dismiss the encounter as a strange fluke, a mere coincidence born from a late-night delivery. But the unease lingered, curling around me, like the shadows in the corners of my room. I peered through the peephole again, but the porch was empty. The street was a desolate expanse of darkness. I grabbed my phone, fingers trembling, and texted my best friend Sarah. You won't believe what just happened. A delivery driver just freaked me out. He said I shouldn't be alone. I paced the living room, trying to shake the feeling that I was being watched. The wind howled outside, and I pulled the curtains tight, shutting out the night. My phone buzzed, and I rushed to check Sarah's reply. Stay safe. Are you okay? Do you want me to come over? I considered it for a moment, but shook my head. I didn't want to admit how rattled I was. I texted back, I'm fine. Just a weird guy. I'll be okay. But as the minutes crawled by, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The silence in the apartment felt oppressive, heavy, like a storm brewing just outside my door. I glanced at the clock. 1:45 a.m. Just as I thought I might settle down, the doorbell rang again, slicing through the stillness like a knife. My neck dropped. I to the peephole, my heart racing. It was him again, the driver. He stood there, shifting his weight from one foot to the other, looking anxious. I pulled back, my breath hitching in my throat. Suddenly, I heard a rustling outside, followed by a low, guttural sound. I froze, the fear pooling in my stomach, spilling over into a sense of dread. I couldn't stay here. I swiftly grabbed my phone and backed away from the door, feeling the vibrations of my heartbeat echoing in my ears. The driver was pounding on the door now, his voice urgent. Let me in. You need to let me in. Go away. I shouted, panic rising within me. Please, you don't understand. They're coming. There. Before he could finish, the sound of shuffling feet echoed from the alley, a chorus of whispers wrapping around the house, tantalizing and sinister. The driver's face contorted with fear as he stumbled back from the door, eyes wide with terror. I reached for my phone to call the police, but then the lights flickered overhead, plunging the room into darkness. I fumbled for the flashlight app, the beam cutting through the darkness, revealing an empty room. Suddenly, a loud crash came from the back of the apartment. My heart skipped, and I swung around, breath hitching, and then I heard it, a low growl, deep and guttural, reverberating through the walls. My legs turned to jelly, and the world around me faded into a haze. As I took a step back, the phone slipping from my grasp and crashing to the floor. In that moment, I understood the driver's warning. I wasn't alone, not anymore. With a burst of adrenaline, I rushed to the door, throwing the deadbolt open. "Get in," I yelled, panic threading through my voice. But as I swung the door wide, the porch was empty. Night stretched on, still and silent save for the distant echoes of whatever horror lurked just beyond my walls. I turned, looking for a weapon, anything that might offer a shred of hope. But my mind raced as I fought to comprehend the dread that clawed at my sanity. The growling grew louder, more insistent, closing in on me. In that moment, I realized this was no longer just a delivery gone wrong. It was a nightmare, and it was just beginning. Story 62. As I hiked, the landscape transformed around me. The trail narrowed, flanked by towering pines that loomed like silent sentinels guarding the mysteries of the forest. I followed the path as it twisted and turned, the crunch of twigs underfoot echoing in the stillness. It was refreshing, yet something gnawed at the back of my mind, a growing unease that I couldn't quite shake off. After nearly an hour of wandering, I took a break to catch my breath. I leaned against a sturdy tree, its bark rough against my back, and sipped from my water bottle. Glancing around, I noticed that the light was starting to fade, casting long shadows that danced across the undergrowth. Just as I was about to turn back, something caught my eye. A flash of color peeking through the dense foliage ahead. Curiosity piqued. I made my way toward it, pushing aside ferns and ducking under low-hanging branches. The underbrush was thick, but the promise of discovery spurred me on. As I drew closer, I realized it was a tarp, stretched tightly over a mound of earth. Dark splotches stained the fabric, clinging to it like secrets begging to be set free. I hesitated, a knot forming in my stomach. Should I disturb what lay beneath? But the urge to know, the primal human urge to uncover the truth, overpowered my better judgment. I knelt down and carefully lifted the edge of the tarp, my heart hammering in my chest. What I saw made my blood run cold. Bags, clear plastic bags stuffed and tied tightly at the neck. The contents inside were indistinguishable, but the dark stains that soaked through the plastic left little to the imagination. I recoiled, the air around me suddenly heavy with an oppressive dread. Were these human remains? The thought churned in my stomach, a violent nausea that made my knees weak. I stumbled back, instinct urging me to flee, but I was rooted in place by a morbid fascination. How had they ended up here? Who had put them here? And why? My mind raced, spinning tales of horror that could have only unfolded in the darkest corners of humanity. Forcing myself to breathe, I surveyed the area. The forest was eerily silent now, as if holding its breath along with me. I scanned the trees around the tarp, half expecting someone to leap out from behind the trunks. But there was only the rustle of leaves and the occasional distant call of a bird. Gathering my courage, I leaned forward once more, struggling to make sense of the gruesome sight before me. As I examined the bags more closely, I noticed something glimmering in the fading light. A silver chain caught in the folds of one of the bags. It hung limply, the charm dangling precariously, as if it had once belonged to someone who had loved it, who had worn it proudly. Anguish pierced my heart. These were not just bags. They represented lives violently extinguished, stories that had been cruelly cut short. Suddenly, a low rustling sound broke the silence, pulling my attention away from the mound. My breath caught in my throat as I turned, heart racing. The forest seemed to shift around me, shadows lengthening and twisting, as if alive. I glanced back to the tarp, contemplating whether to call the authorities, but deep down, a primal fear told me that I was not alone. Then I saw him, a figure through the trees, just beyond the edge of the clearing. His face was obscured by the shadows, but the outline was unmistakably human. He stood still, watching me. My heart thundered as I tried to gauge whether he posed a threat. I backed away slowly, my eyes never leaving him, but he didn't move. His gaze fixed, almost predatory. Panic surged within me, and my instincts screamed to run. I turned and bolted down the trail, branches clawing at my arms and legs as I pushed through the underbrush. I could feel him behind me, the weight of his stare pressing into my back, urging me to hurry. The forest, which had once felt like a sanctuary, now morphed into a labyrinth of terror. I stumbled over roots and rocks, each misstep sending jolts of pain through my body. I could hear the faintest rustle behind me. Was he chasing me? I couldn't risk looking back to find out. I ran faster, my lungs burning, desperate for the safety of the open trail. The sun dipped lower, casting an eerie twilight over the forest, the shadows deepening, making it harder to see. Just when I thought I could no longer push myself, I burst into a small clearing. The trees opened up slightly, and I dared a glance over my shoulder. The figure was gone. My heart raced with adrenaline as I tried to catch my breath, but the relief was short-lived. The clearing felt wrong, the air thickening with an oppressive energy that made me shiver. The ground beneath me began to tremble, a low growl reverberating through the earth. I looked down, a primal dread unfurling within me as the soil shifted and churned. It wasn't just the dirt that moved. It was as if something was clawing its way to the surface, something buried deep within the ground. A slow realization dawned upon me. The very bags I had seen were not just remains. They were a warning. Before I could react, the ground erupted like a volcano, sending dirt and debris into the air. From the gaping hole emerged a clawed hand, followed by more limbs, skeletal and grotesque. I stumbled back, terror flooding my veins as the creature rose from the earth, its hollow eyes locking onto mine. With a surge of instinct, I turned and sprinted through the clearing, the nightmare chasing me. I could feel its breath, cold and fetid, on my neck, pushing myself harder than I ever thought possible. I darted back toward the path, the world around me a blur of color and sound. Finally, I burst onto the main trail, the familiar surroundings grounding me momentarily. But as I raced down the path, the shadows shifted, and the trees seemed to close in behind me, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. I could still hear the echoes of the forest, whispers warning me of the horror that lurked just out of sight. I emerged from Eldermore Forest as dusk fell, breathless and trembling. The world outside felt alien, bright yet devoid of safety. I knew that I could never return, that the forest would always hold its secrets close, and that I had stumbled upon something far beyond my understanding. But as I turned to leave, a shiver coursed through me. The rustling in the trees resumed, and I swore I could hear a faint voice, a haunting whisper carried by the breeze. "You shouldn't have rolled." And with that, I knew I had only scratched the surface of the darkness lurking beneath the forest floor. Story 63. I hadn't seen my roommate for days, but their phone, wallet, and laptop were still on the kitchen counter, as if they had just stepped out for a moment. The faint hum of the fridge was the only sound that filled the empty apartment, a dull reminder that life was supposed to go on. It had been 3 days since I'd last heard Emma's voice, and the silence had begun to gnaw at my mind. At first, I thought nothing of it. Emma was known for her spontaneous adventures, hiking trips, last-minute getaways to the beach, and nights spent curled up with a novel while I slaved away over my study. So, when I noticed her absence, I brushed it off as just another one of her whims. But as the hours turned into days, I couldn't shake the growing sense of dread that settled in my stomach like a stone. I tried texting her, but the messages went unanswered. I called her phone, a shrill ring echoing through the empty apartment. No response. I started to worry, pacing back and forth in the small living room, my mind racing with possibilities. What if she had gotten into an accident? Or maybe she had run off with someone. The thought made me feel sick. After the first 24 hours, I decided it was time to take action. I grabbed my jacket and left the apartment, the brisk autumn air hitting me like a wave as I stepped outside. I headed toward the campus, hoping to find someone who might know where she was. Perhaps a friend or a classmate had heard from her. As I walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The leaves rustled around me, but the sound felt too deliberate, too menacing. The campus was a ghost town, the usual hustle and bustle of students replaced by an eerie stillness. I wandered into the library, scanning the faces around me, but none of them belonged to Emma. Each passing moment tightened the coil of anxiety within me. I approached a few of her friends, but they hadn't seen her either. A sense of panic began to creep in. The gnawing sensation in my gut transformed into a full-blown scream for help. I decided to head back home, hoping that I would find something. A clue, a note, anything that could ease my mind. As I entered the apartment, the silence hit me like a physical force. I called out for Emma, my voice echoing off the walls like a ghost searching for its long-lost companion. Emma, are you here? My heart raced as I listened intently, but only silence answered me. I moved to the kitchen, where her belongings lay untouched. Her phone was lit up, notifications flashing across the screen, messages from friends, missed calls, and reminders for assignments. It was surreal to see it all there, waiting for a response that would never come. I tipped up her phone and scrolled through the messages, my heart racing as I read each one. There was nothing out of the ordinary. Just casual chats, plans for the weekend, and the usual memes she loved to send. Feeling a surge of determination, I decided to explore her room. It was a modest space, filled with books and posters of her favorite bands. But as I rifled through her belongings, searching for anything that might explain her disappearance, I noticed a peculiar journal tucked away under her bed. The leather cover was worn. The pages were filled with Emma's scrawl, detailing her thoughts, dreams, and fears. As I flipped through the pages, one entry caught my eye. It was dated a week before her disappearance. Keen can feel it watching me. The house feels different lately, like it's alive. I hear whispers when I'm alone, and sometimes I find things moved around as if someone has been in my space. I'm starting to wonder if I'm just imagining things. My skin prickled at the words, a chill dancing down my spine. I turned to the next entry. Kaisi saw it last night. A shadow in the corner of my room, watching me. I thought it was just my imagination, but it felt so real. I need to tell someone. I don't want to seem crazy. I flipped through several more pages, each one filled with similar ramblings about shadows, whispers, and a growing paranoia. The deeper I went, the more unsettled I became. Emma had always been the strong one, the one who kept me grounded. The thought that she was unraveling in secret terrified me. The next entry was dated the day before she vanished. I can't shake the feeling that something is coming for me. I need to get out of this place. I don't know how to explain it, but I feel trapped. If anything happens to me, just know that I tried to fight it. I slammed the journal shut, my heart racing. What had happened to her? As I sat there, the shadows in the room seemed to stretch and twist. Dark fingers creeping along the walls. I shook my head, trying to clear the fog of fear that clouded my mind. I couldn't let this consume me. I had to find Emma. With a renewed sense of purpose, I grabbed my phone and decided to check her social media accounts, hoping to find a clue. As I opened her profile, I felt a jolt of electricity run through me. There was a new post, one I knew she hadn't made. It was a photo of our apartment, taken from an angle that showed the front door ajar. The caption read, "Sometimes you have to let go to find what was always there." My heart pounded in my chest as a sense of dread washed over me. I rushed to the door, my mind racing with possibilities. What did it mean? Was she in danger? I paused for a moment, contemplating what to do next. Should I call the police? But would they take me seriously? I felt a sinking feeling in my stomach. I couldn't allow their skepticism to deter me. Taking a deep breath, I opened the door and stepped into the dimly lit hallway. The air felt thick, heavy with the weight of uncertainty. I made my way down the corridor, glancing around to see if anyone was nearby, but the entire building felt abandoned. The quiet was almost deafening, each creak of the floorboards beneath my feet echoing like a warning. Suddenly, I heard a sound. A faint whisper, barely audible. It called my name, soft and insistent. Leela. My heart raced as I strained to listen. The voice seemed to come from the stairwell at the end of the hall. Against my better judgment, I walked toward it, each step sending a shiver down my spine. As I descended the stairs, the whispering grew louder, twisting around me like smoke. Leela, come find me. I could barely breathe. Fear coursed through me as I reached the bottom, the light from the exit sign casting an eerie glow across the dark floor. I stepped out into the dimly lit hallway below, my resolve wavering. The whisper beckoned me deeper, leading me toward a door I had never noticed before. It was old and worn, the paint peeling like the skin of a snake. The handle felt cold in my palm as I turned it. The door creaking open to reveal a narrow, dimly lit room. It was filled with shadows, and the air felt electric, heavy with the weight of something sinister. Emma? I called, my voice trembling in the darkness. It echoed eerily, swallowed by the oppressive silence. The room was sparse, just a few pieces of furniture draped in dust. In the corner, I spotted something that made my blood run cold. A small, tattered journal that looked eerily familiar. As I approached, I felt it, the sensation of being watched, a cold breath against the back of my neck. I turned quickly, but there was nothing there. I was alone. Taking a deep breath, I reached for the journal, hoping it would provide answers to the questions swirling in my mind. As I opened it, my heart sank. It was Emma's writing, but the words were different. They were frantic and desperate. They're coming for me. I can't escape. I should never have come here. It knows me. He knows everything about me. I felt a chill wash over me as the whispering intensified, filling my mind with a cacophony of fears. I dropped the journal, stumbling back as a shadow moved in the corner of my eye. Leela. It was her voice, my name laced with an otherworldly echo. Emma, I shouted, my heart pounding in my chest as I searched the room for her. And then I saw her, a figure standing in the shadows, her outline barely visible. Help me, she whispered, her voice barely more than a breath. But as I reached for her, the shadow enveloped her, pulling her deeper into the darkness. I lunged forward, but the shadow recoiled, slamming the door shut. I pounded on the door, desperation clawing at my throat. "Emma, please, here." Silence answered me, thick and suffocating. I felt the walls closing in, the weight of despair crushing my chest. In that moment of hopelessness, I realized the truth. Mama was gone, taken by whatever malevolent force haunted this place. I turned and ran, my heart racing as I burst through the stairwell, the whispers trailing behind me like a haunting melody. As I reached the story 64, the evening sky had bled into a deep indigo, the street lamps flickering on one by one as the night swallowed the last remnants of daylight. I hurried down the cracked pavement of Millwood Avenue, the faded storefronts casting long shadows that danced ominously in the growing darkness. The old neighborhood had always had an air of mystery, but tonight an unsettling chill crawled up my spine. I stopped to adjust my scarf, the autumn breeze biting through the thin fabric. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, and I could hear the distant rustle of a squirrel preparing for winter. I was never one to jump at shadows, but tonight felt different. There was an electricity in the air, crackling with an unshakable sense of foreboding. As I approached the intersection, I paused. My breath fogged up in front of me, and I felt that familiar prickle on the back of my neck. I scanned the darkened alley across the street, its mouth gaping like a hungry beast. It was one of those alleys you often see in old horror films, narrow and littered with debris, the bricks of the adjacent building crumbling away as if succumbing to the passage of time. And then I saw them, the glowing points. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light, the reflection of the street lamp playing havoc with my senses. But no, there they were, two luminous orbs staring back at me, unblinking and penetrating. It was as if the night itself had sprouted eyes, watching me, judging me. I felt my heart thump violently in my chest. It was a primal response, the kind that comes when you realize you are not alone. My instinct screamed at me to run, to flee from whatever lurked in those shadows, but my feet felt leaden, anchored to the spot, as if the alley was drawing me in with invisible tendrils. The glowing eyes blinked, and in that instant, a wave of terror washed over me. I knew I should turn and hurry down the street, but an inexplicable compulsion held me captive. I stepped closer, feeling the cool asphalt beneath my shoes, the rhythmic echo of my heartbeat drowning out the sounds of the night. "Hello?" My voice trembled, and I cursed myself for the weakness. The alley remained silent, save for the soft rustle of leaves. The eyes did not waver, still fixed on me, unwavering in their intensity. It felt as though they were peeling back my layers, exposing my very soul. As I inched forward, the alley seemed to shift. The darkness deepened, swirling like a thick fog, and I could almost hear whispers emanating from within. They were faint, indistinct, but they called to me, pulling me closer with a siren's song. With a sudden jolt of adrenaline, I turned on my heel and sprinted toward home, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The path seemed longer than before, the street lamps flickering ominously as I raced past. I could almost feel the presence behind me, the weight of something ancient and malevolent trailing me, its glowing eyes still fixed on my retreating form. I burst through the front door, slamming it shut behind me, my heart racing. I leaned against the cool wood, trying to catch my breath, the adrenaline still coursing through my veins. The house was eerily still, every creak of the floorboards echoing loudly in my ears. My mother was out at a late meeting. Silence felt suffocating. I moved to the window, pulling back the curtain just enough to peek outside. I half expected to see the glowing eyes still watching, but the alley was empty, swallowed by darkness. Yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed me home. As the hours dragged on, I tried to distract myself with TV shows and the latest novels, but the unease gnawed at my insides. I felt like a rabbit in a cage, constantly aware that a predator lurked just beyond the bars. I locked the doors and checked the windows twice, a haunting paranoia settling in. It was past midnight when I heard it, the soft, deliberate scratching at the back door. My heart skipped a beat, and I froze, straining to listen. The scratching grew more insistent, rhythmic, like fingernails scraping against wood. I could feel my skin prickling, the fear coiling tighter around my throat. "Hello?" I called out, my voice barely above a whisper. The scratching stopped abruptly, replaced by silence. I tiptoed towards the kitchen, heart pounding, every creak of the floor sounding like a gunshot in the stillness. I flipped on the light and peered out through the glass panel of the door. Nothing was there. The porch was bathed in shadows, the only sound being the rustle of leaves in the wind. I shook my head, trying to dispel the creeping dread that had settled in my bones. It was just my imagination, I told myself. The stress of the day had gotten to me. I retreated to my room, locking the door behind me and flopping onto my bed. The shadows danced around me, the moonlight trickling through the curtains. I struggled to sleep, my mind racing with images of those glowing eyes, the feeling of being watched. Just as I began to drift off, a sound pierced the silence, a faint whisper that seemed to echo through the walls. "Help me." I sat up, heart racing, scanning my room for the source. The whisper was disembodied, echoing like a memory half remembered. I could feel the weight of it pressing down on me, and suddenly, the air felt thick and suffocating. I looked around, but the familiar comforts of my bedroom only heightened my sense of isolation. "Hi." The whisper came again, louder this time, filled with a desperate urgency. I could feel it resonating in my chest, drawing me back toward the darkness outside. I fought against the urge, telling myself it was just a figment of my imagination, a product of my fear. But the feeling of being watched returned with renewed intensity. A malevolent presence creeping back into my mind. I paced my room, desperately trying to shake it off. I could not let it win. I could not let whatever it was claim me. As if in response to my defiance, the lights flickered, plunging my room into darkness. A cold gust of wind swept through the window, rattling the glass panes. My hands trembled as I fumbled for my phone, illuminating the room with its blue glow. And then I saw it. A shadow darting past the window. Too quick to identify. My breath caught in my throat as I stumbled back, the whispers intensifying, swirling around me like a sinister wind. I could feel their desperation, their anguish, and it filled me with dread. In that moment, I realized I was not alone. The eyes from the alley were here, lurking, waiting. I could feel them pressing against the edges of my sanity, clawing to pull me into the abyss. I had to act. I could not let the darkness consume me. With trembling hands, I reached for the door, flinging it open and racing down the hallway. I fled through the house, every creak of the floor echoing like a warning bell. I ran to the front door, frantically turning the lock, my heart pounding in my ears. But as I swung it open, darkness greeted me, thick and suffocating, wrapping around me like a shroud. I stepped outside, and the cold air bit into my skin. The alley loomed before me, and the glowing eyes appeared once more, piercing through the night. I stood frozen, caught in a web of fear and curiosity. The whispers washed over me, urging me forward, promising answers hidden in the darkness. I could feel the weight of their sorrow, and I knew I had to confront it, or be consumed by it forever. With a deep breath, I took a step into the alley, its shadows swallowing me whole. The walls seemed to close in, and the air grew thick with despair. The glowing eyes flickered, and I knew then that I had come to the edge of something that could either set me free or drag me into eternal darkness. And there, in the depths of that sinister alley, with the shadows closing in and the whispers rising to a deafening crescendo, I finally understood. Some eyes watch out of hunger, while others watch to reveal the truth hidden within the darkness. Story 65. Just as she turned onto her street, her phone buzzed with an incoming notification. Fumbling in her purse, she pulled it out and saw a voicemail notification from an unknown number. Curiosity piqued, she decided to listen to it while she walked. The phone pressed to her ear. She tapped the screen. The recording began, the sound of static filling the air before a faint voice broke through. "Don't go home tonight." Chills raced down her spine, and she glanced around, as if the darkness itself had ears. The voice was brittle and weak, almost drowned out by the static. It sounded familiar, yet distant. Then a knot tightened in her stomach as she realized the call had come from her own number. What could this mean? She pulled up her contact list, scanning for her number, and it appeared just as she suspected. A wave of dread washed over her. Had she somehow called herself? Just as she contemplated what to do next, a cold breeze swept through the street, rustling the leaves of the trees lining her path. Goosebumps prickled her skin. And she felt an instinctual urge to run. But where was she supposed to go? The thought of turning around and seeking refuge elsewhere sent adrenaline coursing through her veins. She hurried home, her heart racing. What kind of sick joke was this? A part of her wanted to dismiss it as a glitch, a prank, but the more rational side of her mind screamed that there was something more sinister at play. After all, what if it was a warning? As she reached her front porch, the house loomed before her, its windows dark and empty. The familiar sight felt foreign, and she hesitated, her hand hovering above the doorknob. What if someone was waiting inside? The whisper echoed in her mind. "Don't go home tonight." She took a deep breath, her fingers finally curling around the cold metal of the knob. With a push, the door creaked open, the sound swallowed by the silence inside. The house was as she had left it. Quiet, but somehow it felt wrong. The air was heavy, charged with an unshakable tension. "Hello?" she called, her voice trembling as it bounced off the walls. No response. She stepped inside, closing the door behind her, the click echoing ominously. Her heartbeat quickened, a steady drum in her chest as she moved further into the living room. Lurking shadows danced just at the edges of her vision. As she flicked on the lights, the comfort of illumination briefly calmed her nerves, but she couldn't shake the feeling that something was lurking just outside her line of sight. She set her bag down and walked toward the kitchen, the fluorescent lights buzzing above her head. The quiet seemed to amplify everything. The whir of the refrigerator, the soft ticking of the clock, and a low hum of her own breathing. She poured herself a glass of water, trying to shake off the dread that clung to her like a wet blanket. After a few deep sips, she picked up her phone again, scrolling through the voicemail. The message played on loop in her mind. "Don't go home tonight." Suddenly, the hairs on the back of her neck stood on end. She felt it, a presence. Someone was watching her. She spun around, half expecting to see a silhouette in the doorway, but the hallway remained empty. The house was still. Too still. She took another sip of water, forcing herself to stay calm. Maybe it was just her imagination. Maybe she was just tired. But in the depths of her mind, a primal fear began to claw its way to the surface, whispering warnings that echoed the voicemail. Feeling emboldened by her rational thoughts, she decided to check the front door. It was locked, just as it should be. Still, as she returned to the living room, She couldn't shake the feeling of unease. The whispers in her mind were growing louder, urging her to leave, to run away. With a trembling hand, she reached for the TV remote, flicking it on in hopes of drowning out her thoughts with some mindless entertainment. The screen flickered to life. A news anchor reporting on a series of strange occurrences in the area. Missing persons, bizarre happenings late at night, and a series of break-ins that had left the community on edge. The anchor's voice was steady, but the images flashing behind him told a grim story. "Stay vigilant," he warned, "and report any suspicious activity to the authorities immediately." Jennifer felt a chill grip her heart. Just as she was about to turn off the TV, a shadow darted past the window, catching her eye. She froze, heart racing. It couldn't be. Had someone just passed outside? She rushed to the window, peering through the curtains. Her breath caught in her throat. The street was dark, a stretch of empty pavement, illuminated only by the flickering streetlights. But then she saw it, a figure standing just across the street, obscured by darkness. It was too far to make out any details, but the silhouette loomed tall and unnerving, like a statue come to life. "Hello?" She called again, her voice barely above a whisper. "Is someone out there?" But the figure didn't move. It stood completely still, like a predator studying its prey. Fear coiled tightly around her, and she backed away from the window, her heart pounding. The whispers picked up again, swirling in her mind like a fever dream. She needed to leave. She needed to get out of the house. But where could she go? Just then, her phone buzzed again, startling her. It was a message from an unknown number. Hesitantly, she opened it. The message read, "I see you." Her heart dropped. It felt like ice water had been poured through her veins. She turned back to the window, panic clawing at her throat. The figure was still there, but now it seemed closer, the darkness swallowing it whole. With trembling hands, she grabbed her keys and rushed toward the door, but just as she reached for the knob, the power flickered and died, plunging the house into darkness. "No, no, no," she whispered, the panic rising in her chest. She fumbled for her phone, using the dim light from the screen to guide her. The faint glow illuminated her terrified face, reflecting her sense of impending dread. In that moment of confusion, she heard it, the unmistakable sound of footsteps crunching on the gravel outside. They were slow and deliberate, each step echoing like a death knell, a reminder that she was not alone. The door rattled. Jennifer's heart stopped. Someone was trying to get in. She darted to the back of the house, praying for an escape, for safety. As she reached the kitchen, she looked behind her, half expecting to see a figure emerging from the dark. But she was greeted only by silence. Then, just as she thought she might have a moment to breathe, she felt a cold breeze sweep through the kitchen, sending shivers down her spine. The back door swung open, creaking on its hinges, and she stood frozen in place as the figure stepped inside. "Don't go home tonight," it hissed, a sickening grin spreading across its face, one that mirrored her own reflection in the window, twisted and pale beneath the dying light. And just like that, she understood. It wasn't just a warning. It was a promise. Story 66. The Hidden Camera. The soft glow of the thrift store lamp illuminated Mia's small apartment as she placed it on her cluttered desk. It was a vintage piece, its brass finish slightly tarnished. Yet it had a charm that drew her in. The secondhand store was filled with trinkets of a forgotten past. But this lamp had whispered to her, tempting her with stories of warmth and light. She couldn't resist the thrill of giving it a new life. As she adjusted the shade, the light flickered to life, casting gentle shadows across the walls. But as she leaned in closer, brushing her fingers against the fabric, she noticed something peculiar. A small, blinking red light nestled inside the shade's lining. At first, She dismissed it as a minor quirk of the lamp, perhaps an old bulb malfunctioning or a remnant from a previous owner. After all, the store was known for its eclectic collection of items, and who knew what secrets they held. Mia shrugged it off, casting her doubts aside. She had been living alone for nearly 3 years, and the solitude had begun to weigh on her. A little quirk was a small price to pay for some character in her home. She turned on her favorite playlist, filling the air with soothing melodies, and settled into her evening routine. But the blinking light gnawed at her curiosity. She found herself stealing glances at it, wondering what it could possibly be. Was it a hidden feature? A decorative element? Or something more sinister? The thought sent shivers down her spine. Yet she felt a strange compulsion to investigate further. That night, sleep evaded her. The lamp, now a constant companion in her dimly lit room, seemed to pulse with energy. She lay in bed, staring at its ominous glow, the red light winking like a hidden eye. Her mind raced with possibilities. What if it was a surveillance camera? She couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, as if the lamp was not just illuminating her space, but scrutinizing her every move. In the morning, Mia decided she would find out what was going on. Armed with a small flashlight and a sense of determined dread, she carefully unscrewed the lamp's shade. The light flickered ominously as she peeled back the fabric, revealing a tangle of wires and a tiny lens nestled within the wiring. Gasping, she stumbled back as realization washed over her. This was no ordinary lamp. It was a hidden camera. Panic surged through her veins, and she could feel her heart pounding in her chest. Who had placed it there? Who had been watching her? The feeling of being violated consumed her, and she felt a desperate urge to rid herself of the lamp. But as she stood there, the lens glistening in the morning sunlight, her curiosity twisted into a morbid fascination. Mia spent the day preoccupied with thoughts of the lamp. She researched hidden cameras online, learning how to detect them, how to disable them, and the legal implications of such invasions of privacy. Each article deepened her dread, but also her resolve. She needed to confront the reality of this object in her home. That evening, as darkness settled over the city, Mia sat at her desk, the lamp casting eerie shadows around the room. She decided to plug in her laptop and record a video, an impulse driven by both fear and defiance. The blinking light felt like a challenge, and she was not about to back down. "Hey there," she began, trying to sound lighthearted. "Looks like you've been keeping an eye on me. Well, let's just say I'm not afraid of you." She spoke to the camera, detailing her day, her interests, and the mundane aspects of her life, all while feeling a strange thrill coursing through her, an exhilarating mix of fear and empowerment. With each word, she felt as if she was reclaiming her space, her narrative. But deep down, she was acutely aware that the unseen gaze of the lens was still upon her. Days turned into weeks, and Mia became increasingly consumed by the lamp. She recorded regular updates, documenting her life as if she was performing for an audience. It felt liberating and terrifying all at once, an ongoing game of cat and mouse. The lamp's light became a constant presence, illuminating her life in both literal and metaphorical ways. But the thrill was also a source of dread. The line between voyeurism and theater blurred, and she found herself looking over her shoulder, haunted by the notion that someone might be watching her from afar, laughing at her audacity. One stormy night, as rain lashed against her windows, Mia sat engrossed in editing her latest video. The wind howled outside, but the familiar glow of her lamp comforted her. Just as she leaned back in her chair, a soft ping echoed from her laptop. A notification. A message had appeared from an anonymous user, and her heart raced as she clicked it open. "Nice show you've got going there. How about a real audience?" She froze, dread pooling in her stomach. She quickly checked her social media, her heart pounding in her chest. The message was accompanied by a link, and against her better judgment, she clicked it. The screen flickered, revealing a live feed. Her own room, her own desk, captured in grainy, distorted footage. Mia's breath caught in her throat, panic washing over her as she realized that someone had been watching her all along. The lamp was not just a camera. It was a portal through which someone was invading her life. A watcher sitting in the shadows, feeding off her vulnerability. In that moment, anger surged through her veins, mingling with fear. She could no longer sit idly by. She had to confront this head-on. With trembling hands, she grabbed her phone and began recording a live video, directing her rage towards the camera. "You think this is funny?" she challenged, her voice steady despite the tremors in her hands. "You think you can control me? I will find you. I will expose you." As she spoke, she felt a surge of empowerment. The more she confronted the unseen watcher, the more she reclaimed her narrative. But in the back of her mind, a chilling thought lingered. What if they were closer than she realized? The next day, she decided to take the lamp to the police. She had gathered enough evidence, footage from her recordings, and the ominous message. But as she prepared to leave, she noticed something unsettling. Her apartment felt different, almost suffocating. It was as if the walls were closing in on her, the corners darkening. When she returned home later, she found the lamp on the floor, its shade askew, the bulb extinguished. The red light was gone. Panic gripped her throat, and she frantically searched her apartment, looking for signs of a break-in. She couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been there, that the watcher had crossed the threshold, their presence lingering like a malevolent shadow. She called the police, who assured her they would investigate, but the feeling of vulnerability remained, gnawing at her sanity. That night, she decided to confront the lamp once more. She refused to let it control her. Standing before it, she felt a mixture of fear and determination. She would take back her power. She would destroy the lamp, sever the connection to the unseen voyeur. As she raised the hammer above her head, ready to bring it crashing down, the lamp flickered back to life. The red light blinked steadily, a taunting reminder of the watcher's presence. It was as if it were begging her to stop, to reconsider. But she steeled herself with resolve and swung the hammer down. The glass shattered, and the bulb exploded, showering her with shards of light. In the silence that followed, Mia stood amidst the wreckage, heart racing, daring to breathe. But the sense of triumph was short-lived. As the echoes of the crash faded, she felt something shift in the air. A chill enveloped her, a whisper of something dark and foreboding. And then, from the darkness of her room, a voice emerged. Low, distorted, familiar. "Did you really think you could escape me?" Mia spun around, her breath hitching in her throat, the weight of her actions crashing down like a tidal wave. In that moment, she realized she had not just destroyed a lamp. She had ignited a fire that could not be extinguished, a war against an unseen enemy that would haunt her long after the last flicker of light had faded. Story 67. The passenger's note. The sky was draped in a gloomy gray as Emily pulled into the empty parking lot of the old train station. It was a place long abandoned, marked only by faded paint and rusting metal. She had come here, drawn by the memories of childhood adventures, spent chasing the ghostly echoes of trains long departed. Now it seemed the ghosts had finally caught up with her. She parked her car, the engine sputtering its last breaths before falling silent. The weight of the world hung over her, a suffocating blanket of despair. It had been a rough week, losing her job and finding her boyfriend in bed with someone else. She needed an escape, even if it was just for a moment. But as she opened the door and stepped into the cool air, something drew her back. A flicker of movement caught her eye. There it was, a small, folded note taped to the back of her seat. Frowning, she leaned in closer, her heart quickening as she ripped it free. The handwriting was frantic, almost illegible, but the message was clear. Check your trunk before you drive home. Her heart raced as dread seeped into her bones. What the hell? Who would do something like this? She scanned the empty parking lot, her senses heightened, but there was no one in sight. The chill of the air wrapped around her like an icy hand, and she felt a shiver crawl up her spine. Fighting the urge to flee, she opened the trunk of her car, the creaking hinge sounding like a warning bell in the silence. She peered inside, half expecting to find a body curled up among her bags and old sports equipment. But there was nothing, just an empty void that echoed her fear. As she closed the trunk, an unease settled heavily in her stomach. Maybe this was just a sick joke. Or perhaps someone had mistaken her car for someone else's. She shook her head, trying to dismiss the gnawing anxiety, and decided to leave this place behind. She slid back into the car, the weight of the note still heavy in her hands. The engine roared back to life, and she felt momentarily reassured. She pulled out of the parking lot and onto the empty road, the tires crunching over the gravel as she drove away from the desolate station. But the sense of security was short-lived. Every shadow that flickered at the edges of her vision felt like a lurking menace, waiting to pounce. A few miles down the road, she glanced at the rearview mirror, and her heart stopped. A car had been following her for some time now, a dark sedan, its headlights piercing through the dim light like hungry eyes. The knot in her stomach tightened. Was it just a coincidence, or was this connected to the note? The road before her twisted and turned, flanked by dense trees that loomed like silent watchers. She pressed the accelerator, hoping to distance herself from her pursuer. But the sedan kept pace, never gaining or losing ground, a constant reminder of the terror following her. She finally reached a small, rundown diner, its neon sign humming like a ghostly whisper. With no other option, she pulled into the gravel parking lot, her heart pounding as she parked next to the diner's flickering light. The dark sedan slowed, then stopped a few spaces down. The driver remained inside, his face obscured by the shadows. Panic surged through her. What if they knew? What if they were connected to the note? She grabbed her phone but realized the signal was weak. Every fiber of her being screamed at her to run inside, to seek refuge among strangers. So she did. As she stepped into the diner, the bell above the door jingled, and she was met with a wave of warmth and the rich scent of coffee. The place was nearly empty, save for a few patrons hunched over their meals, lost in thought. She took a seat at the counter, trying to calm her racing heart. The waitress, a heavy-set woman with tired eyes, approached her. "Coffee?" she asked, her voice warm but weary. Emily nodded, forcing a smile. "Please." As the waitress poured the steaming liquid, Emily's mind raced. Should she tell someone? Should she call the police? The thought of connecting with the outside world felt like a lifeline, but the fear of making a scene locked her in place. She glanced out the window, her eyes trailing back to the sedan. The driver still hadn't moved. Her stomach dropped as she noticed a shadow shift within the car, a figure leaning forward to peer at her through the glass. She quickly turned away, trying to compose herself. Moments passed like hours. She sipped her coffee as she wrestled with her thoughts. Should she risk it and leave the diner? The longer she sat there, the more her paranoia grew. What if she was being watched? What if the note was more than just a warning? Just then, the bell above the door chimed again. Emily's heart raced as she turned to see a tall figure step inside, a dark coat billowing around them like storm clouds. It was a man, but she couldn't see his face. He scanned the diner, his gaze lingering on her for a heartbeat before moving on. Fear gripped her. Was he the one who left the note? Did he know something about her? She felt every instinct screaming at her to run, to escape. She stood abruptly, knocking her chair back with a clatter. "Mom?" The waitress called, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Sorry, I have to go," Emily cried, bolting for the door. She pulled it open, feeling the chill of the evening air wrap around her like a shroud. As she rushed back to her car, she heard the bell jingle behind her, followed by heavy footsteps. Emily didn't dare look back. She fumbled with her keys, her fingers trembling as she fought to find the right one. Her heart hammered against her rib cage as the footsteps grew closer. "Wait!" a voice called out, but she didn't stop. She couldn't. She finally unlocked the door and dove into her seat, slamming it shut. In a panic, she turned the key in the ignition, heart in her throat as the engine sputtered before roaring to life. She glanced in the rearview mirror, catching a glimpse of the tall man standing just outside the diner, watching her intently. With a sharp turn, she pulled out of the parking lot, tires screeching against the gravel. As she sped down the road, the adrenaline coursing through her veins, she couldn't shake the feeling of eyes on her. Eventually, she left the diner behind, the fading neon light disappearing from view. But the shadow of the man lingered in her mind, a specter that refused to let her go. She drove for what felt like hours, the familiar landscape of her hometown giving way to the uncharted darkness of the forested roads. And then, as she turned down a narrow lane, she caught sight of the dark sedan in her rearview mirror again, taunting her. It was like a phantom, unrelenting, refusing to fade into the shadows. She couldn't go home, not now. In desperation, she pulled into a random driveway, hoping to find sanctuary. But as she stopped, the sedan slowed down and parked a few yards away. Panic surged through her as she realized there was nowhere left to run. Then, from the corner of her eye, she spotted movement. A flash of light. She turned to see a figure emerge from the tree line, illuminated by the dim glow of her headlights. It was a woman, her face pale and drawn, a crazed look in her eyes. "Help me!" The woman screamed, her voice raw with pain. "You have to help me. They're coming." Emily felt a chill run down her spine as the woman staggered closer, her clothes torn and dirtied. And then she heard it, the low rumble of the dark sedan's engine coming to life behind her. The woman's eyes widened in terror as she glanced back at the approaching vehicle. "You don't understand, you have to run. They'll take you too." Before Emily could react, the woman lunged at her, hands grasping for the door handle. Panic surged through Emily as she shoved the woman away, heart racing as she shouted, "Get back!" But the woman was relentless, her eyes wild with fear. "You don't know what they've done. Please." In that moment of chaos, the dark sedan accelerated toward them, and time seemed to slow. Emily's instincts kicked in. She slammed the car into reverse, barely avoiding the woman as she fled backward, narrowly dodging the approaching threat. The woman screamed, but Emily couldn't look back. She punched the gas, the tires spinning against the gravel as she turned the car around and tore down the road, leaving the horror behind. And as she drove away, the note clutched tightly in her hand, she realized that she had only just begun to uncover the twisted web of darkness that was closing in around her, a darkness that threatened to consume everything she held dear. In the rearview mirror, she caught a final glimpse of the woman, the dark sedan looming behind her like a predator, the shadows swallowing her whole. The road stretched out before her, uncertain and fraught with danger. But she knew one thing for sure: she would not be the next passenger to vanish into the night. Story 68. It was a drizzly October evening when the air in our cramped apartment grew heavy with the scent of damp wood and stale pizza. My roommate Martin had gone home for the weekend, leaving me alone to navigate my way through a pile of laundry that had taken on a life of its own. I had always appreciated the solitude that came with my roommate's occasional absences, but something felt different this time. The apartment felt eerily quiet, and the shadows seemed longer, creeping into my periphery like ancient ghosts longing to be acknowledged. With the rain tapping steadily against the window panes, I decided to tackle the laundry pile in Martin's room. We had a tacit agreement that while we shared common areas, his sanctuary would remain untouched. But that evening, the looming pile of clothes and my overwhelming curiosity pulled me toward his door, which stood ajar, biting and foreboding in equal measure. I stepped inside, the familiar scent of cologne mixed with something else, an unsettling undertone that I couldn't place. The room was in disarray. Clothes were strewn about, books were stacked haphazardly, and papers covered the desk, most of which looked to be half-finished assignments. As I began sifting through the chaos, I heard a soft thud behind me. I turned quickly, half expecting to see Martin standing there, smirking at my invasion. But the room remained empty, the shadows deepening in the corners. Brushing off the unease, I continued my search for the laundry basket, which I eventually found wedged between the bed and the wall. As I pulled it out, my elbow grazed the wall with a dull thump. To my surprise, a section of the wall pushed inward, sliding aside to reveal a darkened passageway. My heart raced as I peered into the narrow opening. The light from the room spilled into the darkness, illuminating what appeared to be a small, hidden room. The air was stale, and a chill crept up my spine. I hesitated for a moment, the instinct to flee battling with the insatiable curiosity that had led me here. Taking a deep breath, I stepped through the threshold. The room was small and musty, cluttered with miscellaneous items that appeared to be half-forgotten relics of another life. Old textbooks, dusty trophies, and a tarnished mirror that reflected a distorted version of me. But it was the far wall that caught my attention. It was covered in photographs, dozens of them, all meticulously pinned up like a deranged gallery of voyeurism. My heart felt like it was lodged in my throat as I stepped closer. Each image captured moments of my life. Me pouring coffee in the morning, laughing with friends, studying late at night. But they weren't just casual snapshots. They were taken from angles that only someone with an intimate knowledge of my routines could manage. My stomach churned as I traced the outlines of the faces in the photographs. Some were familiar, others were not, but they all shared the same unsettling gaze. Each picture was dated, and my fingers trembled as I reached for the nearest one. It was taken just last week, capturing me in the kitchen, blissfully unaware of the eyes watching me from the shadows. The thought of being observed sent prickles of fear racing across my skin. I was a prisoner in my own home, unknowingly under surveillance by someone I trusted, my roommate. I backed away, my breath quickening. The room was stifling, and I felt the urge to escape. The comforting familiarity of my own space now felt tainted. But as I turned to leave, I noticed a small notebook lying on the dusty floor. It looked out of place amid the chaos, its cover a stark black against the fading wood. Against my better judgment, I picked it up and opened it. The pages were filled with Martin's neat handwriting, chronicling my day-to-day life in excruciating detail. I felt like I was reading a diary written by someone obsessed. There were notes about my habits, people I interacted with, and even my late-night study sessions. Each entry felt like a cold hand wrapping around my throat, squeezing tighter with every line I read. Cadete, October 12th. She seemed distracted today. Must keep an eye on her. Maybe I'll change the Wi-Fi password. Cadete, October 14th. Saw her with that guy again. Too friendly. Need to remind her of the rules about visitors. Didn't done that. Cadete, October 15th. She's been staying up late again. I wonder what she's hiding. A shiver ran down my spine as I flipped through the pages, the words blurring together as my pulse quickened. My mind raced with questions. What had I missed? What did I not know about Martin? The pieces started to fit together in a horrifying puzzle. the odd comments he would make, the way he would look at me sometimes. It all clicked into place, and I realized I had welcomed a stranger into my life. I stumbled backward, adrenaline pumping through my veins as I turned to leave the hidden room. My heart hammered against my ribcage as I felt a sense of urgency wash over me. I had to get away, to breathe fresh air, to escape this nightmare. But as I moved toward the doorway, it slammed shut with a resonating thud that echoed in the confined space. Panic set in. I jiggled the doorknob, but it wouldn't budge. I banged on the door, shouting for Martin, feeling the walls close in around me. My breaths came in ragged gasps, and I could hear the slight rustle behind me as if the shadows were alive. I turned to face the photos once more, faces feeling more oppressive with every passing second. Then, from the corner of my eye, I caught movement. I whipped my head around, and my heart sank. There, in the darkness, a figure stood watching me. Martin. His expression was inscrutable, a twisted smile forming at the corners of his mouth as he stepped into the dim light. "I told you to stay out of my room," he said softly, his voice almost a whisper. The words hung in the air like a death sentence. "Martin." I started, my voice trembling, but he raised a hand, silencing me. "I thought I could trust you," he continued, stepping closer, the walls of the hidden room closing in around us. "But you didn't follow the rules. You didn't respect my space." A chill ran through me as he reached for the notebook, his fingers brushing against the pages as if they were sacred. "You see, I've been protecting you, watching over you. You just didn't understand." The panic surged again, and I turned back to the door, desperate to break free from this torment. But the shadowy figure of Martin loomed larger now, and there was no escaping the truth that had unraveled before me. I was trapped in a web woven by someone I thought I knew, someone whose secrets ran deeper than I could have ever imagined. "Why?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. "Because I care," he said, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling intensity. "And I'll do whatever it takes to keep you safe." As I felt his cold breath on my neck, I realized the horror of my situation. The hidden room was just the beginning. The secret door behind the wall was not just a passageway. It was a threshold to a darkness I could never escape from. A darkness that had been watching, waiting, and now it was ready to consume me whole. Story 69. I stared at the notice in disbelief, my heart drumming in my chest like a frantic bird trapped in a cage. The crisp envelope lay on my kitchen table, its official letterhead bearing the insignia of the state, Iowa. I had never set foot in Iowa. Yet here it was, an unpaid toll notification dated a month ago, complete with a black and white photograph capturing the moment my doppelganger had breezed through a toll booth. The driver's face was eerily identical to mine. Same angular jaw, same unruly brown hair, and those hollowed eyes that always seemed to be searching for something just beyond reach. I flipped the paper over, hoping for some clerical error, some indication that this was a cosmic joke. But as I scanned the fine print, it only confirmed my worst fears. This was no mistake. The photograph taken at dusk showed my look-alike in my car. My car, a deep blue Honda Accord parked just outside. I felt sick. A chill washed over me. Darkness crawling up my spine. My mind raced with questions. Who was this imposter? Why were they in Iowa? And more importantly, how could they look so much like me? I grabbed my phone and called the toll authority, my hands shaking slightly as I dialed. "Thank you for calling the Iowa Toll Authority. How can I assist you today?" I received a notice for an unpaid toll, but I've never been to Iowa," I stammered, trying to keep my voice steady. Could you provide me with your license plate number? The voice on the other end asked, unfazed. I relayed the information, my stomach twisting tighter with each passing second. The photo shows a driver who looks exactly like me. I'm telling you that wasn't me. I understand, sir. However, we have the photo and the timestamp. The vehicle is registered to you. If you would like to contest the charge, you'll need to provide evidence of your whereabouts on that date. The date scrolled through my mind like a film reel I didn't want to watch. I had been home, watching reruns of a show I barely liked. But what proof did I have? My heart sank further as I hung up, the weight of the unknown pressing down on me. I couldn't shake the sense of dread that enveloped me. I mulled over my options, finally deciding to drive to the local DMV. Perhaps they could help me navigate this nightmare. As I pulled into the parking lot, the fluorescent lights flickering above me cast eerie shadows, making it feel as though something sinister lurked just out of sight. Inside, the usual hum of conversation and the rustle of papers echoed eerily. I approached the counter where a middle-aged woman with tired eyes sat, her silver hair pulled back in a tight bun. "Excuse me, I need help with an urgent matter," I said, pushing the notice across the counter. She examined it, her brow furrowing. "This is concerning," she muttered. "You said you didn't visit Iowa?" "No. I mean, I've never been there," I insisted, desperate for her to believe me. She nodded slowly, as if weighing her words. "Let me see your driver's license." I handed it over. She squinted at the photo and then back at me, her face pale. "Do you have any recent photographs of yourself?" "What?" I stammered, taken aback. "Why, just a precaution. If someone has been using your identity, we need to act quickly." "Someone using my identity? But who? Why?" "I'll be back in a moment," she said, her voice trailing as she walked backstage into a room. I couldn't see. Time stretched infinitely as I waited, anxiety gnawing at my insides. I glanced around, feeling the prickling sensation of being watched. The room seemed to shrink around me, the fluorescent lights now casting an unsettling glow that made everything feel distorted. Finally, the woman returned, her expression grave. "There's been a report of identity theft linked to your name. Several incidents have occurred recently, all tied to the same vehicle. We need to contact the authorities." My blood ran cold. Was I being haunted by a ghost of my own making? What if I was trapped in a nightmare, and this imposter was a harbinger of some hidden truth? I closed my eyes, fighting off the rising panic. As we filled out the report, fears began to spiral in my mind. What if this doppelganger had committed crimes in my name? What if they showed up at my house? The mere thought of it made my skin crawl. Hours later, I returned home, my mind swimming in a sea of confusion. The evening was cloaked in silence, the shadows stretching menacingly across the walls. I tried to distract myself with old movies, but each flickering scene felt like a premonition. I could feel it, something brewing just beneath the surface, waiting to surge forth. That night, I tossed and turned, sleep eluding me. Every creak of the floorboards or rustle of leaves outside sent my heart racing. Then, sometime after midnight, I heard the unmistakable sound of my car's engine revving outside. My breath hitched in my throat as I slipped out of bed, my instincts screaming at me to stay hidden. I peered through the curtains, heart pounding like a war drum. The streetlight illuminated my car, and in the driver's seat, my twin sat. My breath caught as I took in the sight. The smirk on his face was unsettling, a confident, mocking grin that left me hollow. Fear galvanized my movements. I grabbed my phone, fingers trembling as I dialed 911. There's someone in my car. They look just like me. My voice trembled as I spoke, the operator's calm tone a stark contrast to my spiraling panic. "Can you confirm your address and the nature of the situation? Just send someone, please." Before I could finish, the doppelganger stepped out of the car, his movements fluid and deliberate. He looked straight at my house, as if he could sense my presence. Then that grin widened into a predatory smile. I dropped the phone, heart racing. I had to get out of there. I slipped out the back door and dashed into the darkened yard, adrenaline surging through my veins as I sprinted toward the woods bordering my property. Branches snagged at my clothes as I hurried deeper into the trees, the moonlight barely piercing the thick canopy overhead. I could hear footsteps pounding behind me, the doppelganger stalking me with the ease of a predator. "Where are you going?" His voice taunted, echoing in the stillness. "You can't escape yourself." The words sent a chill down my spine, and I ran faster, branches snapping beneath my feet. The darkness closed in around me, but I pressed on, driven by sheer terror. I could hear him getting closer, feel the weight of his pursuit. Just as I thought I might outrun him, ground beneath me gave way. I tumbled into a shallow pit, the damp earth enveloping me. I gasped, scrambling to regain my footing, but it was too late. My doppelganger loomed above me, his face illuminated by the pale moonlight. "You should have stayed home," he said, his voice dripping with malice. "But now, we're going to have some fun." In that moment, I understood. This wasn't just a case of mistaken identity. This was something darker, something I had unwittingly conjured. As he reached for me, I felt the pull of ancient force, a bond that tethered us together. And I knew that the real horror had only just begun. With a surge of instinct, I clawed my way up the muddy wall, heart racing with every desperate breath. But he was faster, stronger, and as he grabbed my wrist, I felt a darkness seep into my very soul, a shadow that promised to take my place. And then, for a brief, heart-stopping moment, the world around me shifted as I fought against his grasp, the realization dawning that there was only room for one of us in this life. In that struggle, I understood that the toll was not just a fee for crossing a bridge. It was a price I might pay to reclaim my own existence. As darkness enveloped me, I knew I had to fight, not just for myself, but for the very essence of who I was. The doppelganger smirked down at me, eyes glinting with a sinister promise. And as I felt the pull of the abyss, I understood that I had only just begun to wade into the depths of my own nightmare. Story 70. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting a sterile glow on the bustling mall below. Shoppers moved like currents in a chaotic sea, lost in their own worlds of holiday shopping. Laughter mixed with the smell of pretzels and cinnamon, creating an atmosphere of festive cheer. But for me, a simple trip to the mall for a last-minute gift had turned into something far more unsettling. As I navigated through the crowd, I found myself drawn into a toy store, its colorful displays beckoning like a siren's call. I was perusing the aisles, mentally ticking off items my niece might like, when I felt a small hand grasp mine. I looked down, startled. A boy, no older than 6, stood at my side. His blonde hair was tousled, and his big blue eyes gazed up at me, filled with urgency. "Help me find my mom," he said, his voice a whisper, barely audible above the din of the mall. I froze for a moment, surprised by his sudden appearance. "Where did you last see her?" I asked, instinctively crouching to meet his gaze. He looked scared, and that fear tugged at my heart. "Over there," he said, pointing toward a distant clothing store, but his finger trembled. "But she told me to wait. I thought she'd come back." For a fleeting second, a wave of protectiveness surged through me. I knew I should find security or his mother, but the urgency in his eyes pulled me in a different direction. "Okay, let's find her together," I said, feeling a strange sense of duty. I led him through the throngs of people, weaving between strollers and shopping bags. The boy stayed close, his tiny fingers gripping my hand. As we reached the clothing store, I pushed through the door, scanning the sea of bustling shoppers for a frantic mother. "Excuse me," I called out, my voice barely cutting through the noise. "Has anyone seen a little boy's mother?" People turned, but their faces were filled with indifference, their shopping more important than the plight of a lost child. A knot of anxiety tightened in my stomach. "Do you see her?" I asked the boy, but he had gone quiet, his grip slackening. I looked down. He was no longer beside me. Panic surged through me. "Where did you go?" I called, my voice rising in urgency. I turned, scanning the store, my heart racing. The retail space seemed to stretch and twist, its racks and displays becoming a labyrinth. I called out again, but my voice felt swallowed by the chaos. Was it possible that he had slipped away in an instant? I rushed out of the store, desperation clawing at me. My eyes darted through the crowds, searching for the familiar face of the innocent child. "Hey, little boy, where are you?" No answer. Just the thrumming of holiday music and the sound of people chattering, oblivious to the horror unfolding around me. I moved toward the central atrium, where a giant Christmas tree stood, adorned with twinkling lights and gleaming ornaments. "Security," I shouted, my voice cracking. "I need help." A few shoppers glanced my way, but most continued with their business. I spotted a security guard near the food court. I rushed over, my heart pounding. "A child needs help. I was just with him, and now he's gone." The guard raised his eyebrows, taking a moment to process my frantic words. "Can you describe him?" "Blonde hair, blue eyes. He was wearing a red jacket," I stammered, feeling the weight of the situation settle heavily on my chest. "Okay," he said slowly, his expression shifting from indifference to concern. "Haul it in. You stay here, and I'll check the area." He moved away, and I was left standing there, battling the gnawing fear in my gut. What if something terrible had happened? The boy had looked so lost and afraid. Had he been abandoned? I leaned against a nearby pillar, trying to catch my breath, when I noticed something strange. The air around me began to feel thick, almost charged, as if a storm was brewing. I glanced around, trying to shake off the feeling of unease creeping in. That's when I saw her, a woman standing across the atrium, by the enormous Christmas tree. She was fairly tall, her hair dark and cascading over her shoulders, but it was her eyes that caught my attention. They were wide and frantic, searching the crowd. "Excuse me," I called out, feeling a flicker of hope. "Are you looking for a little boy?" She turned to me, her face pale and drawn. "Yes, my son. He was here a moment ago." Before I could respond, she was running toward me, weaving through shoppers. He was wearing a red jacket. "Have you seen him?" "Yes," I exclaimed, feeling a rush of guilt. "I was helping him find you, but then he disappeared." Her face twisted with fear, and she grabbed my shoulders tightly, her grip almost desperate. "What do you mean, disappeared?" "I was just with him. He said he was waiting for you. And then?" The woman's eyes narrowed momentarily, as if she were searching my face for answers. "We need to find him. He can't be alone in here." The two of us began to scour the mall, our search frantic. We shouted his name, but only the echo of our voices returned to us. The atmosphere grew heavier, a thick fog of dread curling around our hearts. Time slipped away. Minutes felt like hours as we combed through stores, past food courts, all the while knowing that we weren't just looking for a lost child. We were racing against something darker. At one point, we stopped to catch our breath, leaning against a railing, overlooking the lower level. "What if he's with someone who shouldn't have him?" she whispered, her voice trembling. A chill ran down my spine. "We need to get security back out here," I said, but before I could move, a sudden commotion erupted below us. A group of shoppers had gathered, their voices raised in alarm. We rushed down the stairs, hearts pounding, hoping against hope. As we approached, I could see a cluster of people around a small figure on the ground. It was him. The boy lay crumpled against a display, his eyes squeezed shut, as if he were trying to block out the world. Panic surged through me as I pushed through the throng, my mind racing with horror. "Is he okay?" I shouted, kneeling beside him. He opened his eyes slowly. For a moment I felt an overwhelming wave of relief wash over me. "Where's my mom?" he asked, his voice small and shaky. "She's right here," I exclaimed, looking up to see the woman rushing to his side, her face a mixture of joy and fear. Just as she reached him, the boy's expression shifted. His eyes widened in terror, and he pointed past us, his small body trembling. There, she was here. I turned, but nothing stood behind us but the bustling crowd. And yet, for a fleeting moment, I felt a strange presence, an icy breath on the back of my neck. "We have to go," the mother said urgently, gripping her son's hand tightly. "Let's get you home." As they turned to leave, I felt an inexplicable urge to follow them. I needed to know they were safe, to make sure nothing else would happen. But something deep inside me hesitated. That night, as I lay in bed, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had been pulled into something I didn't understand. What had really happened to that boy? Why had he disappeared, only to return as if nothing had occurred? And then, as sleep began to take me, I heard it, the faint sound of a child's laughter echoing from the darkness outside my window. My heart raced, and I sat up, straining to listen. But there was only silence. The next day, I returned to the mall, determined to find answers. But when I arrived, everything seemed normal. The stores were open, and families filled the space, laughing and shopping. I walked through the same corridors, searching for the toy store where I'd last seen the boy. But when I reached the spot, it was as if the memory had been erased. The store was gone, replaced by a sleek coffee shop I'd never seen before. Confused and unsettled, I turned to leave when a chill ran through the air, and I heard a soft voice whisper behind me, "Help me find my mom." I spun around, my breath hitching in my throat, as a small figure stepped forward. A boy, with blonde hair and big blue eyes, stood just a few feet away, looking lost and frightened once more. And then he vanished, as if the very shadows had swallowed him whole. The mall was now just a hollow echo of chaos and laughter, and I was left standing there, frozen in despair, trapped in a nightmare from which I could not wake. Story 71. There, stark against the dull beige leather, was the faint outline of a shoe print, muddy and slightly askew. I froze, a hand hovering inches away from the handle. I hadn't given anyone a ride in weeks. My mind raced, swirling with confusion and dread. Was it an old print? Had someone been in my car without my knowledge? The thought sent a chill down my spine. I leaned closer, inspecting it. The shoe seemed to be a worn-out sneaker, the kind that adolescents often wore. My heart pounded as I remembered the local news reports about a string of break-ins in the neighborhood over the past month. Had someone been in here? I glanced around the car, half expecting to find a shadow lurking in the back seat. The interior smelled of leather and stale air, but there was an underlying scent I didn't recognize, a sweet, almost cloying odor that made my stomach twist. I quickly pulled my phone from my pocket, the screen illuminating my face in the darkness. No notifications, no missed calls. I took a deep breath, willing my mind to calm. Maybe it was a prank, I reasoned. Perhaps a neighbor's child had decided to mess with me. But the shoe print remained like a sinister reminder of an unknown presence. Reluctantly, I climbed out of the car, keeping my eyes on the print, as if it might spring to life at any moment. I locked the doors, my heart still racing, and hurried inside. The warmth of my home enveloped me, a stark contrast to the cold dread that clung to my skin. I kicked off my shoes and padded to the kitchen, boiling water for tea, the kettle hissing like a creature in the night. As I settled into the living room with my drink, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The walls seemed to close in around me, shadows elongating with each flicker of the candle casting light across the room. I tried to distract myself with a book, but my eyes skimmed the words without comprehension. The shoe print haunted my thoughts, replaying in my mind like a loop of a particularly gruesome movie scene. Just as I was about to close the book and head to bed, I heard a noise. It was a soft thump, almost like something falling over, and it came from outside. My heart dropped. I tiptoed to the window, peeking through the curtain. The street was empty, the rain washing away the last remnants of daylight. But in the shadows, I swore I saw movement. A figure, cloaked in darkness, lingered at the edge of my driveway. My breath caught in my throat as I squinted, but it vanished, leaving only the sound of raindrops drumming against the pavement. I stumbled back, nearly dropping my tea. The shoe print, the figure. Everything felt intertwined, a tapestry of fear woven into the fabric of my evening. Should I call the police? I considered it, but I didn't want to seem paranoid over a shoe print. So I waited, gripping my phone tightly, half expecting a text from a friend or family member that would pull me back to reality. But nothing came. Hours seemed to pass with no more signs of life outside. Eventually, fatigue won, and I made my way to bed, pulling the covers tightly around me as if they could shield me from whatever was lurking outside. Sleep came in fits and starts, punctuated by the sound of the rain and the occasional creak of the house settling. The next morning I awoke to an eerie stillness. The rain had stopped, and a heavy fog blanketed the neighborhood, muffling sounds and warping shapes into ghostly apparitions. I sat up, rubbing the sleep from my eyes, and the memory of last night's events flooded back. I quickly got dressed and decided to examine my car again. As I stepped outside, the air was thick with moisture, and the ground was slick beneath my shoes. My heart raced as I approached my vehicle. The shoe print was still there, a stark reminder of that unsettling night. I went to the driver's side and opened the door, my pulse pounding in my ears. Everything seemed normal. The empty back seat, the untouched glove compartment. But as I glanced at the passenger side, I noticed something new. A scrap of paper lay crumpled on the floor, barely visible beneath the seat. My breath quickened as I reached down to retrieve it. Unfolding it, I was met with a simple drawing. A child's doodle, perhaps. It depicted a stick figure with large hollow eyes and an exaggerated grin, standing next to what appeared to be a car. Below it, in jagged script, were the words, "I want to play." My skin crawled. I felt the world tilt on its axis. Who had left this? I couldn't take it anymore. I bolted back inside, my mind racing. I needed to call someone, to tell someone about this. But who would believe me? I couldn't even believe it myself. Just then, the doorbell rang, shattering the silence. I jumped, heart racing. Who could it be? I stepped cautiously to the door, peering through the peephole. There stood a girl, perhaps 12 years old, rain-soaked and shivering. Her hair hung in wet strands over her face, and she looked up at me with wide, dark eyes, filled with an unsettling mixture of innocence and mischief. "Can I come in?" she asked, her voice small yet demanding, as if she was used to getting her way. I hesitated, recalling the drawing. "What do you want?" "I want to play," she replied, a smile creeping onto her face, the same smile that adorned the figure in the doodle. My instinct screamed at me to slam the door shut, but the curiosity rooted my feet to the ground. "Who are you?" I managed to ask, my throat dry. "Just a friend," she said, her grin widening. "I saw you were lonely. Can I come in?" I shook my head, panic rising. "No, get away from my house," I yelled, backing away, my heart pounding against my chest like a war drum. But as I turned to flee, I felt a cold gust of air sweep through the doorway. It chilled me to the bone, and when I glanced back, she was gone, leaving only an echo of her laughter ringing in my ears. A glance outside revealed the fog rolling like a suffocating blanket, thick and relentless. I staggered back inside, locking the door behind me. My mind raced, thoughts colliding in a chaotic storm. There was no denying it anymore. Something sinister was happening. The shoe print, the girl, the drawing. They were all connected, a web of terror pulling tighter around me. As the hours stretched into a new night, I made a decision. I would not be a victim. I would track down the source of this malevolence. I grabbed my phone, prepared to call the authorities, to seek help. But before I could dial, the lights flickered, plunging me into darkness. Panic surged through me, and I fumbled for the flashlight on my phone. As I turned it on, the beam cast shadows that danced along the walls. And then, from the corner of my eye, I caught movement. The silhouette of the girl in the fog outside, waving to me, her smile wider than ever. "I want to play," her voice echoed, and I knew that this time there would be no escaping. Story 72. The air was crisp, the kind that prickled the skin and filled the lungs with a rush of vitality. I had taken to jogging early in the morning, seeking solitude and the rhythmic thudding of my heartbeat, sensing with the quiet rustle of leaves. I found myself at the edge of Maplewood Park, a sprawling oasis of trees and trails that twisted and turned like a labyrinth. It was my refuge, a place where I could escape the cacophony of everyday life. As I laced up my running shoes, the sun peeked through a veil of clouds, casting soft, golden light across the dew-kissed grass. I was alone. And that was just how I liked it. With each step, I welcomed the tranquility, the soothing sound of my breath in harmony with the whisper of the gentle breeze. The first few laps around the park felt liberating. I lost myself in thought, pondering life's simple joys, the way the leaves danced in the wind, and how the birds chirped their morning hymns. The world seemed perfect, untouched. But soon enough, as I ventured deeper into the heart of the park, I began to notice a presence. It was subtle at first, a figure in the distance, standing at the edge of the path. He looked to be in his late 40s, dressed in a dark hoodie that seemed almost too heavy for the season. His face was obscured by shadows, but I could feel his eyes on me, piercing through the thin veil of morning mist. I shivered slightly, but convinced myself it was just a figment of my imagination. After all, the park was a popular running spot. It wasn't uncommon to see other joggers along the way. As I passed him, I offered a brief nod, a gesture of acknowledgement. He didn't respond. Instead, he merely continued to watch me, his gaze unwavering. I quickened my pace, dismissing the unease that began to curl at the edges of my mind. The trail twisted and turned, and I pushed deeper into the park, away from the intrusive feeling of being watched. But as I rounded a bend, there he was again, standing at another point along the path, his arms crossed over his chest, unyielding. This time, something in his stance unnerved me. It was as if he were waiting, deliberately positioned to intercept me regardless of which direction I took. What was he doing here? I wondered, my heart racing. I felt a primal instinct to flee, to escape his watchful gaze. But I was caught in a web of curiosity and terror. I chose to continue jogging past him with my eyes fixed straight ahead, ignoring the prickling sensation at the back of my neck. The next stretch of the trail opened into a clearing, where the trees receded to reveal a small pond shimmering under the morning sun. As I slowed to catch my breath, I couldn't help but glance back. My heart sank. There he was, standing at the edge of the clearing, his silhouette outlined against the sun. It was as if he had materialized from the shadows of the trees, as if he had been waiting for me all along. Panic surged through me, and I turned abruptly, my instincts screaming at me to run. I picked up the pace, the rhythmic pounding of my feet echoing in my ears, masking the sound of my shallow breaths. With each stride, I could feel the dread coiling tighter in my chest. I didn't dare look over my shoulder, yet the unsettling feeling remained. Someone was behind me, tracking my every move. I pushed myself harder, desperate to escape whatever unseen force lurked in the shadows. Just as I approached a steep incline, I glanced back one more time. To my horror, he was closer now, a mere 20 feet behind me, his expression unreadable despite the distance. My mind raced. How had he closed that gap so quickly? Was he running as well? Panic surged anew, and I sprinted up the incline, hoping to gain some distance. But every time I stole another glance, there he was, always there, always watching. My heart thundered in my chest as I reached the top of the hill. I paused, bent over to catch my breath, my mind racing with thoughts of escape. The park was meant to be a sanctuary, yet it had transformed into my personal nightmare. I decided to take a different route, veering off the main trail onto a narrower path that snaked between the trees. I felt foolish for not having turned back sooner, for not seeking the safety of the park entrance, but the fear of facing him again was enough to drive me forward. I hoped I could lose him in the labyrinth of trees. As I plunged deeper into the wooded trail, the light began to fade, the canopy above thickening into a tangled mess of branches. The sounds of nature became muted, and a sense of foreboding enveloped me. But I pressed on, my legs burning with fatigue, my breath quickening as I navigated the twists and turns. Suddenly, I rounded another bend and skidded to a halt. The path before me was blocked by a thick thicket of brambles. I was trapped. The only way back was the way I came, but I could hear it. The low crunch of leaves underfoot, the unmistakable sound of someone approaching. He was near. Panic clawed at my throat as I scanned my surroundings, searching for an escape. Just then, I saw it, a narrow gap between the trees, leading into a darker section of the woods. It was risky, but it was my only choice. I dashed toward the opening, squeezing through the dense underbrush, feeling the sharp twigs and branches snag at my clothing. I stumbled forward, my heart racing, limbs flailing as I fought my way deeper into the thicket. The shadows grew thicker. I had the eerie sensation that I was being drawn into the very heart of darkness. I could no longer hear the sound of my pursuer, only the pounding of my own heart drum in my ears. After what felt like an eternity, I emerged into a small clearing, panting and trembling. The moonlight bathed the area in a cold glow, illuminating the remnants of an old stone well. I approached it cautiously, peering down into the darkness. An abyss that seemed to echo with whispers of the past. Suddenly I heard a rustle behind me. I turned, breath hitching in my throat. He was there, standing just at the edge of the clearing, his figure a chilling silhouette against the moonlight. "Why are you following me?" I shouted, my voice trembling. He didn't answer, just continued to watch, expressionless. My mind raced as I thought of my options. I could run again, or I could confront whatever horror this man represented. But as I took a tentative step backward, I slipped, falling to my knees and catching myself on the edge of the well. He stepped forward, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips. "You don't need to be afraid," he said, his voice low and gravelly. "But you can't escape what you've already started." "What do you mean?" I gasped, scrambling back, my heart pounding in my chest. "You came to this park looking for solitude," he continued, his tone unsettlingly calm. "But every choice we make creates a ripple, doesn't it? You chose to run. Now you're part of this trail." Part of its story. I didn't understand, and the fear that coursed through me was palpable. I shot to my feet, eyes darting around for a way out. "What are you talking about? Just leave me alone?" But he merely chuckled, the sound echoing eerily in the silence that surrounded us. "You can't run from yourself," he whispered, and in that moment, the shadows around us seemed to stretch and twist, wrapping around me like a shroud. In a sudden surge of adrenaline, I turned, sprinting toward the trees once more. I could feel the darkness encroaching, the weight of his gaze heavy on my back. The path seemed to warp and twist, pulling me deeper into the park's belly, away from the light of the moon. The world around me blurred, a chaotic mix of branches and shadows. I could hear him behind me, his footsteps echoing in the hollow silence, a relentless reminder that I could not escape. And then the ground beneath me gave way, and I fell, tumbling into the void. As I lay there, dazed and breathless, I could feel the darkness closing in, but I also felt something else, a presence that was familiar yet foreign, lingering with the very essence of the park, the tales it held, the secrets buried deep beneath the earth. The last thing I heard was his voice, soft yet chilling, echoing through the dark. "Welcome to the trail." And then there was nothing but silence. Story 73. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a dusky glow over the small town of Maplewood. The crickets began their chorus, a familiar summer symphony that usually brought comfort to the residents. But as I approached my home, a shiver cascaded down my spine, breaking the warm lull of the evening. The air was thick with tension, a feeling that something was off, something I couldn't quite put my finger on. I had just come back from visiting my aunt, a mere 2-day trip that felt like a lifetime away from the ordinary rhythms of my life. Maplewood was serene in its own right, but my aunt's house was something out of a ghost story. She lived in an old Victorian home, filled with the stories of generations past. Each room, a sepulcher of memories. I had felt the weight of history pressing upon me there, and as I returned to my own home, I was eager to find solace in familiarity. But as I reached the front door, my heart sank. The bedroom window, which I always locked, was wide open, the curtains billowing like ghostly fingers beckoning me inside. Anxiety twisted in my gut. It had been locked. I was sure of it. The latch lay broken on the floor, a small metal piece that had once secured the window, now a useless relic of safety. I stepped inside, the familiar creak of the wooden floorboards beneath my feet echoing through the silent house. The living room was dim, illuminated only by the last rays of sunlight filtering through the blinds. I dropped my bag with a thud and took a deep breath, trying to calm the wild thoughts racing through my mind. Had someone broken in? Was I still in the safety of my home, or had it become a place of lurking danger? Hello? I called, half hoping for a response, half terrified of what that response might bring. The air felt heavy, charged with the kind of stillness that precedes a storm, a feeling that something was out of place, lurking just beyond the edges of my vision. I walked cautiously toward the hallway, every creak of the floorboards beneath me sounding like a scream in the oppressive silence. My bedroom door stood ajar, and I hesitated before pushing it open. The sight that greeted me was unsettling. My room had been disturbed. The bedspread lay askew, the pillows tossed aside as if someone had been sitting there, waiting. The tinge of dread seeped into my bones like an icy chill, and I could feel my heart rate quicken with each passing second. I approached the window, the open frame an invitation to the encroaching night. I looked outside, scanning the yard and the neighboring houses. But the streets were empty, the shadows stretching long and eerie. The wind rustled through the trees, whispering secrets I couldn't quite grasp. Just then, I heard it, a soft thud from downstairs. My heart lurched, pounding against my ribcage like a trapped animal. I stood frozen, torn between the instinct to flee and the need to confront whatever had invaded my sanctuary. I took a step back, my eyes darting to the door, but the curiosity clawing at my throat urged me to investigate. I crept down the staircase, each step a deliberate move, as if I were navigating a minefield. The living room was dark, the only illumination coming from the streetlights outside. I peered into the shadows, searching for any sign of movement, but all I could hear was the soft hum of the refrigerator and the distant call of a night bird. Thud came again, more pronounced, echoing from the kitchen. My instinct screamed at me to run, to escape into the night, but my feet felt rooted to the ground. Every horror movie I had ever watched raced through my mind, each one ending with the hapless protagonist facing the unknown. I had to know what was happening. I approached the kitchen door slowly and paused, my hand hovering above the doorknob. In that moment, I could hear my own breathing, quick and shallow. I took a deep breath and turned the knob, pushing the door open with a creak that sounded like a warning bell. The kitchen was just as I had left it, but the back door stood ajar, swinging gently on its hinges. I stepped inside, the floor tiles cold against my bare feet, and scanned the room for signs of intrusion. Everything appeared normal, until my gaze landed on the table. My heart dropped. The table was littered with my things, papers, books, and small trinkets I had left scattered about. But there, in the center, was a note. My hands trembled as I picked it up, the paper feeling slick and foreign against my fingertips. "You should have left the window closed." A heavy sense of dread washed over me, and I felt the walls of my reality start to close in. Who had been in my home? Who had written this note? My mind raced as I recalled the past few days, the feeling of being watched while visiting my aunt, the strange shadows that danced in the corners of my vision. Had I really been safe there, or had someone followed me back? I dropped the note as if it had burned me, the sound of it hitting the floor reverberating through the quiet kitchen. I turned to head back to the living room when the unmistakable sound of footsteps echoed from the hallway. They were slow and deliberate, each step heavy, as if someone was savoring the moment, relishing in the fear they instilled. Panic surged through my veins. I glanced back at the kitchen door, my only possible escape, but I couldn't risk being seen. I slipped behind the kitchen island, crouching low, my breath hitching in my throat. The footsteps grew closer, and I could hear a low murmur, words I couldn't quite make out. a language that felt ancient and sinister. Suddenly, the shadow of a figure fell across the doorway. I held my breath, my heart thundering in my ears as the silhouette paused. The figure stepped into the kitchen, a dark shape against the dim light. I couldn't see their face, but I could feel the weight of their gaze, searching, calculating. "Where are you?" the figure called, their voice calm and chilling, sending a jolt through my body. "I just want to talk." I felt frozen, the instincts that kept me alive in the past, now betraying me with paralysis. I had to do something, anything. I had to escape. With a surge of adrenaline, I pushed myself away from the island. My body moving almost in a blur, I darted for the back door, praying it would be my salvation. I flung it open, the cool night air rushing in to greet me. I felt a moment of hope surge within me, but it was quickly extinguished as I heard the footsteps behind me. Louder now, closer. I was out in the yard, the darkness enveloping me, but there was no time to think. I ran toward the trees lining the property, hoping to lose myself in the thick foliage. My breath was ragged, each inhale a gasp for survival as the sound of pursuit echoed in my ears. I could hear the figure calling out, their voice eerily calm. "You can't escape me. We're already connected." Those words chilled me to my core, resonating with a truth I didn't understand. I stumbled into the embrace of the trees, my heart racing as I pressed my back against the rough bark, trying to blend in with the shadows. But the figure's footsteps came to a halt just outside the tree line. I held my breath, wanting desperately to remain unseen. I could see the glimpse of a shadow through the leaves, searching, probing. "Come out," they beckoned softly, yet there was a sharp edge to their voice, an urgency that sent another shiver down my spine. "This is your home now. There's nowhere else for you to go." And in that moment, as the night wrapped around me like a shroud, I understood the horror of my situation. I had let something in, something dark and unyielding, and now it had taken root in my life. My safe haven was no longer a sanctuary but a hunting ground, and I was the prey. The trees whispered secrets around me, the wind a mournful lament for the innocence I had lost. I was no longer just a resident of Maplewood. I had become part of a tale much darker than I could have ever imagined. The open window was a harbinger, a symbol of the breach between my mundane life and the encroaching terror that now claimed it. And as I crouched in the shadows, I realized there was no going back. The hunt had begun, and I was now a part of its story. One that would echo in the darkness long after the last curtain had fallen. Story 74. The air was thick with the stench of spilled beer and the faintest hint of desperation. The dimly lit bar pulsed with the rhythm of two things: a relentless jukebox playing the anthems of lost souls, and the murmurs of patrons seeking refuge from the world outside. I nestled into the far corner, nursing a whiskey sour that had seen better days. It was a Thursday night, the kind that lingers, a twilight zone between the week's grind and the weekend's revelry. I was here to unwind, to let the weight of the week slip away. As I sipped at my drink, the ice clinking softly against the glass, I felt the coarse wood of the table beneath my palm, smoothened by the countless elbows of weary travelers. The dim lights flickered sporadically, casting long shadows across the bar and revealing the ghostly outlines of patrons lost in their own worlds. I excused myself to the bathroom, a necessary detour after the whiskey had warmed my insides. The narrow hallway leading to the restrooms was adorned with faded posters of local bands, their faces obscured by years of neglect. The bathroom itself was a grim affair. Worn tiles, a flickering fluorescent light overhead, and a lingering odor that seemed to cling to the air like an unwelcome guest. After splashing some water on my face, I stepped back into the bar's main area, the music swallowing me whole once again. I made my way back to the table, scanning the crowd for familiar faces, when I noticed something unsettling. My drink, once positioned strategically in front of me, had been moved to the edge of the table, its vibrant color stark against the warm wood. A shiver crept down my spine, a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature of the evening. I glanced around, searching for any sign of mischief. Perhaps a friend playing a prank, or a fellow patron with a drunken sense of humor. But there was only a sea of unfamiliar faces, all absorbed in their own stories, laughter or loneliness. I shrugged it off, convinced I had simply forgotten where I had left it. The whiskey sour was still there, untouched. I took a sip, the familiar tang giving me a momentary sense of comfort. But as I settled back into my seat, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I glanced around again, my heart quickening. There was a man at the bar, his eyes locked onto me with an intensity that made my skin prickle. He was nondescript, blending into the gray walls behind him. But the way he stared, unwavering, made every instinct in my body scream at me to look away. I tried to distract myself with the chatter around me, but my gaze kept drifting back to him. After a few moments, he stood up, his movements deliberate. As he pushed away from the bar, a low murmur rippled through the crowd, and I noticed how everyone seemed to shift, an invisible current moving through the room. The man walked past my table, still watching, and as he did, I caught a glimmer of something in his hand, a small, glistening object. My heart raced. It was a knife, the blade catching the dim light. I froze, panic clawing at my insides. I couldn't tell if he was a threat or if my mind was playing tricks on me. The bar felt suddenly claustrophobic, the air thick with tension. I decided to leave, to escape whatever dark cloud loomed overhead. As I stood up, I felt a shift in the atmosphere, as if the very air had thickened, wrapping around me like a shroud. But just as I turned to make my way to the exit, I heard it, the unmistakable sound of a glass shattering. A sharp crack that sliced through the low hum of the bar. I turned back in time to see the man at the bar, his hand now empty, a broken glass at his feet, shards glistening like teeth on the floor. His expression was one of fury, and in that moment, I understood. He had been watching me. The crowd around him seemed to recoil, a wave of shock rippling through the patrons. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest as I made my way toward the door, desperate to escape the suddenly hostile atmosphere. But the man's eyes were fixed on me, like a predator honing in on its prey. I reached for the door, my breath shallow as I pushed it open. The cool night air hit my face, a stark contrast to the oppressive heat of the bar. I stumbled out onto the street, my heart racing. But as I turned to leave, I saw something that stopped me in my tracks. My drink, the untouched whiskey sour, was sitting on the edge of the bar outside, glistening under the streetlight. It should have been inside, on the table where I'd left it. But here it was, waiting for me. I could feel dread pooling in my stomach. I approached it slowly, the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. I glanced back into the bar, the door swinging slightly on its hinges, revealing a ghostly view of patrons still laughing, oblivious to the scene unfolding. I reached for the glass, my fingers trembling as I wrapped them around the cool stem. And then, my world tilted. A voice, low and gravelly, whispered close behind me. "You shouldn't have touched it." I froze, the drink nearly slipping from my grasp. I turned slowly, my heart racing, and found the man standing inches away, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling mix of anger and something darker. The knife was gone, but the threat still lingered in the air like the stench of stale beer. "What do you want?" I demanded, hoping to sound braver than I felt. He stepped closer, invading my space, the scent of cheap cologne and sweat assaulting my senses. "You've taken something that doesn't belong to you," he hissed, his voice low and dangerous. "You've disturbed the balance." "What balance?" Hammered, panic coursing through me. He glanced at the bar, his eyes narrowing. "The drink. It's not just a drink." He leaned in closer, his breath hot against my skin. "You think you can run away from it?" And then, without warning, he lunged forward, gripping my wrist with a vice-like hold. The world blurred as I struggled to break free, but his grip was unyielding. I could feel the panic rising in my throat, a scream caught in my chest, muffled by the chaos in my mind. Suddenly, from the depths of the bar, the crowd erupted into chaos. A figure darted out, the bartender, wielding a baseball bat, eyes wild with fear. "Get away from her," he shouted, swinging the bat low. It connected with the man's side, and he staggered back, releasing my wrists. I wasted no time. I ran. My heart thundered in my chest as I sprinted down the street, the night air cool against my flushed skin. Behind me, I could hear the chaos of the bar spilling into the street, the shouts and the clatter of chairs. I didn't stop until I reached my car, fumbling with my keys as adrenaline surged through me. I could still feel the man's eyes on me, that predatory gaze, and the fear that wrapped around me like a heavy cloak. Driving home was a blur of confusion and terror. I couldn't shake the feeling that I had opened a door to something I didn't understand. Something dark and hungry. The whiskey sour had been untouched, perhaps not by me, but by forces beyond my control. As I pulled into my driveway, I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see him lurking in the shadows. But the road was empty, the night quiet. For a moment, I felt a flicker of relief. But as I stepped out of the car and closed the door, a chilling realization washed over me. In my hand, tightly clenched, was the whiskey sour still untouched, the very drink that had sparked this nightmare. No one had touched it, yet it felt like a tether to something sinister, something that was far from over. I turned to the house, the door looming before me, and took a deep breath. Whatever I'd stumbled into was waiting for me, lurking in the shadows. The drink wasn't just a drink anymore. It was a harbinger, a warning. And as I stepped inside, I understood that I had only just begun to uncover the darkness that had been unleashed. Story 75. The autumn sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows that intertwined with the fallen leaves on the pavement. Sarah was rushing to catch the bus after a hectic day at university. Her backpack, worn and frayed at the edges, was a constant companion, stuffed with textbooks, notebooks, a half-eaten granola bar, and her most prized possession, a sketchbook filled with her dreams and fears. As the bus pulled up, she felt a rush of relief. She was about to board when she realized she'd forgotten her phone at the cafe where she had been studying. Just a second, she thought, and she dashed back to the cafe, leaving her backpack on the bus seat. It would only take a minute. The cafe was buzzing with the late afternoon crowd, but her eyes were fixed on the counter where she had left her phone. After a quick exchange with the barista, she clutched her phone tightly and rushed back to the bus stop. To her dismay, the bus had already left, continuing its journey down the street. "Great," she muttered under her breath, glancing around. There were a few people lingering at the stop, but her backpack was nowhere to be seen. Panic fluttered in her chest. Did someone take it? She asked a couple of people waiting if they had seen anyone with her bag, but they shook their heads, lost in their own worlds. Disheartened, she decided to walk home, hoping that somehow the backpack would turn up. With each step, her anxiety grew. It wasn't just a bag, it was an extension of herself, filled with her thoughts and creativity. The sun dipped below the horizon, and the chill of evening air wrapped around her like a shroud as she walked through the deserted streets. She couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Shadows danced in the corners of her vision, and the wind whispered secrets she couldn't quite hear. It was absurd, but she quickened her pace, crossing the street to avoid the dark alley that loomed ahead. When she finally arrived at her apartment complex, relief flooded through her. She fumbled with her keys, eager to get inside and put the day behind her. As she turned the key in the lock, she glanced down, and her heart dropped. There, hanging from her doorknob, was her backpack. Impossible, she breathed, her fingers trembling as she reached for the worn straps. How had it gotten there? She had been so distracted on the way home that she hadn't noticed anyone following her. Had someone taken it and then returned it, or was it a twisted joke? She hesitated before opening the door, fear crawling up her spine. The backpack felt heavy in her hands, as if it held more than just her belongings. With a deep breath, she stepped inside, her heart racing. Her apartment was dark, save for the faint glow of the streetlight filtering through the window. She flipped the light switch, bathing the small room in a warm yellow hue. Dust motes danced in the air. A sense of normalcy washed over her. She dropped the backpack on the floor and pulled the zipper, ready to inspect its contents. As she opened it, the familiar sight of her books offered a moment of comfort, but then her breath caught in her throat. There, lying on top of her textbooks, was a crumpled piece of paper. Frowning, she reached for it. The paper was old, yellowed with age, and the writing was spidery and uneven. It read, "I know your secrets." Chills coursed through her. Who had written this? She turned the paper over, hoping for a clue. But it was blank. Her mind raced with possibilities. Had someone been watching her, tracking her movements? The thought made her skin crawl. She couldn't shake the feeling that she was in danger. That night, sleep eluded her. The shadows in her apartment felt darker, more sinister, as if they were alive and watching her every move. She pulled the covers tight around her. Still, she felt exposed. The next morning, determined to find a rational explanation, Sarah decided to retrace her steps. She headed back to the bus stop and the cafe, asking anyone who might have seen her backpack. Everyone she spoke to shook their heads, offering no comfort. As she walked back home, a sense of dread settled in her stomach. That evening, she sat at her desk, sketchbook open, hoping that drawing would calm her racing thoughts. But every stroke of her pencil was marred by the lingering question: who knew her secrets? Outside, the wind howled, rattling the windows as she sketched an ominous figure lurking in the shadows. Suddenly, she heard a soft knock at her door. Her heart raced as she glanced at the clock. It was late, too late for any visitors. The knock came again, more insistent this time. "Who is it?" she called, trying to sound braver than she felt. No answer, just silence, then another knock. This time, she felt compelled to answer. She approached the door cautiously, glancing through the peephole. There was nothing, only darkness. Trembling, she turned the knob and opened the door a crack. "Hello?" she called out again, her voice barely above a whisper. Just as she was about to close the door, she noticed something lying on her doormat. A small envelope, addressed to her in the same spidery handwriting as the note from her backpack. She picked it up, her hands shaking, and quickly closed the door. Inside, the envelope contained another note. "You can't hide from the truth. Meet me at the old playground. Midnight." The words seemed to pulse with a life of their own, filling her with a combination of fear and intrigue. Who was this person? Why were they doing this? Despite the terror clawing at her insides, she felt an unsettling urge to confront this mystery. As the clock struck midnight, Sarah found herself standing in front of the old playground. The swings creaked in the wind, and the moonlight illuminated the rusting metal and peeling paint. She felt the weight of the note in her pocket, the promise of answers lingering in the air. "Is anyone there?" she called, her voice echoing eerily. Shadows danced and twisted around her, and for a moment, she felt utterly alone. Then, from the darkness, a figure emerged, a tall silhouette with a hood obscuring their face. "Sarah," the figure said, their voice low and gravelly. "You've come." "Who are you?" she demanded, her heart pounding. "What do you want from me?" The figure stepped closer, the moonlight casting a chilling glow on their face. As the hood fell back, she gasped. It was someone she recognized, a fellow student from her art class, Jason. "Why?" she breathed, backing away. "Why did you do this?" "I wanted to show you," he said, his eyes glinting with an unsettling intensity. "You have so much potential, but you're hiding from yourself. I thought if I pushed you, you'd find the truth." Confusion and anger washed over her. "This isn't how you help someone. You could have just talked to me. But where's the fun in that?" Jason smirked, stepping closer. The shadows behind him seemed to swell, as if they were alive, eager to consume her. "Please, leave me alone." She turned to run, but he was faster, grabbing her wrist. "I am not done with you yet. You need to embrace your fears, Sarah." In that moment, she realized the truth. The backpack wasn't just a bag. It was a vessel of her secrets and creativity, and Jason was right. She had been hiding from herself, afraid to confront the darkness within. With a surge of adrenaline, she yanked her wrist free and ran, her heart pounding in her chest. Behind her, she could hear his laughter echoing through the night, the shadows swirling around him like a cloak. As she reached her apartment, she slammed the door shut, her mind racing. She was terrified, but a flicker of resolve ignited within her. She would face her fears, confront the darkness that had haunted her, and reclaim her story. Tomorrow, she would start anew, with her sketchbook in hand, unraveling the mysteries she had buried deep within. Perhaps, in the end, the vanishing backpack was not just about a lost bag, but about rediscovering herself. And as for Jason, she knew she would have to confront him too. Because, in the end, every secret has a price, and she was ready to pay it. Story 76. As she settled into her usual corner, the world outside faded away. The hum of the library's air conditioning was a soothing backdrop as she buried her nose in her textbooks. The constant rustle of pages turning, providing a rhythm to her study session. But as she flipped through a particularly dense chapter on psychology, something caught her eye. A folded note, perched inconspicuously on the edge of the desk. Curiosity piqued. She reached for it, her fingers brushing against the crisp paper. It was an ordinary piece of notebook paper, the kind any student would use. She unfolded it carefully, her heart quickening as the words stared back at her, scrawled in a hurried, almost frantic hand. "You're not as alone as you think." A chill coursed through her, and she glanced around, half expecting someone to emerge from the shadows, laughing at her startled reaction. But the library remained still, its occupants lost in their own worlds. An elderly man sat hunched over a dusty tome in the far corner, while a couple of students engaged in quiet conversation at a nearby table. Normalcy of it all felt surreal against the bewildering message she had just read. She folded the note back and tucked it into her backpack, an unsettling weight settling in her stomach. Was this some kind of prank? Or perhaps a message meant for someone else? The more she thought about it, the more anxious she became. After all, she often felt isolated. Her social circle had dwindled since she began her second year at university. But that didn't mean she was truly alone. You did. The afternoon slid into evening, the sun dipping below the horizon, casting eerie shadows that crept across the library walls. Sarah tried to push the thought of the note from her mind, focusing instead on her studies. Yet, each time she glanced at the clock, she felt increasingly anxious, as if the very air around her had thickened with tension. As she gathered her things to leave, the note resurfaced in her thoughts, gnawing away at her. Just as she stood to leave, she noticed a flicker of movement from the corner of her eye. Turning, she saw a figure. A woman, perhaps in her late 30s, with raven black hair cascading down her shoulders like a dark waterfall. The woman stood a few tables away, her gaze fixed intently on Sarah. A chill raced down her spine as the woman seemed to smile faintly, but there was something unsettling about it, as if she were privy to some secret that Sarah herself had yet to uncover. Without thinking, Sarah hastily packed her belongings, her heart pounding in her chest. She couldn't shake the feeling that the woman was somehow connected to the note. As she hurried toward the exit, she glanced back once more, but the woman had vanished, leaving only the stillness of the library behind. The cool night air hit her like a splash of ice water as she stepped outside. The campus was eerily quiet, the usual sounds of students laughing and chatting having faded into the distance. Sarah quickened her pace, her mind racing with questions. Who had left the note? Who was that woman? And what did it mean by saying she was not as alone as she thought? That night, she tossed and turned in her bed, sleep eluding her. Every creak of the old house echoed ominously in the silence, amplifying her unease. As the clock ticked away the hours, she replayed the day's events in her mind. The note, the woman, the unsettling feeling of being watched. It all churned together, a maelstrom of fear and confusion. The following morning, she decided to return to the library. Perhaps it would provide some clarity. The moment she stepped through the door, she felt the weight of the place settle upon her like a shroud. The familiar scent of old books washed over her, a bittersweet reminder of the comfort it usually provided. But today, it felt different, charged with an undercurrent of something darker. As she navigated the aisles, she found herself drawn to the same corner where she had discovered the note. Heart racing, she examined the desk, half expecting to find another message waiting for her. Instead, it was empty, as desolate as her thoughts. She sank into the chair, the wood creaking beneath her weight, and opened her textbook, forcing herself to focus on the words. Minutes turned into hours, yet the suffocating feeling of being watched lingered. She glanced up occasionally, scanning the rows of shelves, convinced she would see the woman again. But it was only the same faces she recognized, engrossed in their studies or flipping through pages, oblivious to her growing anxiety. Finally, she decided to take a break. Stepping into the library's small cafe, she ordered a cup of coffee and leaned against the counter, watching the barista work. Just as she turned to take a seat, she caught sight of the woman again. This time, she was seated at a table in the far corner, her head bent low, fingers tapping rhythmically on the surface. Sarah's heart raced as she watched the woman. There was an eerie familiarity about her, something that struck a chord deep within Sarah's memory. She shook her head, trying to dispel the feeling, but it clung to her like shadows in the dim light. With a sudden burst of courage, she approached the woman. "Excuse me," Sarah said, her voice trembling slightly. "I saw you yesterday. Do you know anything about this note?" She fished it out of her bag, holding it out like a peace offering. The woman looked up, her eyes dark pools that seemed to swallow the light around them. A glimmer of recognition flickered across her face, followed by an inscrutable expression. "You found it," she said softly, her voice smooth, yet laced with an unsettling undertone. Did it scare you? I don't understand, Sarah stammered. What does it mean? Who are you? The woman leaned forward, her gaze piercing. I'm someone who knows what it's like to feel alone, even in a crowd. The library is a haven, but it can also be a trap. You're not alone, but you need to be careful. Not all who linger here have good intentions. Zara felt a rush of adrenaline. What do you mean? Are you saying there's someone here? The woman hesitated, her expression shifting to one of concern. Yes, someone who watches, waiting for the right moment. You must be vigilant. The note was a warning, not a threat. The air grew heavy with tension as Sarah processed the woman's words. She opened her mouth to speak, but the woman continued, her voice barely above a whisper. They take those who aren't careful. Pay attention to the shadows. With that, the woman stood abruptly, leaving her coffee untouched. She walked away without another glance, disappearing into the stacks, leaving Sarah grappling with a storm of emotions. Fear twisted in her gut, and she knew she had to leave. But as she turned to exit the cafe, the lights flickered ominously. A chill swept through the air, and Sarah felt it, the unmistakable sensation of being watched. She bolted for the door, her breath quickening, her heart pounding like a drum in her ears. Outside, the cool air was a stark contrast to the suffocating atmosphere inside. She needed to distance herself from the library, from the note, from whatever darkness had begun to unfurl its tendrils around her. As she made her way home, her mind raced. Who was that woman? What did she know? And who was watching her in the shadows? The world around her felt suddenly foreign. Each sound amplified, each movement charged with a sense of foreboding. That night, sleep refused to come again. Shadows danced in her room, twisting and contorting into shapes that resembled the woman's face. She could almost hear the distant echo of the woman's voice warning her, urging her to stay vigilant. Days turned into weeks. Sarah tried to resume her normal routine, but the library had become a place of dread. She avoided it, even as the workload piled up. Each time she passed it, the sense of being watched clawed at her spine, a constant reminder of the chilling message she had received. Then one day, a friend invited her to study at a cafe off campus. Initially hesitant, Sarah agreed, needing a break from the suffocating confines of her thoughts. As she sipped her coffee, surrounded by laughter and chatter, she felt a sense of relief, as if the shadows had finally begun to lift. But as she turned to grab her notes, she froze. There, at the edge of her vision, stood the woman, the raven-haired figure, observing her from a distance. Panic surged through Sarah, and she quickly averted her gaze. But when she looked back, the woman was gone. The sense of dread returned, heavier than before. That night, as she tried to sleep, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was closing in on her. The shadows in her room felt thicker, more ominous. Had she truly escaped whatever darkness? Story 77. The gas station stranger. The fluorescent lights flickered above like a swarm of fireflies trapped inside a glass jar. I stood beside my car at the isolated gas station, the only source of illumination in a desolate world that stretched beyond the reach of the flickering bulbs. It was one of those nights when the moon was cloaked behind an abyss of clouds, rendering the landscape draped in an oppressive darkness. The faint hum of the gas pump was the only sound, a monotonous echo that seemed to amplify the stillness around me. As the gas flowed into my tank, I absently glanced at the dashboard clock. 12:27 a.m. The time seemed to mock me, each minute prolonging my solitude. I could almost hear the whispers of the wind, urging me to hurry up and get home. The relentless chill of the night air wrapped around me like an unwelcome embrace. sending shivers down my spine. That's when I noticed him. He stood at the pump in the next lane, a figure clad in a long, dark coat, its collar pulled up against the cold. His face was obscured in shadow, but I could make out his eyes, glinting like polished stones under the harsh light. He looked to be in his 40s, but the lines etched on his face spoke of a lifetime of weariness, and maybe more. He caught my gaze and smiled, a slow, deliberate grin that sent an unexpected chill through me. I raised a hesitant hand in greeting, trying to convey warmth despite the unease creeping into my mind. But instead of reciprocating, he leaned towards me, his voice low yet piercing. "You should check your back seat before you leave." The words hung in the air, a veil of foreboding wrapping itself around me. My heart raced. I chuckled nervously, hoping to shake off his cryptic warning as a joke, a simple mischief of a late-night stranger. "Thanks for the tip," I replied, forcing a smile, my laughter wavering under the weight of his gaze. He didn't reply. Instead, he climbed into an old rusty sedan that had seen better days, the paint peeling like an old scab, and drove off into the night, fading into the darkness like a phantom. I stood there for a moment, my breath hitching in my throat, an unsettling knot forming in my stomach. What did he mean? Was it just a harmless joke, or something more sinister? The gas pump clicked, breaking the spell, and I turned to finish my transaction at the kiosk. As I paid, the attendant, a young woman with tired eyes, looked at me with a slight frown. "You okay?" she asked, her voice laced with concern. "Yeah, just a weird guy," I replied, gesturing vaguely towards the now empty lane. He told me to check my back seat. Her expression shifted instantly, a flash of recognition crossing her features. "You should," she said, her tone suddenly serious. "Strange things happen out here at night. Just be careful." I nodded, a chill running down my spine as I grabbed my receipt and headed back to my car. The night air felt thicker now, wrapping around me like a suffocating shroud. I peered inside the vehicle, the interior bathed in the soft glow of the dashboard lights. Everything seemed in order, but the man's warning echoed in my head, a sinister refrain that refused to fade. Still, I hesitated. Checking the back seat felt like an overreaction. A paranoia spiraled from the mind of a lonely woman. I gripped the handle of my door, indecision clawing at me, but the unease was palpable, a creeping vine coiling around my thoughts. What if he was right? What if there really was something lurking in the shadows of my car? I took a deep breath and steeled myself. I opened the driver's side door and leaned in, my heart pounding as I turned to face the back seat. The dark fabric of the seats loomed ominously, shadows weaving a tapestry of dread that seemed almost alive. With a trembling hand, I swept my eyes across the seat, searching for any sign of intrusion. Nothing. Just a jumble of my belongings. A jacket, an empty water bottle, a stray grocery bag. I let out a shaky laugh, the tension slowly dissipating. "You're losing it, girl," I murmured to myself. Nothing's there. As I settled back into the driver's seat, I felt a momentary relief wash over me. I locked the doors and started the engine, the comforting rumble filling the silence. But as I pulled out of the gas station and onto the deserted road, the weight of the night pressed heavier upon me. Each mile I drove seemed to stretch on indefinitely. The trees lining the road loomed like sentinels, their twisted branches clawing at the sky. And the darkness beyond them felt alive, pulsating with a hidden menace. I tried to shake off the feeling, turning on the radio to drown out the silence, but the static only amplified my anxiety. The songs garbled and distorted like a warning from the void. Suddenly, a sound pierced through my distraction. A soft thump against the rear of my car. My heart leaped. I glanced in the rearview mirror, but the road behind me was empty. A black abyss that offered no answers. Maybe it was just a trick of the mind, a figment of my overactive imagination. But then it came again, louder this time. A hollow thump, unmistakable and deliberate. I could feel panic clawing at my throat. I forced myself to breathe, to think rationally. Perhaps it was just a branch or a piece of debris. But as I drove on, the thumping persisted. Each sound reverberating in my skull like a ticking clock, counting down to a moment I dreaded. I pulled over, my hands trembling as I turned the key off, the engine's growl fading into silence. The world around me seemed to hold its breath. Gripping the steering wheel, I listened intently, straining to hear anything in the stillness. But all I could hear was the thunderous beating of my heart. I couldn't put it off any longer. With a sudden surge of resolve, I opened the car door and stepped outside, the cold air slapping me awake. The darkness loomed, oppressive and thick. I walked around to the back of my car, heart pounding wildly as I forced myself to peer into the depths of the back seat. There, nestled beneath my jacket, was a crumpled piece of paper. I reached in, fingers trembling, and pulled it out. It was a note, hastily scrawled in a jagged hand. Already inside, my blood ran cold. I stumbled back, the note slipping from my fingers and fluttering to the ground. A fallen leaf in a storm. My breath came in sharp gasps as terror gripped me. I was not alone. I darted around to the driver's side, heart racing, barely registering anything beyond the instinctual need to escape. But as I fumbled to open the door, I felt a presence behind me. A shadow loomed, stretching across the pavement. I spun around, eyes wide, and found myself face to face with the stranger in the coat. He smiled, but this time it wasn't friendly. It was wide, jagged, a predator's smile that sent a chill racing down my spine. "I told you to check your back seat," he said, his voice smooth and sinister, a melody of malevolence. And in that moment, I understood that the warning was only the beginning. The night was no longer just dark. It was alive with the promise of horror, and I was caught in the web of a nightmare that had only just begun to unfold. Story 78. I first noticed him at the fruit stall, his presence almost an afterthought among the vibrant chaos. An unremarkable man, dressed in a faded gray jacket and a brown fedora that obscured most of his face, stood a few feet away, his camera poised as if he were waiting for a moment to strike. But it was the way he kept adjusting his focus that snagged my attention. Each time I moved, he shifted his position, his lens tracking me with a precision that felt both uncanny and sinister. I picked up a plump red apple, pretending to inspect it, hoping to shake the feeling of being watched. Yet, when I glanced back at him, he was still there, his camera aimed directly at me. The click of the shutter sending a jolt through my chest. I felt exposed, as if he had stripped away my layers of safety, leaving me vulnerable and raw. I quickly paid for my apple and stepped away, attempting to blend into the crowd. The market was alive, yet all I could feel was the weight of his gaze. I turned down a narrow alley that branched off from the marketplace, hoping to escape the suffocating attention. As I walked, the laughter and chatter of the crowd faded into a distant echo, swallowed by the shadows that crept along the cobblestones. I felt a wave of relief wash over me. Surely I would be free of him now. But when I glanced back, my heart sank. He was still there, his camera now lowered, a slight smirk creeping onto his lips, as if he knew something I didn't. I quickened my pace, my breath quickening as panic began to seep into my thoughts. My mind raced with questions. Who was he? Why was he following me? I hadn't noticed anyone else watching him, which only deepened the sense of isolation. Turning sharply, I ducked into a small cafe, hoping to collect my thoughts. The place was dimly lit, the smell of freshly brewed coffee mingling with the sweetness of pastries. I slipped into a corner booth, my heart still racing. I tried to focus on the barista as she prepared my drink. But the weight of the camera lens bore down on me like a predator's gaze. I peered through the cafe window, hoping to catch a glimpse of him. Minutes passed, each one stretching out like an eternity. The bustling market continued to thrum with life outside, but I felt ensnared, trapped in a web of anxiety. Just as I was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a figure moved into view. My blood ran cold. There he was, standing across the street, his camera once again trained on me. The smile on his face gone, replaced by a cold, calculating expression. I dropped my gaze, pressing my back against the booth, willing myself to disappear. My mind raced with frantic thoughts. What did he want? Was he harmless, or did he have darker intentions? I gripped my phone tightly, contemplating whether to call for help. But as I looked up again, he was gone, vanished into the crowd as if he had never existed. I spent the next few minutes in a daze, my heart still pounding as I sipped my coffee. The bitter taste barely registering. Had I imagined it all? Had I let my imagination run wild in the bustling chaos? I tried to convince myself that I had overreacted, that I was just being paranoid. But deep down, an unsettling feeling coiled in my stomach. Determined to shake off the encounter, I left the cafe and re-entered the market, hoping to lose myself in the crowd once more. I wandered through the stalls, pretending to examine trinkets and fabrics, all the while glancing nervously over my shoulder. The atmosphere was lively, yet I felt like a ghost, hovering on the outskirts of reality, haunted by the specter of a man with a camera. Just when I thought I was free, I felt a presence behind me. I turned slowly, dread pooling in my chest. He stood there again, closer this time, his camera now hanging loosely by his side. His eyes were gray and piercing, almost otherworldly, as if he could see right through me. My body reacted before my mind could catch up. I took a step back. The space between us a chasm filled with unspoken menace. "What do you want?" I croaked, my voice barely above a whisper. He tilted his head, studying me with an unsettling curiosity. "I capture moments," he said, his voice smooth and calm. "You're an intriguing subject." I took another step back, the urge to flee, letting my senses. I'm not your subject. Please, just leave me alone." He chuckled softly, a sound devoid of warmth. "You misunderstand. You're not just a subject. You're a story waiting to be told. There's beauty in your fear, a rawness in your vulnerability. It's captivating." His words twisted in my stomach, and I could feel the crowd around us begin to blur. The sounds of the market faded, and all I could hear was the steady thrumming of my heart against my rib cage. "I don't want to be part of your story," I managed to say, my voice trembling. He took a step closer, raising his camera, the lens gleaming ominously in the fading light. "But you already are. Every moment, every fleeting glance is a snapshot in time. You can't escape it. You're part of the narrative now." Panic surged through me, and I turned to run, weaving through the crowd, my heart pounding like a war drum. I dashed past stalls, my eyes darting everywhere, searching for an escape. I could feel him behind me, always there, an ominous shadow flitting just out of reach. As I stumbled into a narrow alley, my breath came out in desperate gasps. I pressed my back against the cool brick wall, trying to calm my racing heart. But the world around me faded into a blurry haze. I could hear him now, his footsteps echoing against the cobblestones, closing in. In that moment, I felt a surge of determination. I wouldn't let him capture me, wouldn't let him weave my fear into his narrative. I pushed off the wall and bolted back toward the market, ready to lose myself in the throng of people. But when I turned the corner, the market was deserted. Stalls lay empty, abandoned, as if everyone had vanished in an instant. The vibrant colors had drained away, leaving behind a gray, lifeless landscape. My breath hitched in my throat as I realized he was there, standing in the center of the empty market. His camera raised, a predator, poised to strike. "Where are you going?" he called, his voice echoing through the silence. The story isn't over yet. I felt the walls closing in around me, my mind racing for a way out. But it was too late. He pressed the shutter, a bright flash illuminating the darkness around me. And in that instant, I became the story. A moment captured forever, a victim frozen in fear, for all the world to see. As the light faded, so too did my sense of self. I was lost now, a still image, in a narrative crafted by a twisted mind, forever trapped in the haunting grip of the photographer's lens. Story 79. I glanced at the clock on the wall. It was nearly 8:30, and I rarely received visitors at this hour. The knock came again, more urgent this time, cutting through the stillness of the house. I set my mug down, feeling a shiver skitter down my spine, and trudged to the door. When I opened it, a man stood before me, his face illuminated by the dim porch light. He was disheveled, hair tousled, and shirt untucked, the kind of appearance that suggested a long day had taken a toll on him. His eyes, however, were what held my attention. Wild and panicked, like a hunted animal cornered by predators. "Excuse me," he said, his voice trembling slightly. "I'm looking for my dog. He went missing a few hours ago, and I was hoping you might have seen him." I shook my head, my mind racing through my memory. "I haven't seen any dogs around," I replied. "What does he look like?" The man's expression shifted from desperation to fleeting relief as he described his pet. "He's a golden retriever, about 3 years old. His name is Max. He has a collar with a blue tag. I thought he might have wandered into your yard." As he spoke, I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that had settled in my stomach. I glanced over his shoulder, half expecting to see the dog bounding towards us, but the street remained eerily quiet. "I'm really sorry," I said, "but I haven't seen him." The man sighed, running a hand through his hair. "I've checked all around the neighborhood." He trailed off, his eyes flicking nervously around the street. It was then that I noticed the car parked in my driveway, its engine running and headlights casting an eerie glow on the pavement. A knot of unease tightened in my chest. Why was his car in my driveway? "Is that your car?" I asked, pointing a finger toward the vehicle. He turned abruptly, his expression shifting from anxiety to something darker. "All right. I forgot to mention that I parked there. I didn't want to block the road," he said, his voice losing its conviction. I took a cautious step back, suddenly aware of how isolated my house felt. "Maybe you should call the police or an animal shelter," I suggested, trying to mask my growing apprehension. "They could help you find him." He shook his head, his eyes darting around as if searching for an escape route. "I don't want the police involved. They'll just think I'm irresponsible, and it's already my fault he's missing." The way he said that sent chills crawling up my spine. "How did he go missing?" I pressed, my voice steady despite the fear bubbling beneath the surface. "He was in the yard. I took my eyes off him for just a moment, and he disappeared. I don't know how." His voice cracked, and he looked like he might break down right there on my porch. I felt a rush of sympathy mixed with a prickling sensation that something was off. "Have you looked in the woods behind my house?" I suggested. The woods were dense, thick with shadows, and the idea of a lost dog hiding among the trees sent a wave of dread through me. "No, not yet," he admitted, glancing back at his car. Sweat glistened on his forehead, despite the chill in the air. I didn't think he'd go that far. I hesitated, trying to weigh my instincts against my caution. "I could go with you," I proposed. But he shook his head again. No, that's okay," he stammered. I shouldn't impose on you like this." But his eyes told a different story. They were wide, desperate, almost pleading. I felt a tug of sympathy that made my feet ache to move forward, to help him. Yet something deep within me screamed to keep my distance. "Are you sure you don't want me to help?" I offered, my voice softening. Just then, the wind rustled the leaves, sending a shiver through the trees. And the man flinched. He turned abruptly, seemingly startled by the sound, and for a split second, I caught a glimpse of something in his eyes. Panic mixed with something else, something darker. "I'll be fine," he said abruptly, his tone shifting to one of forced assurance. "I'll just check the woods. Thank you for your time." He turned, his footsteps quickening as he walked toward his car. I swallowed hard, watching as he opened the door. "Wait," I called out, the instinct to offer at least some small measure of help overwhelming my rational thoughts. "If you find him, can you come back and let me know?" "I'll be worried." He paused for a moment, glancing back at me, and his face softened briefly. "Of course," he replied, but it felt hollow, like an echo of a promise. The engine roared to life, and I stepped back, heart pounding as he backed out of my driveway. I tried to shake off the uncomfortable sensation swirling around me, but it clung to my skin like a second layer. I shut the door and leaned against it, heart still racing. The woods loomed behind my house, dark and foreboding, and the thought of a dog lost among the shadows stirred an unsettling feeling of dread within me. Hours passed as I tried to distract myself with TV, but images of the man and his frantic search danced in my mind. Each time the wind howled against the windows, I flinched. I kept glancing at the clock, the time slipping away like grains of sand in an hourglass. And with each passing minute, the sense of something wrong deepened. Finally, unable to contain myself, I grabbed a flashlight and moved toward the back door. Perhaps I could find Max, or at least make sure that the man didn't get into trouble. As I stepped outside, the air was thick with an eerie silence, every sound muted as though the world held its breath. I moved toward the edge of the woods, the flashlight beam slicing through the darkness. "Max," I called softly, hoping to lure the dog out. The underbrush rustled, and I froze, heart racing. "Max?" I called again, this time louder. The darkness felt heavy, and the trees loomed around me, their branches clawing the night sky. I took a step into the woods, the ground crunching beneath my feet, and I felt the cool breath of the wind wrap around me. Suddenly, a low growl echoed from the depths of the trees, freezing the blood in my veins. My heart thudded against my ribs as dread twisted in my gut. "Max," I called, forcing the tremor from my voice. The growl grew louder, and I could see shadows shifting among the underbrush. I swung the flashlight toward the sound, but the beam trembled in my hand. The growling ceased abruptly, replaced by a silence so profound it felt suffocating. Just then, a figure emerged from the shadows, and I nearly dropped the flashlight. It was the man. "Did you find him?" I stammered, stepping back instinctively. He looked different now, eyes wide and wild, and his hair was matted, as if he had been running through the underbrush. "No, I haven't seen him," he exclaimed, his voice strained. The flashlight flickered, and I took another step back. You should call someone. The police. They might help," I suggested, panic creeping into my voice. His jaw tightened, and he shook his head vehemently. "No, I don't want them involved. Just need to find him." As he took a step closer, I caught sight of something glimmering in the faint light, a hint of red staining his shirt. My heart dropped. "What happened to you?" I whispered, terror clawing at my throat. The man paused, his eyes narrowing. "It's nothing, just a scratch." But it was more than a scratch. The blood was fresh, glistening like a warning in the darkness. I turned to run, but before I could react, he lunged forward, grabbing my arm with a grip so tight it sent shockwaves through my body. "Please," he hissed, a manic gleam in his eyes. "I need your help. You don't understand. He's not just a dog, he's something else." The words sent a jolt of fear through me. "What do you mean?" I managed to choke out, panic rising with each word. But instead of answering, his grip tightened, and he started dragging me deeper into the woods. "We have to find him before it's too late." Desperation clawed at my throat, and I wrenched free, stumbling back. Story 80. It was a warm Saturday afternoon. The kind that beckons you to leave the comfort of your home for the sun-drenched world outside. But for Emily, the promise of fresh air was muted by the oppressive weight of her neglected closet. She had promised herself that today, after months of putting it off, she would finally confront the chaos that lurked behind the wooden door. Warm sneakers and faded jeans were her battle attire as she slid the door open, revealing a disarray of clothes, shoes, and a forgotten childhood toy, a stuffed rabbit with one eye missing. The air was stale, carrying the faint scent of mothballs and something more unsettling, something she couldn't quite put her finger on. With a sigh, she stepped inside, the darkness engulfing her like an old, familiar friend. As she rummaged through the piles, the sun cast long, thin shadows across the floor, stretching ominously. A chill crawled up her spine despite the warmth outside. It was just her imagination, she told herself, shaking off the sensation like water off a duck's back. She tossed aside a pair of heels that had seen better days when something caught her eye, a slip of paper, yellowed with age, taped firmly to the inner side of the door. Curiosity piqued. She tore it down, revealing an elegant script scrawled in black ink. Her heart raced as she read the words. "I've been watching you for weeks." The note felt heavy in her hands, as if the words had weight, a presence that loomed over her. A cold sweat broke out on her forehead, and she glanced over her shoulder, half expecting to see someone lurking in the shadows. It had to be a prank, she reasoned, perhaps something left by the previous tenant. Still, as she stood there, the light from her bedroom dimmed, swallowed by the encroaching shadows of the closet. The hairs on the back of her neck prickled, and she stepped out, closing the door behind her as if to shut out the chilling possibility that someone had, indeed, been watching her. The note found its way into the pocket of her jeans, where it sat heavily, a silent intruder muffled by the fabric. Emily tried to go about her day. She washed dishes, scrolled through her phone, and even attempted to read a book, but the message lingered, gnawing at her insides. What did it mean? Who could have written it? That night, as she lay in bed, the weight of the note pressed into her thoughts, twisting and turning like a vine around her mind. Sleep eluded her. The shadows in her room seemed to shift and twist, forming grotesque shapes that taunted her. Her phone chimed, a notification, and she nearly leapt from her bed, heart racing. It was a message from Sarah, her best friend. "Hey, wanna grab coffee tomorrow?" Emily's fingers hesitated over the screen. She wanted to reach out, to pour out her fears, but the words felt heavy on her tongue, stifled by a growing dread. Instead, she typed back a quick "sure, what time?" and put her phone down, willing sleep to come. But sleep was a fickle friend, slipping through her fingers like grains of sand. Hours passed, the silence of the night enveloping her, until she heard it, the faintest sound, a rustling, as if someone was moving about in her room. Heart pounding, she sat up, eyes straining against the dark. Was someone in the house? Her breath quickened, and she reached for her phone, illuminating the room with a harsh glow. Nothing seemed out of place, but the feeling of being watched was suffocating. She rolled out of bed, tiptoeing toward the door, the floorboards creaking under her weight. She hesitated, glancing back at her closet, the door slightly ajar, as if inviting her to confront whatever lay within. A deep breath steadied her resolve, as she grabbed the handle and pulled the door open. The darkness spilled out, cold and tangible. She flicked on the light, and the closet illuminated, revealing nothing but clothes and her childhood toy, sitting innocently enough. But the note was gone. Panic washed over her, a wave of nausea as she frantically searched the closet, pushing aside hangers and tossing items aside. "Where is it?" she gasped, chest tightening. The silence of the room pressed in around her, suffocating and oppressive. It had to be here. It couldn't just disappear. Emily stumbled back, trying to calm her racing heart. Thoughts spiraled in her mind. Someone had been in her room. Someone had taken the note. She could hardly breathe as she slammed the closet door shut, pressing her back against it, heart pounding like a war drum. The next day, she met Sarah at a favorite cafe, but the warmth of the coffee shop did little to thaw the icy grip of fear that had taken hold of her. As they chatted about mundane things, work, relationships, and the latest Netflix show, Emily felt trapped, like she was living in a nightmare. Every laugh from Sarah felt like a reminder of how alone she was in her struggle. "Are you okay?" Sarah asked, concern etching her brow. "You seem off." Emily hesitated. How could she explain? A note, the sensation of being watched, a creeping fear that settled like dust in her bones. "I found something in my closet," she finally admitted, her voice trembling. "A note. Someone said they've been watching me." Zara's expression shifted, a mixture of disbelief and concern. "That's creepy. Have you called the police? Maybe it's just a prank, but it's still serious." Emily nodded, but couldn't shake the feeling that calling the police would only make things worse. What would she say? Someone left a note in my closet. Would they laugh? Would they think she was losing her grip on reality? As the day wore on, her thoughts spiraled into darker realms. That night, she lay awake, eyes trained on the closet, determined to confront whatever lurked within. She couldn't let fear dictate her life. With steely resolve, she swung the door open and stepped into the darkness. The air was cooler inside, the shadows almost alive, twisting and curling around her. She scanned the space, heart thudding like a tattoo. "If you're here, show yourself," she shouted, her voice echoing back at her, hollow and uncertain. Silence enveloped her, the kind that had weight, as if the world paused in anticipation. Suddenly, a faint sound broke through, whispers, barely audible, slipping through the cracks in the silence. The notes of her heartbeat became a frantic drum as she strained to catch the words. "Emily." The voice was soft, melodic, but charged with an undercurrent of malice. She froze, the air thickening around her, every instinct screaming at her to flee. She spun on her heels, but the door slammed shut, trapping her in the shadowy embrace of the closet. "Let me out," she screamed, pounding against the door with fists that couldn't breach the darkness. The whispers grew louder, swirling around her like a tempest. "You can't hide from me, Emily. I see you. I've always seen you." Desperation clawed at her as she yanked at the doorknob, but it refused to budge. Panic surged, a primal instinct to survive igniting within her. In the dim light, she could see shapes forming within the shadows. Eyes, features shifting, taunting her. "Who are you?" she shouted, voice breaking. "What do you want from me?" A laughter echoed, a chilling sound that scraped against her nerves. "You're not alone, Emily, not anymore." With a final burst of adrenaline, she shoved against the door, and it flung open, spilling her out into the light of her bedroom. She stumbled backward, gasping for breath, but the shadows didn't follow, at least not yet. The closet door stood slightly ajar, and the note had returned, fluttering in the breeze like a mocking flag of her own terror. She grabbed it, heart racing as she read the final line, now added in a jagged scrawl. "You can't escape what you've invited in." The realization washed over her like ice water, chilling every bone in her body. Someone had indeed been watching her, and now they were inside, lingering in the shadows, feeding on her fear. What started as a simple cleanup had become a descent into a nightmare, one that would not soon let her go. With shaking hands, she clutched the note, determined to uncover the truth about her stalker, even if it meant facing the darkness that had claimed her home. But as night fell, the shadows lengthened, and she knew deep down that the real horror was only just beginning. Story 81. The late afternoon sun dipped behind the jagged hills, casting long shadows that crept across the wooden floors of my small apartment. I had just settled into my favorite corner of the couch, the one that faced the window overlooking the bustling street below. The crackle of fading day hung in the air, punctuated only by the distant honking of cars and the muffled laughter of children playing outside. It was a moment of tranquility, a brief respite before the evening settled in, bringing with it the creeping chill of night. I was scrolling through my phone, half-heartedly checking messages when a call came through from a number I didn't recognize. The digits danced on the screen, their unfamiliarity igniting a tiny spark of curiosity. I hesitated, glancing at the clock on the wall. It was unusual for anyone to call at this hour. The rational part of my brain urged me to ignore it, to let it go to voicemail, but I couldn't resist. Maybe it was a long-lost friend, or an important work-related matter. Perhaps it was a sign of something exciting. "Hello?" I answered, my voice a mix of trepidation and anticipation. There was no immediate response, only the sound of heavy breathing on the other end. It was ragged, as if the caller had just run a marathon or was hiding from something. My heart thudded in my chest, an uncomfortable rhythm that matched the palpable tension in the air. I opened my mouth to speak again, but then came a whisper, soft yet clear. "Anna." My heart froze. How did this stranger know my name? I gripped the phone tighter, my knuckles turning white as fear rippled through me. The voice was chilling, laced with an unsettling familiarity that I couldn't quite place. Just as I was about to respond, the line went dead. The call abruptly ending with a dull click that echoed in my ears like a taunting laugh. I stared at the screen in disbelief, my mind racing. Who was that? The breathy whisper lingered in my thoughts, sending prickles of unease down my spine. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was probably just a prank call, some bored teenager looking for a laugh. But deep down, a sensation of dread settled in, wrapping around me like a thick fog. I made a decision then, one fueled by both curiosity and a desire for safety. I would call the number back. I tapped the screen, heart racing as the ringing tone pierced the silence of my apartment. After 3 rings, I was about to hang up when a voice answered, this time with a distinct hiss that sent chills down my spine. "Hello? Who is this?" I demanded, my voice firmer than I felt. There was a pause, a silence so heavy it felt like it was crushing me. You shouldn't have answered, the voice replied, low and distorted, echoing like it came from a dark abyss. What do you want? I asked, trying to keep the tremor from my voice, but my breath quickened. Anna. It breathed, the name rolling off the tongue with a sinister glee. I'm coming for you. Panic surged through me, igniting an instinctual urge to flee. I hung up, stumbling back against the couch, my heart pounding as if it were trying to escape my chest. I needed to call the police, needed to tell someone about this strange, terrifying conversation. But another part of me, the rational part, whispered that it could just be a prank, that there were more mundane explanations for the unsettling call. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to calm down. Grabbing my phone again, I hesitated. Fingers hovering over the screen. But before I could dial, the lights in my apartment flickered, casting eerie shadows against the walls. My breath caught in my throat as a chill swept through the room, as if the temperature had dropped 10 degrees in an instant. But something was wrong. I could feel it in my bones. I stood up, glancing around the dimly lit space as I moved to the window. Outside, the street was still alive, a bustle of cars and people moving about their lives, blissfully unaware of the dread pulling at my insides. I turned back to the room, my gut twisting as I noticed a faint outline in the corner. It was just a shadow, I told myself. But even shadows could deceive. The buzz of my phone vibrated against the table, startling me. I rushed over, heart racing, and looked down. It was a message from an unknown number. Hesitantly, I opened it. Why did you hang up, Anna? I dropped the phone, its plastic body clattering against the hardwood floor as I backed away, my breath coming in frantic gasps. My instinct screamed for me to escape, to run from this apartment, and the haunted whispers curling around me like smoke. But where would I go? I was trapped, ensnared by an unseen predator. Then the lights flickered again, this time more violently. I stumbled back, nearly losing my footing. It was like the very air twisted around me, thick and suffocating. I could feel the weight of the darkness pressing against the walls, as if something were trying to seep in from beyond my reality. Anna, the voice whispered again, this time from inside my apartment. I whirled around, scanning the corners of the room, heart pounding in my ears. Who was there? I shouted, my voice cracking. Only the flicker of lights and the icy chill in the air remained. I had to get out. I rushed to the door, fingers fumbling with the lock. But as I turned the knob, it wouldn't budge. Panic clawed at my throat as I pushed harder, but it wouldn't yield. I was trapped, and the phone buzzed again, the sound sharp against the oppressive silence. I grabbed it, hands shaking, and opened the message. Don't bother. You can't escape me. The darkness in the room seemed to swirl, creeping closer, wrapping around me like a suffocating shroud. I turned, arms raised defensively, my breath shallow. Then, from the shadows, a figure emerged, its features obscured, but the eyes glowing with an unnatural light. Anna, it hissed, voice echoing as if coming from a cavern deep within the earth. I screamed, the sound piercing the thick air, but no one outside could hear me. The figure reached out, long fingers stretching toward me. And in that moment, I knew I had answered not just a call, but an invitation into a nightmare I could never escape. With every ounce of strength, I hurled the phone at the figure, but it passed through like smoke, dissipating into the dark. I stumbled back, heart racing, knowing that I was about to become part of whatever horror this was. "Anna, I'm here," it whispered. And in that moment, the line between reality and nightmare melted away, pulling me into the abyss of my own unraveling sanity. Story 82. I was riding the elevator alone on a Thursday evening. The kind of evening that wraps the city in a blanket of amber streetlights and shadowy corners. I had just completed a long day at the office, my mind still tangled in the web of deadlines and meetings that had consumed the past week. As I stepped into the elevator on the 15th floor, I felt a wave of relief washing over me. All I needed was to reach the ground floor, step out into the fresh air, and shake off the day's fatigue. The elevator hummed softly as it began its descent. I leaned against the cool metal wall and closed my eyes, allowing my thoughts to drift. The scent of polished brass and faint citrus cleaner lingered in the air. I noticed the rhythmic chime of the floors ticking down soothed me, like a lullaby coaxing me into a stupor. Suddenly, the elevator jolted to a stop. Startled, I opened my eyes, my heart racing. The fluorescent lights flickered briefly, casting eerie shadows that danced along the walls. I glanced at the control panel, half expecting to see that someone had pressed a button, but it remained unlit with no indication of a floor selected. A moment later, the doors creaked open with an unsettling groan, revealing an empty hallway cloaked in darkness. The air felt heavy, almost electric, as if something unnatural lurked just beyond view. I hesitated, my instincts screaming at me to press the button for the next floor and escape this strange interlude. But just as I was about to do so, a figure stepped into the elevator. He was tall and thin, dressed in a long black coat that hung loosely from his frame. His face was shadowed beneath the brim of a wide-brimmed hat, but even in that half-light, I could see his eyes, dark, hollow, and unblinking. He didn't press any buttons. Instead, he simply stood there, motionless, as if waiting for something that only he could see. A chill swept through the elevator, creeping down my spine. The way he stood there, silent and still, made my skin prickle. I briefly considered asking him which floor he was going to, but the words lodged in my throat. Instead, I shifted my weight awkwardly, trying to avoid his gaze. "Are you going down?" I finally managed to stammer, my voice sounding distant and strange in the confined space. The man didn't respond. He just continued to stare ahead, his expression unreadable. The elevator doors began to close, but I found myself reaching out instinctively, halting the mechanism with my hand. I knew I should have let them close, should have pressed the button to escape this moment, but something compelled me to linger. "Do you want to get out?" I asked again, my voice barely above a whisper. I wasn't sure if I wanted him to answer, or if I preferred to remain cocooned in this bizarre limbo. He finally turned his head, the shadows shifting to reveal a hint of a smile. "Why?" A wide, unsettling grin that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Interesting, isn't it?" he said, his voice low and smooth like velvet, yet laced with an edge of something sinister. "What is?" I asked, my heart pounding in my chest. "The choices we make, the paths we take," he replied, his eyes glinting in the dim light. "You chose to ride this elevator. I chose to get on." The weight of his words settled in the air between us, thickening the atmosphere. I felt trapped, as if the elevator had transformed into a cage, the walls closing in with each passing second. I glanced at the control panel again, hoping desperately for a way out, but the buttons appeared dimmer now, almost as if they were fading from existence. "Where are we?" I managed to ask, my voice quivering slightly. "Where we are is not important," he replied. "But where we are going That is the question. The elevator lurched again, and I felt my stomach drop. Panic rose within me as the lights flickered once more, casting the unsettling shadows that danced like spirits around us. "What do you mean?" I asked, my voice stronger now, a desperate attempt to regain some control. The man stepped closer, and I could smell the faintest whiff of something rancid, like old leaves rotting in the autumn air. "You'll see," he said, his grin widening. "All we need is a little patience." I wanted to scream, to push past him and break free of this nightmare, but my legs felt glued to the floor. The air grew colder, and a sense of dread seeped into my bones. My heart raced as I glanced back at the doors, willing them to open, but they remained firmly shut. The elevator lurched again, and this time it began to rise, the lights flickering more violently. I clutched the railing, my knuckles whitening, as the numbers above the door began to change, climbing higher and higher. I had pressed nothing. None of this was my doing. "Stop!" I shouted, unable to contain my fear. The man didn't flinch. He simply watched me, his eyes gleaming with a mix of amusement and something darker, something predatory. "Patience," he repeated, his voice dripping with honeyed malice. "The journey is just beginning." Suddenly, the elevator jerked to a violent halt, the lights flickering out completely. I was enveloped in darkness, the kind that pressed down on you, heavy and suffocating. I felt disoriented, my senses heightened to a near-frantic state. I could hear the man's breathing now, steady and calm, contrasting sharply with my own rising panic. As my eyes adjusted to the inky blackness, an eerie glow flickered against the walls of the elevator, casting grotesque shadows that twisted and writhed like tortured souls. I squinted, trying to make sense of the shapes that surrounded me. "Why are you doing this?" I finally managed to ask, my voice trembling. "Because it's time for you to choose, my dear," he replied, his voice a soft whisper that echoed in the silence. "What choice?" I pleaded, my heart thundering in my chest. "Every choice has its consequence," he said, "and now, you must decide." With that, the lights flickered back on, illuminating a scene that made my stomach churn. The elevator doors were wide open, revealing a dark corridor that stretched into the unknown. Dim lights flickered along the walls, casting long, eerie shadows. "Choose," he said again, his voice inviting yet sinister. I could see two distinct paths ahead. One, a darkened hallway where whispers danced in the shadows, beckoning me closer. The other, an exit sign glowing softly at the far end, promising safety and escape. I stood frozen, my heart pounding in my ears as the man stepped closer again, the shadows pulling around him like a dark cloak. "How are you ready to embrace the truth?" he asked, his tone dripping with anticipation. I glanced at the exit sign, then back at him. "What truth?" "Life is full of choices," he said, his grin widening until it seemed to consume his face. "But not all of them lead where you expect." Before I could respond, he reached out, his fingers brushing against my arm like ice. "Choose wisely." In that moment, the weight of the decision settled heavily upon my shoulders. I could either walk into the darkness, where the whispers promised secrets and revelations, or I could escape into the light, leaving this enigma behind. The choice was mine, but the consequences were unknown, swirling like a tempest in my mind. With every second that ticked by, the uncertainty gnawed at me, driving me to the brink of despair. But just as I took a step forward, daring to confront the shadows, the man stepped aside, allowing me to pass. "It's already begun," he murmured, the shadows engulfing him. "And now, it's your turn to take a ride." And with that, The elevator doors closed behind me, sealing my fate in a world where the unknown awaited. An eternal ride, in a realm where choices and consequences intertwined in a dark dance, echoing forever down the corridors of my mind. Story 83. The night had been eerily quiet, a stillness that wrapped around the old house like a suffocating shroud. I spent the evening curled up with a book, the soft glow of the lamp illuminating the pages, casting shadows that danced along the walls. Outside, the wind howled, rattling the aged window frames and sending shivers down my spine. I was used to the solitude of my little cottage, nestled at the edge of the woods, but that night felt different. Charged, electric, as if the air itself was alive with something I couldn't quite name. As the clock ticked its way towards 2 in the morning, I finally succumbed to the weight of sleep. I drifted off with the book resting on my chest, the words blurring into incomprehensible shapes. It was the sound of the door creaking open that roused me from my slumber. I blinked, disoriented, my heart pounding in my chest. The room was dark, the shadows deeper than before. I sat up slowly, the book slipping from my lap and thudding softly against the floor. The air was heavy, thick with a sense of foreboding. My gaze drifted to the front door, which stood ajar, the wind pushing it ever so slightly as if something were trying to make its entrance. "Hello?" I called out, my voice shaking. No response. Just the muted rustle of leaves outside and the distant hoot of an owl. I swung my legs over the side of the couch, my bare feet touching the cool wooden floor. The chill of the house seeped into my bones, awakening a primal instinct to flee. I had always been one to confront my fears, but as I approached the door, apprehension gnawed at my insides. With a deep breath, I stepped forward, peering into the inky darkness beyond the threshold. The porch light flickered intermittently, casting long, unsteady shadows. My heart raced as I imagined someone lurking in the depths of the night, a specter ready to pounce. But there was nothing. Only the night of my own breath. I hesitated, torn between the instinct to retreat and the need to uncover the truth. I pulled the door shut, bolting it tightly before stepping back into the living room. That's when I noticed it, the faint imprint of a head on my couch pillow, indented as if someone had just been resting there, mere moments ago. My pulse quickened, a cold sweat breaking out across my brow. I lived alone. The thought reverberated in my mind like a chant, a mantra I clung to through the rising tide of panic. I scanned the room, searching for evidence of a break-in, but there was nothing out of place. No overturned furniture, no signs of struggle. Just the imprint, a chilling reminder that I was not alone. Suddenly, the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. I could feel it. Thumping sensation that someone was watching me. I turned slowly, half expecting to find a face peering through the window. But again, nothing. Just the dark, oppressive silence of the house. I couldn't shake the feeling of dread that clung to me like a shroud. I grabbed my phone, my fingers trembling as I dialed the police, my voice barely above a whisper as I reported the open door and the strange imprint on my couch. They assured me an officer would be dispatched shortly, but the wait felt agonizingly long. Minutes stretched into an eternity. I paced the living room, my eyes darting to the window, the door, the corners of the room. The shadows seemed to grow, coiling around me like serpents ready to strike. I tried to convince myself that I was overreacting, that nothing was amiss, but deep down, the primal fear took root. And then I heard it, a soft creaking sound, like the weight of a body shifting on the couch. My breath hitched in my throat, panic flooding my veins. It was impossible. I was alone. Yet the sound persisted, a gentle rustle that sent me stumbling back against the wall. I gripped my phone tightly, my heart pounding in my chest as I dared to look. In the darkness, I could make out a figure curled up on my couch, half hidden beneath a blanket. My mind whirled, grappling with the reality of what I was seeing. Who was this person? How had they gotten in? I felt a scream clawing at my throat, but I forced it down, paralyzed by a blend of terror and confusion. "Who are you?" I demanded, my voice trembling. The figure stirred, and I took a cautious step forward, my eyes wide, my breath shallow. They didn't respond, just lay there, still and silent. I flicked the light switch on, flooding the room with a harsh glare. The figure was a woman, her disheveled hair cascading over the pillow, her face pale and gaunt. She gazed up at me, confusion etched in her features, as if she had only just awoken from a deep sleep. "What? Where am I?" she murmured, her voice hoarse. My heart raced as I took in her wild eyes, the way she seemed to flinch at the brightness of the lights. "You're in my house. Who are you? How did you get in?" Her expression shifted, a flicker of recognition crossing her face. I don't know. I don't remember. Don't move. I snapped, reaching for a nearby lamp, brandishing it like a weapon. "I'm calling the police." "Please," she pleaded, panic rising in her voice. "I don't want any trouble. Just need to get home." "Home?" I echoed, glancing at the door, half expecting someone else to burst in at any moment. "You need to leave. Now." She slid to the edge of the couch, her movements slow and deliberate, as if she were trying to appease a wild animal. "I can't. I don't even know where I am." I backed away slowly, my instincts screaming at me to retreat. "What do you mean you don't know where you are?" "This is my home. I'm so sorry," she whispered, tears welling in her eyes. I was running, and I must have passed out." "Running from what?" I pressed, the fear coiling tighter in my stomach. "From someone," she choked out, her voice trembling. "There was a man. He was chasing me. I thought I'd lost him. But I guess I didn't." A chill washed over me, and I felt the room close in, the walls pressing against my chest. "What do you mean, chasing you?" "I don't know," she shouted, her voice cracking. I was scared. I was so scared. Just then, the sound of sirens pierced the silence, drawing closer. I felt a surge of relief and panic at once. I needed to get her out, to protect myself. The woman's eyes widened as the realization dawned on her. "Please, don't let them take me," she begged, desperation lacing her voice. "I can't go back. I can't." I hesitated, torn between the need to help this terrified stranger and the instinct to protect myself. "What did you do?" The question hung in the air, heavy with the weight of unspoken truths. She averted her gaze, her breath coming in short gasps. I made a mistake. Something terrible happened. Before I could press further, the door burst open, the sharp sound echoing through the room as 2 police officers stormed in, flashlights sweeping across the shadows. My heart raced as I stepped aside, caught between the 2 worlds, safety and fear. The woman looked at me, her eyes wide with terror, and something shifted in her gaze. A flicker of desperation. I realized then that the real danger might not have been her at all. "Is everything all right?" One officer called, his voice steady and authoritative. I opened my mouth to respond, but before I could utter a word, the woman bolted past me, rushing toward the door. "No, I screamed, lunging after her, but it was too late. She was already out into the night, her figure swallowed by darkness. The officers pursued, their footsteps heavy against the wooden floor. I stood frozen, my mind racing, unsure of what had just happened. The air was thick with tension, the night outside now, a mystery, a cacophony of sirens and shadows. The officers returned moments later, breathless and empty-handed. "She's gone," one of them said, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Did you know her?" I shook my head, my heart pounding in my chest. "I don't know, she just appeared on my couch." The officers exchanged glances, their expressions hardening. "You need to tell us everything. This isn't a simple case." As I recounted the events, the sun began to rise in the distance, casting a pale light across the room. There was an unnatural stillness, an unsettling sense of foreboding lingering in the air. I had let a stranger into my home, an unknown force that had shattered my quiet existence. And as the officers continued to ask questions, Story 84. As he moved in, I felt a mix of excitement and trepidation. The city was notorious for its crime, and having someone else in the apartment made me feel safer, yet it also made me uneasy. In the beginning, our interactions were minimal. He spent his evenings in his room, often with the door closed. I was relieved to have a tenant who respected my privacy, but I couldn't shake the feeling that he was hiding something. One evening, as I returned from work, the air felt thick with an unusual heaviness. I dismissed it, attributing my strange feelings to the stress of the day. I unlocked the door and stepped inside, greeted by a silence that stretched beyond the walls. I glanced down the hallway toward Alex's room, which was just opposite mine. The door was closed, as it always was. As I settled onto the couch, I felt an inexplicable urge to check on him. I knocked gently on his door but received no response. A pang of worry struck me. Was he okay? Did he need help? But the unsettling stillness persisted, and I shrugged it off, returning to my own space. The week dragged on like this, filled with a quiet tension. Each day, I would catch glimpses of him in the kitchen or the living room, but our conversations remained superficial. The longer he stayed, the more I felt the boundaries between us shifting and blurring. I would occasionally hear him at odd hours, shuffling around in his room. Sometimes, I thought I heard whispers, but I couldn't be certain. The first incident that made my heart race happened on a Friday night. I was deep in sleep when I was jolted awake by an odd sensation. It felt as if someone were watching me. The room was dark, but moonlight filtered through the window, casting eerie shadows across the walls. I turned my head slowly, scanning the space, and froze. There, standing outside my bedroom door, was Alex. He was perfectly still, his hand resting against the wall, his head slightly cocked to one side as if listening for something just beyond the threshold. I could see the contours of his face illuminated by the faint light, a calm mask that sent chills racing down my spine. "Alex?" I whispered, my voice trembling. "What are you doing?" He didn't respond. His eyes remained locked on the door, as if he were waiting for something to happen. Panic surged through me, and I grabbed my phone, but in my rush, I dropped it. The sound echoed in the silence, breaking the spell. Finally, he turned his head, and his gaze met mine. His eyes seemed unfocused, as if he were staring through me rather than at me. "I was just thinking," he said, his voice low and gravelly. "I didn't mean to wake you." I exhaled sharply, trying to steady my racing heart. "It's late. You shouldn't be wandering around." "I know. I'm sorry." He stepped back, retreating into the shadows before I could say anything else. I lay back down, my heart hammering in my chest, unable to shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. The next few days, I tried to act normal, though the atmosphere in the apartment felt charged with an unsettling tension. I found myself keeping the door of my bedroom locked when I was home. Each time I heard him moving around, I couldn't help but feel on edge. I wanted to confront him, to ask what was going on, but the words stuck in my throat, heavy with fear. Then came the second incident. It was another sleepless night, and I found myself pacing in the dim living room, the shadows stretching long and dark. I glanced at my phone. 2:37 a.m. I walked past the hallway to Alex's room, and something compelled me to stop. The door was slightly ajar, a thin sliver of light spilling into the darkness. I knocked, hesitantly. "Alex?" There was no answer. I pushed the door open, and a wave of cold air washed over me. The room was empty. I scanned the space, and then my eyes fell on a notebook lying open on the desk. Curiosity got the better of me, and I stepped inside, my eyes darting around. The pages were filled with cramped handwriting, and I leaned closer to read some of the words. The entries were strange, almost haunting, a collection of thoughts that spiraled into darkness. He wrote about dreams that felt like memories, about voices that called to him from the shadows, and about a figure that appeared in the corner of his vision, always just out of reach. My heart raced. I backed away, feeling a cold sweat break out on my skin. The shadows in the room seemed to flicker, closing in around me. I turned to leave when I heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps behind me. I spun around, and there stood Alex, his face pale and expressionless. "What are you doing in my room?" I stammered, caught off guard. I was looking for you." "Why?" he asked, his voice dropping to a whisper, a hint of something darker creeping into it. "What do you want?" I wanted to check on you. You've been acting strange." He stepped closer. I could see that his eyes were wild, almost feverish. "You shouldn't have come in here. It's not safe." "What do you mean?" He leaned in, his breath hot against my face. "There are things that can't be explained. Things that shouldn't be disturbed." I felt the air grow heavy, and I stumbled back, almost tripping over my own feet. "I think you need help, Alex." His expression darkened, and for a moment, I saw a flicker of something in his eyes. Something ancient, predatory. "Help? You think that's what I need?" I turned and fled, retreating to my room and locking the door behind me. But sleep wouldn't come. I lay awake, the sound of my heart pounding in my ears as I heard him moving about his room again. This time, however, it felt different. It felt like he was pacing, like a storm brewing in the quiet. By morning, I had made up my mind. I would confront him, demand answers, and if I felt it was necessary, I would ask him to leave. But as I brewed my coffee, I heard a soft knock at my bedroom door, followed by a whisper. "Can I come in?" It was Alex, but his voice sounded different, strained. "No, what do you want?" "I just need to talk, please." I hesitated, my heart racing. Finally, I replied, "Can we talk in the living room?" I opened the door a crack, prepared to step out, but when I looked into his eyes, I recoiled. They were sunken, haunted. "You don't understand. I need you to listen." He stepped forward, and I retreated, instinctively drawing back. "You're scaring me, Alex." He closed the door behind him, locking it. "I've seen things. I don't know how to explain it, but they're coming for me, for us." Panic exploded in my chest. "What do you mean, coming for us? What are you talking about?" He gestured wildly, his hands trembling. "The whispers. They know we're here. want me. They want you. I felt the walls close in around me. The tension, the fear, it was all spiraling out of control. You need to leave, I said, voice trembling. I can't do this. I can't be here with you like this. His expression darkened, and I could see a flicker of something dangerous lurking beneath. You think it's that easy? You think you can just walk away? Suddenly, the lights flickered, and a chill swept through the room. I felt a presence, something dark and suffocating. I realized with horror that I was trapped. I won't let them take you, he said, his voice shifting, deepening, as if the shadows themselves were reaching out to claim him. With my heart pounding, I pushed past him, wrenching the door open, but he grabbed my arm, his grip like iron. You can't leave. Adrenaline surged as I wrestled free, darting into the hallway. I sprinted toward the front door, fumbling with the lock. Behind me, I heard him calling, pleading. Please, I can protect you. I just need your help. But the desperation in his voice only intensified my fear. I flung open the door, bolting out into the dim sunlight of the morning. The world outside felt surreal, as if I had stepped from a nightmare into a waking dream. I didn't stop running until I reached the street, gasping for breath. I stumbled into a nearby cafe, heart racing. Story 85. The fluorescent lights buzzed incessantly overhead, casting a sterile glow on rows upon rows of canned goods and fresh produce. Emma clutched her shopping list tightly, the paper crinkling in her anxious grasp. It was a Sunday afternoon, the store crowded with families preparing for the week ahead, but she felt a strange sense of unease that had nothing to do with the throngs of shoppers jostling for space. As she moved into the first aisle, she noticed a figure at the far end, a tall man wearing a faded plaid shirt. He seemed to be inspecting a box of cereal, but there was something unsettling about the way he stood. Still, as if he were a sentinel, watching rather than shopping. Emma shook off the feeling. Perhaps he was simply deep in thought. She turned her attention to the rows of sauces, scanning the labels for her favorite marinara. A couple of minutes passed before she moved further down the aisle, only to find that the man had somehow changed positions. He was now standing directly across from her, pretending to examine a jar of pickles. But the way his eyes flicked up to meet hers sent a chill racing down her spine. "Can I help you with something?" she asked, forcing a smile as she grabbed a jar of spaghetti sauce off the shelf. The man's lips curled into a slow, deliberate smile, but his eyes remained cold and calculating. "Just browsing," he replied softly, his voice a low murmur. "You have a lovely taste in sauces." Emma's stomach twisted, and she turned away quickly, eager to escape his gaze. She hurried to the next aisle, but felt a prickling sensation at the back of her neck, as if someone were watching her. Reaching for a box of frozen vegetables, she stole a glance over her shoulder. The man was there again, a few feet away, his eyes locked on her. "Seriously?" she muttered to herself, heart pounding. She hurried to the dairy section, hoping to lose him among the rows of yogurt and cheese. She was halfway through, selecting her favorite brand of Greek yogurt, when she felt him again, lurking just at the edge of her peripheral vision. This time, she didn't look. Instead, she grabbed her items and walked briskly toward the exit, her heart racing. The strange sensation of being hunted gnawed at her. Why was he following her? She wanted to scream, but the store was filled with families chatting, kids laughing, and the mundane sound of shopping carts rolling over the checkered floor. When she reached the checkout, she noticed the man standing at the end of the aisle, his cart empty, just watching her. Tension rippled through her body as she stepped up to the cashier, fumbling to put her items on the conveyor belt. The cashier, a middle-aged woman with kind eyes, smiled warmly at Emma, but her gaze flicked to the man who lingered at the edge. Is everything okay, dear? The cashier asked, noticing Emma's sudden unease. Oh, yes. Emma stammered, forcing herself to breathe normally. Just a bit. Overwhelmed. Don't worry, sweetie. It gets busy on Sundays, the cashier replied, her eyes narrowing slightly as she glanced at the man. Just take your time. Emma nodded, her heart racing as she turned her back to the man, trying to focus on the cashier. She could feel his presence like a dark cloud looming over her. The beep of the register felt unnaturally loud, echoing in her ears. She paid quickly, grabbing her bags and nearly running toward the sliding doors. As she pushed through the exit, a wave of relief washed over her. The cool air outside felt liberating, the sun shining brightly in a clear blue sky. She walked quickly to her car, her heart still pounding, and tossed her groceries into the back seat. Just as she closed the door, she heard footsteps behind her. Emma whipped around, and there he was, the man from the store, standing just a few feet away. He had a placid smile on his face, but dread clawed at her insides as she realized he hadn't been this close before. Do you need help with your bags? He asked, his voice dripping with a sickly sweet tone. No, I'm fine, Emma snapped, her voice sharper than she intended. Panic surged within her. She had to get away. The man's smile widened, but there was a flicker of annoyance in his eyes. I didn't mean any harm. Just making conversation, he said, stepping closer. Emma backed up instinctively, the rear of her car pressing against her. What do you want? She demanded, trying to sound braver than she felt. Just to talk, he said, his voice eerily calm. You seem like an interesting person. I've been watching you for a while. Watching me, she gasped, her heart racing. That's not normal. The man shrugged, his expression shifting slightly. Normal is subjective. You were fascinating inside the store, darting from aisle to aisle. It was like a dance. Emma took another step back, now desperate. Leave me alone, she shouted, her voice cracking. The man's smile faltered for a split second, replaced by a flicker of annoyance. You don't understand, he said, his tone suddenly serious. I'm not here to hurt you. I just wanted to see if you were as interesting outside the store as you were inside. You don't know the things I know. You don't know what's coming. What are you talking about? Emma stuttered, her mind racing. She could see the parking lot filling with people, but they were too far away to hear her. Soon, the world will change, he said, voice low and menacing. And when it does, people like me will find people like you. You can't escape it. With that, he took another step forward, and Emma's instincts kicked in. She spun around, diving into her car and locking the door just as he reached for the handle. The sound of his palm hitting the metal echoed through the lot, and she gasped, panic filling her lungs. Don't run from me, Emma, he shouted, a mix of frustration and something darker lacing his voice. I'm not your enemy. Shaking, she started the engine, her eyes darting to the rearview mirror. The man stood there, still smiling. But now it seemed less friendly and more predatory. She backed out of the space, her heart pounding in her ears, and drove away without looking back, the unease settling deep into her bones. As she pulled onto the road, she tried to shake off the encounter, but the man's words echoed in her mind. People like me will find people like you. What did that even mean? All she wanted was to get home and forget about the grocery store. But a sense of dread lingered in her gut. Days turned into weeks, and Emma tried to dismiss the encounter as a one-off incident. A strange coincidence in a busy grocery store. But that odd feeling never left her. Every time she stepped into a store, her heart raced, and her gaze flicked nervously through the aisles, half expecting to see him lurking in the shadows. One evening, she decided to brave it again, needing to restock her pantry. The store, though familiar, felt different this time. Something was off. As she wandered the aisles, She couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Her fingers tightened around her shopping cart, the cold metal grounding her in the moment. And then she saw him. At the back of the store, the same man stood there, staring directly at her, his expression unreadable. The air thickened, and Emma's breath caught in her throat. This time he didn't smile. Instead, he tilted his head slightly, as if waiting for her to approach. Everything in her screamed to run, but she found herself frozen in place, the cart clattering to the floor as she stepped back. "What do you want from me?" she called, her voice trembling. "Emma," he said, his tone almost gentle. "I told you, I'm not your enemy. I'm here to help you understand." "How can I trust you?" she yelled, keeping her distance. "You followed me." "Because you need to know," he replied, his voice dropping to a whisper. "There's something coming that you cannot escape. You need to prepare." At that moment, the store's lights flickered, and chaos erupted as the power went out. The overhead buzz ceased, replaced by the terrified shouts of other shoppers. Emma felt the cold grip of panic tighten around her heart as darkness enveloped the store. "Follow me," the man said, his voice slicing through the confusion. "You're running out of time." Against her better judgment, Emma took a deep breath and followed him, the instinct to survive overpowering her fear. She didn't know what awaited her, but deep down, she felt as though this was just the beginning of something far more sinister, and the only way to uncover its truth was to face it head-on. Story 86. As she reached for a shirt, a flicker of movement in her peripheral vision caught her attention. Sarah turned her head, her heart thumping in her chest. Just beyond the tiny, grimy window high on the wall, something shifted. A dark silhouette that flitted past in a heartbeat. The window was small, just a foot wide, and offered a view of her backyard, which was surrounded by a high wooden fence. She was alone in the house, and her backyard was supposed to be secure. She dropped the shirt back into the basket, her breath hitching in her throat. Surely, it was just her imagination. A trick of the fading light playing games as the sun began to set. Glancing back at the window, she could see only the dimming light streaming through. But the moment of doubt lingered. Maybe it was a branch swaying in the wind, or perhaps an animal had wandered too close to the fence. But Sarah's instinct screamed otherwise. She shook her head, trying to rid herself of the feeling that had twisted her stomach into knots. "Get a grip, Sarah," she muttered under her breath. "You're being ridiculous." Yet, as she resumed folding the laundry, the feeling of being watched seeped into her skin. The basement was usually her refuge from the world above, the noise of her neighbors, the chaos of the city. But here, something felt distinctly wrong. Moments passed like hours, and the thumping of the dryer seemed to echo louder, a stark reminder of her solitude. Then she heard it, a faint scratch, a dragging sound from just outside the window. The noise was muted, but it sent a jolt through her. Instinctively, her eyes shifted back to the window, but she saw no movement. Just the fading light inching closer to darkness. Just the trees, she told herself, even as her doubts gnawed at her. The wind must be stirring the branches, she reasoned, trying to convince herself to ignore the unsettling feeling that had settled in her throat like a stone. As the last remnants of daylight slipped away, Sarah resolved to finish the laundry quickly. She turned back to the dryer, but the sound of scratching returned, this time more pronounced, as if something was clawing at the very earth just outside the window. Her resolve began to fade. She tiptoed towards the window, her heart pounding, the fluorescent lights above casting an unnatural glow. The basement's earthy smell was thick in her nostrils, and the shadows seemed to deepen, curling around her like malicious fingers. She reached for the curtain, fingers trembling, and pulled it aside just enough to peek through. Nothing. Just the backyard, dark and foreboding. She could see the outline of her garden, where the flowers had long withered in the autumn chill, and the fence looming like a fortress around her home. But she felt it then, the unmistakable sensation of eyes on her. An unseen presence lurking in the dark. As she pulled back from the window, a sharp crack echoed from above as a branch snapped, followed by the unmistakable sound of heavy footsteps on the wooden porch. Panic surged through her, and she froze. Her phone was upstairs, out of reach. All she could do was stand there, breath caught in her throat, waiting for whatever terrifying thing it was to enter her home. The footsteps stopped, but the scratching returned, now accompanied by a low, guttural whisper. It was unintelligible, but it sent chills racing down her spine, every hair on her body standing on end. She felt the urge to scream, but something deep inside urged her to remain silent, to remain hidden. The door to the basement creaked open slowly, and she felt her heart drop into her stomach. Shadows spilled into the room as the door reached its maximum swing. A figure stood just beyond the threshold, shrouded in darkness. "Sarah," the voice croaked, ragged and broken, as if it had not been used in years. It was familiar, yet twisted, a grotesque imitation of someone she knew. "Sarah, let me in." Somewhere in the recesses of her mind, she recognized the voice. Her brother, who had gone missing several months before. His face flashed in her memory, but the man standing before her felt wrong, distorted. She could see only a silhouette, but the outline was hunched, as if he had been twisted by some unseen force. "Please, Sarah," he begged, his voice cracking like dry leaves. "I need your help. Can I stay out here?" "No," she shouted, her voice breaking. "You're not him. You're not my brother." Panic flared in her chest, igniting a primal need to escape. She turned to run, but the moment she did, the whispering grew louder, wrapping around her like a suffocating shroud. The figure stepped into the dim light, revealing a face that was a macabre parody of her brother's. His eyes glinted with a feral hunger, the skin stretched tight over his bones. With a primal scream, she bolted towards the stairs, but he lunged forward, his long fingers grasping at the air, claw-like. "Sarah," he howled, his voice a cacophony of anguish and fury. "You have to let me in." Desperate, Sarah sprinted up the stairs, the sound of her heartbeat drumming in her ears. She slammed the basement door shut behind her, her breath coming in ragged gasps. The knocking and scratching escalated, solid thuds resonating through the house, as if the very walls were shaking with the force of his wrath. "Sarah," the voice echoed through the door, now thick with desperation and rage. "You're making a mistake. You have to believe me." She stumbled to the kitchen, her mind racing. She couldn't stay here. Not like this. She grabbed a knife from the block, the cold steel grounding her as she pressed her back against the counter, waiting for the inevitable. The basement door rattled, and she could hear him slamming into it, the wood creaking under the strain. "You're my sister. I'm still your brother. You have to open the door." The sound of his voice twisted in her mind, memories of their childhood crashing like waves against the shore. But he wasn't her brother anymore. He was something else, something dark and insatiable. With a final, bone-rattling thud, the door splintered, and the darkness spilled into the kitchen. She plunged the knife forward, her instincts taking over, but it passed through him as if he were smoke. "Sarah!" he roared, the edges of his figure growing more chaotic, more monstrous. "Let me in." She screamed, a raw, primal sound that filled the house, the fear boiling over. Grabbing a chair, she hurled it at the figure, just as he lunged towards her. The chair shattered against him, and for a moment, he seemed to flicker like a dying flame. "Please," he begged, voice thick with desperation. "You don't understand. I need to come home." But Sarah knew the truth now. Whatever he was not the brother she had loved. With one final surge of adrenaline, she dashed past him, bolting toward the front door. She fumbled with the locks, the adrenaline coursing through her veins as she heard him crash against the kitchen counter, the sound of wood splintering echoing like thunder. "Sarah!" he cried, his voice morphing into something dark and menacing. "You can't escape." With a final push, she flung open the door and stumbled out into the night, the cool air hitting her like a wave of clarity. The darkness behind her was alive, thrumming with rage as she sprinted away from the house, away from the creature that had once been her brother. The moon hung high above, casting a pale light over the world, illuminating the path ahead. She didn't stop running, didn't look back, the sound of his voice trailing behind her, fading into the darkness as she fled into the unknown. Story 87. The rain fell in heavy sheets, splattering against my windshield like frantic fingers trying to claw their way inside. I squinted through the blurry glass, the windshield wipers working overtime, yet nothing could wash away the growing unease thickening in the pit of my stomach. I was only a few miles from home, but every time I glanced into the rearview mirror, I felt a pulse of dread. Behind me, a pair of headlights flickered in and out of the shadows cast by the trees lining the road. It felt like a game of cat and mouse, with me blissfully unaware of my role. The car had been trailing me for a while now, its presence unsettling. Each turn I made, it mirrored my movements as if it were glued to my bumper. At first, I tried to shake it off as paranoia. After all, it was late, and the roads were nearly deserted. But as I turned left at the gas station, the car followed without hesitation. Right onto Maple Street, it followed again. I could see its headlights dancing in the glow of the streetlights, always just a little too close for comfort. I could feel my heart thrumming in my chest as I took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing mind. Just someone heading home, I told myself. Just a coincidence. I tightened my grip on the steering wheel, knuckles whitening, as I pulled onto a less traveled road, a shortcut I often took. But the car behind me kept pace. The landscape began to shift, the houses giving way to a dark stretch of woods, the gravel crunching beneath my tires. I cursed under my breath as I glanced in the mirror and caught a glimpse of the driver. The figure was indistinct but seemed to be staring right through the glass, and my breath quickened. There was something unsettling about the silhouette, something predatory. My foot pressed harder on the accelerator. The car responded, maintaining the distance, the headlights unwavering. I could feel my pulse synchronize with the rhythm of the rain, pounding in my ears, alongside the engine's growl. Maybe I should just call the police, I thought, my mind racing. But I hesitated. I didn't want to seem paranoid, or worse, overreacting. I had always been the level-headed one, the one who kept calm in a crisis. Yet, as I made another turn, I could see the car's headlights bending around the curve behind me, like a predator stalking its prey through the underbrush. Suddenly, I spotted a flicker of lights ahead, a police station. Relief washed over me as I steered into the parking lot, glancing in the mirror again. The car behind me slowed down, the driver clearly contemplating their next move. My heart raced as I parked and quickly grabbed my phone. I glanced up, expecting the car to turn away or at least stop, but it continued to linger at the edge of the parking lot, headlights illuminating the rain-soaked asphalt. The driver's silhouette remained still, almost statue-like. The air was thick with tension. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck standing up, a chill running down my spine. I fumbled with my phone, my fingers shaking as I dialed 911. 911, what's your emergency? The voice on the other end crackled. I think I'm being followed, I stammered, my words tumbling out in a rush. I just pulled into the police station parking lot, but the car is still here, just sitting there. Can you describe the vehicle? The operator asked, her voice steady. A stark contrast to my rising panic. It's a dark sedan, I think maybe black or dark blue. I can't see any details. It's just parked at the edge, but it hasn't moved. Please hurry. Stay on the line with me. Is the driver still in the car? I risked